Yes. What's up? What's up, Boot? What's up, Geller? It's funny that you bring those things up as well too, the both of you, because yeah, the sex update is finally here. Oh man, I've been waiting for sextons. So, but of course, it's like, given sexist looks and everything, yeah, like very, very much Bloodborne aesthetic and everything like that. It's an iconic look. It's been in so many different games, few different like characters, or just the attire itself. If you Lords of the Fallen, it's like you had the hat and the attire in there. Freaking Cristoforo in Wuwa, it's like he has that look. Actually, Red Mages, I'm not sure, it's like, is it more like a Bloodborne-ish, you know? I mean, that's probably where people mostly know it from, but Red Mages, Final Fantasy has been around before Bloodborne as well too. But either way, that look, it's like, absolutely. Let's go right into... So I haven't checked out anything. The update just came out today, actually. And yes, right off the bat, we will be pulling for Sexton, so don't worry about that. It's like, that's for sure. She also has an outfit as well too, that we'll take a look at and everything. And the new event, Moonshroud Requiem, of course. But we'll get to that after we do our usual. So let's see, where is she? Also, Ulrid and Fetuza are both back as well too. The reason for that, if I remember correctly, Sextons actually boosts sword wielders specifically, not physical, but sword wielders. If I remember correctly, like I said in the trailer. So yeah, that makes sense. So if you missed out on them or you wanted them, they're back. I already went all out in Fetuza, but I don't have Ulrid. It's like, so, maybe. But anyway, Sextons. It's like, yeah, dive right in. Look at her. Are these all? What? You want me to turn up the difficulty for you? No. I'll just test myself on them then. Okay, so support, melee damage, buff, and tile. Sextons is a support class doll with powerful melee follow-up attack abilities. She can transfer overflow critical rate to other stats, and she can also buff her teammates, thus increasing the team's damage output. So Sanctuary Lauds deals AoE melee electric damage to all enemy targets in an area in front of Sextons, and applies Sextons' special mark, Blood Kiss. The damage multiplier is increased based on the number of the enemy targets, Rigor Sanguis stacks. Allied units within the area recover HP. After the skill resolve, Sextons gains extra movement and can use the active skill, Death Knell. Okay, I forgot she does that too, so yeah. What Rigor Sanguis does, it increases the critical rate. If Sextons' critical rate is greater than 100%, the excess critical rate is converted to an equal percentage of attack, healing amount, and critical damage. Okay. So, she does a lot right from that one. Well, when playing Souls games, it's all trial and error. That's exactly what it is. You're going to die, plain and simple. It's like, yeah, that's all it is, really. It's not, just you. You're meant to die. Whether it be from getting pushed off a cliff, falling into a pit, just you're going to. It's a you do have to have a little bit of patience with Souls games, that's all. Death Knell deals AoE melee electric damage to all enemy targets in an area in front of Sextons and generates voltage tiles. The damage multiplier is increased based on the number of Rigor Sanguis stacks. Allied units in the area are healed and have debuffs cleansed. If an enemy target has Blood Kiss, deals additional melee electric damage after the skill, gains Rigor Sanguis, and removes the target's Blood Kiss. Gains additional Rigor Sanguis stacks based on the target's grade, normal, elite, and boss. Okay. Midnight Vespers selects a tile and lands on it. Deals AoE melee electric damage to all enemies in the path and applies Blood Kiss to them, then generates voltage tiles after the skill. The damage multiplier is increased based on the number of Rigor Sanguis stacks. Before the skill takes effect, applies Lacerating Wound to all enemy targets in the area of effect and applies Amaranth Band to all allied units on the battlefield, which increases stability damage dealt and ignores part of the target's stability index. When dealing electric or melee damage, damage dealt increased by number of Blood Hunt stacks that Sextons possesses. After this skill, Sexton gains extra movement and can use the active skill Death Knell. Okay, so yeah, really gonna have to, get used to her in practice and everything. Let me say something. Rigor Sanguis stack. So how does increases critical rate? Which one applies the Rigor Sanguis? Trying to see. But also, her passive is Requiem. So this is another long one, as you can see. Oh man. Like I said, you have to have patience and everything as well too. So, yeah. No, but I totally understand. It's like not for everyone. So, Requiem. Damage dealt by all blade-wielding dolls is increased. Yeah, that's what I remembered. Mobility of all electric attribute or blade-wielding dolls is increased. When enemy units die or suffer stability break, Sextons gains Rigor Sanguis. Okay, so that's how. When enemy units die or suffer stability break, she gains extra stacks of Rigor Sanguis depending on their grade. When allied units, excluding herself, perform blade attacks, Sextons consumes Confectness Index and performs Sanguine Emblem. Okay. At the start of the turn, if Sexton's Confectness Index is not full, she recovers all Confectness Index and applies Carmine Emblem to all enemy units that ended their action on an electric tile, which increases melee damage taken in general. And then she has Sanguine Emblem. Applies Carmine Emblem to multiple enemies across the battlefield with Carmine Emblem, or which are on an electric tile, as well as dealing melee electric damage. The damage multiplier is increased by the number of Rigor Sanguis stacks possessed. The damage multiplier is decreased if it triggers multiple times in a round. So already, I can picture things that you could do with her, involving the blade dolls, is what I'll call them. They also use swords. And also, it says melee damage, period. So, a few of the melee dolls. But also, electricity. So, Leva also leaves electric field tiles. So, yeah, that would be awesome. I think some do, actually, Boot. It's like, yeah. Plus, there are lots of lore channels as well too. You should check out Zuli the Witch. Like, check her out. It's like, she's great. I'm trying to remember his name. There's another one too. He's friends with Iron Pineapple, if you know him. But let's see. Sextons. Let's see. That weapon too. I want that weapon, damn it. But anyway, let me get used to her. So AoE melee, and AoE melee. She's an AoE monster, which is glorious. So I would have to position her correctly. Who is she with as well too? So you have Ulrid, Jungyu. Oh, yeah, Trey, Jungyu. Okay. I'm surprised. Leva? No Leva? Interesting. Okay. So if I move her, no. Yeah, she has lots of movement too. So if I move her, say here, I move her here. Let's see. Well, first let's do this. Yeah. Oh yeah. Now, doesn't she get an extra attack by doing something? Hold on. Additional movement. And she can use the active skill Death Knell. After. Okay, so she can do that afterwards. But we're going to start with her special. That's what we're going to do. So let's see it. Amaranth Band. Defense down to them. Ow. That's awesome. I don't know Epic Name, bro. I've never heard of him before. I'm trying to remember the person's name who I'm talking about. But yeah, I've never actually heard that person. Oh, she can still use Death Knell. Wait. Nuh-uh. Oh, that's great. Did she just take out? No, there's still more left, but look at this. And since they're on electric tile, yeah, the extra damage and everything. Damn. Okay. So I haven't used Jiangyu in a while, but doesn't matter. Enemy's dead. Okay, there we go. What's up, Dragon? Huh? I would say, what do you mean? I do that quite often, actually. It's not like this is the first time I've done it. And that's right, Feituza. I'm about to say, yeah, this isn't the first time. Let's see. There we go. That's not true. It depends on the game. It's like, that's why. And I haven't used Ulrid in a while, so I have to remember how she works. But I think everything's just kind of dead in one hit. Yeah. They killed everything. And there's sex. Yo, that gun. That's a fancy gun. Huh? Oh, yeah. I believe I said that last time. Wriggle asked about it. What the heck is that? I haven't looked at anything. So, oh, that's the tower. I do know what that is. That isn't new this update. Whatever the heck this is. And then her outfit as well, too. Which we'll take a look at. Okay. So let's go. Yes, this is Sextons. Like the original Sextons. It's like this is just her new look. So her weapon. Let me look at her weapon as well too. Twilight Rose. So Doomsday Judgment. When allied units deal electric or melee damage, critical damage is increased by 10%. And the damage dealt is increased by 10%. If multiple conditions are met, the effect only triggers once. Okay. Allied units deal electric or melee damage, though. Interesting. What's up, Geller? Okay. It's like, yeah, now that she's on the Elmo, this is her look now. It's like, been waiting for Sextons, and she's finally here. I mean, her weapon, I love its look. Huh. So, yeah, it's gotta be, it's like when allied units deal electric or melee damage. So it's like, okay. Interesting. She'd work for me because I use Fatuza a lot as well too. But I'm trying to think. Are there other... Let me check out Fatuza's weapon. Are there other weapons that would work for her? See, that's corrosion. So not really. Trying to see if there's anything alternately that you know... Let's see. When using an active attack, deal additional fixed damage equal to 10% of attack to targets not at full HP. For targets with lower HP percentage than the user, increase critical damage by 20%. Okay. So, Ulrid's weapon would work for her as well, too. Damn, 140. It's like, geez. What's up, Wriggle? Wait, what? What's a book hangover? What? Yeah, I mean, that's right. She does it is a whip sword. That's true. And plus, I love its look, like I said. It's like, that's the thing. It's attack and attack boost as well, too. That's right. Let me see. What's Ulrid's? Attack and crit rate. So either or would work, actually. It's like, but the attributes differ. And then what does she do? Damage dealt to targets with electric debuffs is increased by 2.5%. Damage dealt to Elid is increased by 2.5%. Okay, so there you go. That's the buff that she'll get, and she does that quite often, electric debuff. So, all right. So where is she? There she is. Well, let's get to pulling. Oh, okay. I'm just like, what's a hook hangover? I know what a regular hangover is, of course. Okay, let's see. And it's funny because I said the same thing. That was my exact thought. I'm just like, I see what they did. Rerunning Fatuza so soon. And then this is Ulrid's, what, second rerun? I'm just like, that's hilarious. Dash 2. Dash 3. Wait, what's that? Oh, that's whatchamacallit, Keralik Sword. What does hers do again? Before attacking, the user move more than 6 tiles, increase this attack damage by 10%. This would work for her as well too. For every three kills caused by active attacks, gains 1 instance of extra action, activates only once per turn. Yeah, that could do it too. Let's see. I've got plenty of holds saved up in the form of tickets too. It's like, so, it's like we're good. Sexton's, what? Oh, retired Night Snake. I was about to say, I'm like, wait, what just happened? It does that when there's new stuff. Let's see. Oh. Who's it gonna be? I would say if it's not Sexton's, give me Deshevnia. I'm like, we'll finally have Deshevnia. It's like, hopefully it's Sexton's. I was about to say, they saved it for last. There she is. Are you willing to take an abandoned vessel? I fear that your kindness may end up nurturing a monster beyond your control. That's her. Nice. We're going to unretire them, don't worry. Sextons. Alright. Oh, there we go. It's like now I can save for whatchamacallit. Save pulls for the next upcoming. I think whatchamacallit. AK 15 or is it 12? I keep mixing them up. I thought she was on her way soon. Especially because of the ending of last event. And I also did see the trailer for Igleta. Or the Deagle. Deagle. It's like, so whatchamacallit. Damn, it's like getting called out. It's like, but yeah, I'm happy that we got here so early. Let's go for a weapon too, cause why not? I do like how it looks. Let's see. There we go. I know what you're talking about. The Bloodborne card. Let's see. Hopefully it's her weapon. It might be something for someone else. Yeah. Whose weapon is this? Platana. Oh! What's her name? I was about to say, what? What is that? Oh, it's her purple one. Oh, she has a regular one. And that's right, I forgot they have regular and purple. Electric damage dealt is increased by 5%, and melee damage dealt is increased by 5%. When allied units, excluding this unit, use an active skill, if the wield's confected index is 5 points or lower, the wielder gains 1 point confected index after the skill resolves. This effect can trigger up to once per turn. Oh, Tololo. This is for Tololo. Yeah. Because I already have it for her. Got lots of those purple ones. Yeah, those purple ones keep showing up, which is great, actually. I can use those for other characters. I forgot how the weapon banner works here. I think this should be it. I'm not sure. There it is. Nice. Oh, it looks so good. Seeing if it shows up twice. No. Okay. There we go. So, do I have Fatusa's weapon? I'm pretty sure I do. I'll have to check. Yes, I do. Okay. There we go. So let's level her up. There she is. It's like, yes. Oh yeah, her neural helixes and everything as well too. Oh, that's right. Have to level her up first. Okay. Well, hold on. Before we do that, give her her weapon. There we go. Get rid of that. Heh. Okay. Actually, wait, what am I doing? Since we're on this screen, might as well. There, done. I'll worry about her attachments later. Damn. And that gun, too. It's so great. I'm trying to think. Wait. Well, first of all, Makoto and Aegis, who? What? Oh, wait. Persona. That's the first thing that comes to mind. Actually. Let me put those together. And I'm trying to think how many Geller. Let's see. I'm thinking while she's leveling up. How many? I want to say 4, 5? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I want to say. Maria of the Astral Clock Tower. I think this is the last one. There we go. All done. Okay. Now we can actually look. So she's got, let's see, Contractor's Bond. At the start of the battle, gains 1 stack of Rigor Sanguis. So the critical rate is increased by 5% to a maximum increase of 50%. If Sexton's critical rate is greater than 100%, the excess critical rate is converted to an equal percentage of attack, healing amount, and critical damage to a maximum conversion of 30%, considered to be an electric buff and cannot be cleansed. And she gains a stack for each electric attributed doll or blade-wielding doll on the battlefield. If multiple conditions are met, the effect only triggers once. Okay. What's up, Zurge? And then she's got Hushed Inscription. So basically, if you're asking what that means, she gets a stack of Rigor Sanguis for each electric attributed doll or blade-wielding doll in the field. There you go. It's like, that's how that activates. And then before an allied unit with Amaranth Band makes an active attack, applies defense down 2 to the target for 2 turns. And what was this one? Stability damage dealt is increased by 3 points, and attacks ignore 3 points to the target's stability. When dealing electric or melee damage for each stack of Rigor Sanguis possessed by Sextons, damage dealt is increased by 3%. If multiple conditions are met, the effect only triggers once. Removed after the Inflictor dies. Considered an electric buff, cannot be cleansed, and that's the same thing. I think she's the one who applies the Amaranth Band like she did when we were trying her out. So I think I should be able to get her all the way up there. Before Sanguine Emblem resolves, cleanses 1 buff from the target. That's the applies Carmine Emblem to 3 enemy units who have Carmine Emblem or who are standing on electric tiles. Then deals melee electric damage equal to 60% of attack to them. The damage multiplier is increased by 3% for each stack of Rigor Sanguis possessed by Sextons. When this effect is triggered multiple times in 1 round, the damage multiplier is reduced by 20% for each instance of damage dealt to a minimum of 30%. So it can't go below 30%. Let's see. Withered Covenant damage taken by enemy units in Stability Break is increased by 7%. Simple enough. There we go. Red Velvet Canopy. After an allied unit, excluding Sextons, attacks with a blade, generates voltage tile within 1 tile of the target. Okay. Stability damage dealt by all allied units is increased by 1 point. That's great. And last but not least, Stigmata, of course. Critical damage 5%, and then melee damage dealt is increased by 10%. Of course it's called Stigmata. Because why not? Okay, so where's her key? No. 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 Huh. Oh, that's right. These are for their whatchamacallits, affinities. So that one's there. Let's see. I've been actually running out of purple ones that I want to use on them. They're not giving me what I want anymore for stats and stuff. It's funny. Just looking through them all real quick. Okay. So I'll give her that one. Looking for another one. Oof. They said no. Oh well. Here, have this one then. We're good. I know I need to get more. Okay. So let's see. After an ally unit can second attacks with a blade, voltage tile. Damage taken by enemies and stability break is increased by 7%. Start of the battle gains 1 stack of Rigor Sanguis for each electric attribute doll or blade wielding doll on the battlefield. Multiple conditions are met, the effect only triggers once. And that's permanent. That's a permanent buff, right? Yeah. Cannot be cleansed. Okay. Increased by 1. Cleanses buff. And then this last one, before an allied unit with Amaranth Band makes an active attack, applies defense down 2 to the target for 2 turns. Which we saw her use. Interesting. Now I forgot, how was Amaranth Band? I think she gives it to them? But it's before an allied unit, not herself. That's the thing. Okay. Alright, so I like that one. Let's see. I'm just making sure, because yeah, she's gonna be with whatchamacallit anyway. Fetuza, so that works. Yeah, so those 3 actually do just work for me. And I don't have anything here for her, so yeah, that's fine. I'll get it for her later. For fortifications, so let's see. If an enemy target is hit, Sexton performs 1 instance of Sanguine Album and gains 1 point of Confectus Index. After the skill resolves, Sexton gains 2 stacks of Rigor Sanguis. So, stacks on stacks on stacks. The effects of Amaranth Band are enhanced. The increase of stability damage dealt and stability ignored are increased to 5 points. When dealing electric or melee damage for each of Rigor Sanguis possessed by Sextons, the damage boost is increased to 5%. If multiple conditions are met, the effect only triggers once. What do we have here? The mobility increase for all electric attributed dolls or blade wielding dolls is increased to 2 tiles. If multiple conditions are met, the effect only triggers once. Let's see. Effects of Rigor Sanguis are enhanced. The maximum conversion of overcap critical rate converted to attack, healing, and critical damage is increased to 45%. The effect of Sanguine Emblem is enhanced. For each stack of Rigor Sanguines, the boost in damage multiplier is increased to 4%. The effect of Carmine Emblem is enhanced. Melee damage taken is increased to 10%. Before the skill resolves, applies Electric Boost 2 to all allied units for 2 turns. After the skill resolves, Sextons gain Stealth for 2 turns. Huh. Interesting. Death Knell level 3. The damage and healing multipliers increased by 30%. Number of debuffs cleansed is increased by 1. Blood Kiss is no longer removed. Sexton's exclusive mark, removed after the inflictor dies, cannot be cleansed. Huh. And then Requiem level 3. At the start of the battle, Sexton gains 5 stacks of her Rigor Sanguis. Oh no. And the maximum critical rate cap of Rigor Sanguis is increased to 75%. The damage multiplier of Sanguine Emblem is increased to 90%, and its damage dealt ignores 30% of the target's defense. It no longer expands Confected's Index. Damn. When Sexton's Confected's Index is full, melee damage dealt by all allied units is increased by 15%. So yeah, she just becomes a monster. It's like, a lot of them do once you max them out, but yeah, some are more monstrous than others. That's pretty disgusting. And so there you have it. If you want to go all out on Sextons, yeah. It's also a gun. Then, of course, we gotta do our usual. Take a look at her. That weapon. So let's start there. Let's see. Usually leg or feet. Oh. Okay. Let's see. Chest. So wait. I didn't even know she had 2 guns. So yeah. Nice. From far away, let's see. And then when we zoom in and do it. Oh, actually, it did it automatically. As soon as you got close, she like sensed it. Let's see if it just happens again. Yeah, it does. She's very alert. I want to see if anything different happened if you actually tapped on the hat. Nope. Nice, nice. She's very decorated too. Let's see if she has... Oh. Yeah, she does. That's what it is. As soon as... Yeah. As soon as you go back there, it just happened. And then once you're back there, then you can click. But it's pretty funny. Like, she knows. Okay. And then also her outfit. The maid outfit. It's like, so let's take a look. Let's see. So the gun and the sword appearance are the same as well too for the outfit, which is fine. Like, doesn't change the appearance of her weapons. Trying to see if she does anything different. Doesn't seem like it. Let's see. It's like, so far everything's the same. She fixes herself a bit. Nope, when you zoom in. She didn't do it here. like automatically. What happens if you click the earring? Oh, same thing. Okay. Nice, nice. And then... It'd be the same. Okay. It's like, there you have it. But she also has accessories and stuff too. Actually, let me... Okay, so yeah, accessory change and then gift. That's all. So no special movements or anything like that. But let's take a look. So as far as the headpiece goes... 1, 2... This one's more like a... Looks more like a bonnet. Hold on, I'll... There you go. And she's got the black one. Ooh. Nice. Let's see. Top. That's nice. And that's nice as well. That's number 2. It's got the heart thingy in the middle. And then the legs. That's actually goes really nice. I like these. And then what about the third one? Wait, what's the difference? Oh, okay. The first one has the line right there. These are just, well, plain. But yeah, I like this one. This one right here. It's like, there you go. Yeah, no, these are real nice. Feet. So let's see. If I were to... Trying to look how, like, which one... Yeah. Trying to see which one I would like either... Because this makes a difference between the black and the white. The white kind of draws a bit more attention to her head. Yeah, as far as the bottom goes, it's that. So, yeah. Interesting. Okay. So we took a look at it. It's like, and there you have it. And that's her usual. Oh, nice. Just one? It's like, congrats. It's like, what do you mean? But, alright. Let's go to the event. So, where the EXILIUMs bloom and the mist slowly rolls in, within the bloody castle brews a conspiracy that could destroy everything. Like I said, the music. Oh no. I know one thing. It was interesting. In her trailer, it says she's looking for her mother. So, we'll find out. Chaos. That's the intro. Hey, what's up, Robo? Oh yeah, same here. As soon as I saw Sextons, I'm just like, oh, I'm like, give. It's like, Sextons is finally here. Still waiting on Darcher. Blue Sphere is MIA. But we're getting there. Cocoon is doing cocoon things. But here we are. Who is calling me? You're Helena? No, you're not 043. Who are you? Ah, so there is one who hears my voice still. No, I exist no more. So, why? What do you mean? Ah, your eyes have beheld, through them I have seen. So that is how it has come to be. Yes, the one who pulled the thread of fate. I love that game. Stands by your side. Mei Ling, are you ready? Of course, I'm ready to start up the scan program at any time. Great. Alright then. Sextons, please follow Mei Ling's instructions as they come. At the side, Sextons had been staring at my form in silence, unmoving as a statue. Upon hearing my instructions, she heeds with a nod, putting what I nearly thought to be rigid stone into motion. In she goes to the repair pod that Mei Ling designated. Relax, we're doing regular data backup and a round of routine maintenance. We'll be done before you know it. Mei Ling carefully straps Sextons to the table. Once she confirms that all the restraints are secure and locked, she closes the repair pod door and engages the biometric lock. With all that done, she gives me a thumbs up. Sextons has been pretty stable ever since Deer reinitialized her neurocloud and fixed her frame. However, when I don't give her any commands to follow, she simply stays silent, watching the Elmo's dolls and humans go about their daily lives. It makes her seem a lot more harmless, but also portrays a lack of desire to blend in with the crew. Maybe she's like this as a result of losing most of her neurocloud data. For lack of a better way to describe the situation, Sextons is more akin to an ordinary instance of artificial intelligence compared to the other dolls, unchanging and limited in features, only carrying out inputted commands ad infinitum, and without the means to communicate its own will. There's a silver lining, however. Sextons is far more stable in both body and mind when compared to Blue Sphere, Rage Sphere, whom we had to run into some trouble with just a few days ago. We acquired some rather unexpected pieces of information the last time Groza hacked into Sextons' base lair. Back then, I hadn't realized just how important it was, but the explosion in Lviv that happened not long after brought it to the forefront of my mind, providing details that helped me make some predictions regarding Paradis's new research direction, as well as the nature of third-gen dolls. Right now, I lack leads and means to gather useful information. Hopefully, we'll be able to get a decent amount of intel through Sextons. Third-gen dolls, Bujums, the secrets behind Helena, and the experiments and conspiracies involving the relics. If we succeed, we'll be able to uncover what we need. That's right. In this desolate wilderness, this yellow zone hundreds of kilometers away from any and all help, where so much has been said and done, I can finally start making a move. Mei Ling, prepare. As I make preparations to begin, I spot a tiny figure out of the corner of my eye, hiding behind a machine. The figure scurries back, seeking to hide itself from my gaze, though it fails to do so completely, leaving a small strip of fabric peeking around the corner. Wait, is that Melanie? I walk over and yank Melanie from the back of the machine. Melanie, what are you doing here? I was just looking for something that I dropped here. You dropped something here? What was it? It was... Melanie stutters, starting and stopping, but can't muster the words she wants to say. Her gaze sweeps from side to side in the most uncharacteristic manner. Something is wrong. Keeping this in mind, I squat down and pat her head. What's wrong? Did you notice something strange? Not even a whisper leaves her lips in the face of my question. What? Yes, it's like... daughter number 2. Alright, Melanie. You'll have to leave the maintenance room if you're unwilling to tell us. We're going to start up a neural cloud scan program soon. An unaccounted heat source will disrupt the scan data if it remains in the room. Hold on. I have to stay. Why? I raise my communicator to my ear. Colfin, come to the maintenance room and take Melanie away. Commander, wait. I just wanted to stay and confirm something. About Miss Sexton's. About Sexton's? Yeah. There are a few things that I want to confirm. Could I stay here and observe the scan results with you guys? I'll tell you everything once I confirm what I need to. Melanie seems to be highly interested in Sexton's, sneaking glances at the repair pod even as she talks to me. Her behavior at this moment reminds me of something. Right, Melanie mentioned it when we ran into Sexton's back then. I knew it. Knew what? Have you seen her before? Not this one, but she looks a lot like the ones I saw before. She also has signs of that fusion. Do you know what these signs of fusion are? If I remember correctly, weren't they combining them with the Bujin cells and all that? Yeah, they're from Bujin extracts. They show signs like this after fusion. That's right. Sexton started self-repairing at the end of that conversation. And it seems that Melanie and Helena's proximity to Blue Sphere had allowed her to break free last time. Maybe she really does know something critical. I look at Sexton's, now asleep in the repair pod, then back at Melanie. Alright, you can stay. I look up at Mei Ling and give her a knowing glance. But as a reminder, the maintenance room is Mei Ling's territory, so everyone, including me, must follow her instructions when we are here. You must follow her every command to the letter if you wish to stay here. Understood? Here, here. Mei Ling said, look at me, I'm in charge now. Be a good girl if you want to stay here, little Melanie. I'll be a good girl. Great. Then let us begin. The instant I issue the order, several pieces of equipment hum to life in unison, filling the maintenance room with their overlapping droning. The dolls sit scattered across the maintenance room moments ago immediately gather, taking up tight formations to guard this prominently displayed repair pod. Helen, please connect the Elmo cloud and monitor the data streaming coming out of Sexton's neural cloud in real time. Understood. Klukai, please lead 404 in shielding any potential interference signals in the area. This will ensure the integrity of the data source. Got it. 404, come with me. Monitoring and defenses are all arranged and accounted for. All that's left is... Dandelion! Oh my, why'd you suddenly yell when it was my turn to be addressed? A holographically projected figure yawns herself into existence, accompanied by a lazy complaint. You know, Commander, it wouldn't kill you to use words like please or could I trouble you with something when talking to me every once in a while. Go on, do it. For some reason, I can't get the words out of my mouth. Commander. I'll do it next time for sure. Mei Ling has already started up the NeuroCloud data monitoring equipment. We're in a hurry, so let's just start excavating past data. Oh dearie, the one time I want to be spoiled by you, I get so coldly ignored. Despite her half-serious, half-joking complaints, the data stream on display shows that Dandelion has already broken through the firewall within Sexton's NeuroCloud data. Right now, she is using a stable data module within level 2 as her anchor as she descends. Soon, her voice comes through my earpiece. As expected of a 3rd-gen doll's frame, it looks pretty sturdy. Wouldn't you agree, Melanie? Melanie furrows her brow, but she shows no objection. Looks like we won't have to worry about any blue sphere tier issues happening. Ah, indeed. Though I have to say that, whoever designed the NeuroCloud structures of 3rd-gen dolls is quite the malicious genius. You can tell that just from residual data? Of course I can. I just finished a full scan of her neural space and tidied up her data structure a little. Based on the arrangement of data, you can clearly see that the designer gave these 3rd-gen dolls plenty of room to grow without restraint. They even have no force base layer personality settings. The kicker is that they have some kind of rule embedded into them that even I am scarcely equipped to fully decode. What I can conclude is that the stronger a 3rd-gen doll's NeuroCloud grows, the more she becomes bound by that rule, yet she herself won't realize its influence or interference. The analogy I shall pose is a human forced to wear an invisible, chilice? I'm not sure, but yeah. They feel pain, but they cannot determine what exactly is digging into their flesh as they persist. All they can do is live on, coexisting with the pain. Wait. The rule is Darcher, yes. You're right. Darcher's everywhere. I originally thought that this implementation was intended to limit their dangerous capabilities or restrict the targets of their hostility. For example, like preventing them from attacking the conglomerate. But the currently existing 3rd-gen dolls all exhibit very different personalities, so I can't say what this rule actually does without asking the developer themselves. Still, judging by this elaborate, intensive NeuroCloud design that doesn't actually improve performance in any meaningful way, what the developer of the 3rd-gen dolls wanted to create wasn't some novelty. They desired neither a tool nor a superweapon. It can also be surmised that they are unlike Persica, who holds an idealized version for the future of dolls. The developer of 3rd-gen dolls, could it be Teacher? What's wrong, Melanie? Have you met someone like that before? Melanie rubbed her hands nervously, seemingly hesitating about something. I just heard a little bit of conversation. When one of those 3rd-gen dolls was brought to the lab, Teacher once said that I couldn't make out exactly what she was saying. But that 3rd-gen doll called her Mother. Father and Mother again. Those Paradise freaks really love playing house, don't they? The words Father and Mother carry a lot of weight to humans. But dolls have no such concept by default, unless it gets added to their base layer. At most, they might have a special level of respect for their creator, like the AR team. So you're saying, those dolls were designed to be her children? I already said they have no base layer personality settings, you know? Whatever the case, it's likely that the doll herself feels as though she needs a mother. After Dandelion finishes that sentence in a thoughtful tone, she continues to dive further in order to break through the level 3 base layer restrictions. Leaning against the control panel, I find myself dwelling on her words. A chaotic mother, huh? The vision that dolls were designed to fulfill was to assist humans in their work. An expectation was thereby set upon their creation, namely that they were to make things more efficient. Thus, their emotions, free will, pain, instinctual fears, and so on, were deemed irrelevant by the world. But the legendary doll designers of our era, Persica, for example, built upon that foundation, sculpting their own ideas on how dolls should be. Gradually, dolls came to be regarded by humans as equals, or at least something resembling them. I once assumed that the designer of third-gen dolls, like her predecessors, simply wanted to create better, finer, stronger dolls. If not, then why would she? Heyo, all base layer restrictions have been removed. Commander, you ready to receive this torrent of data? I turn my gaze towards Helen. She has already connected her data cable to the Elmo cloud, with faint blue flickers of light dancing across her visual modules. Let us proceed. The hum within the maintenance room sharpens to an ear-piercing pitch. Even though Sexton's neural cloud was completely wiped, a considerable amount of residual data remains. As Mailing works busily at her interface, my eyes follow hers, fixed on the data update log that scrolls in front of our faces. Suddenly, a string of words flashes onto the screen with a blazing red, catching my attention. Dandelion's voice soon follows this sudden entry. Hey ho, Commander. I came across something pretty interesting over the heresies. Heresies. Wanna check a look? What did you find? I found a strange protocol on the base layer of Sexton's neurocloud data. A protocol? Don't all dolls have those? Whether it's the Zener protocol used by Griffin dolls, or the Ogas protocol used by Sangus fairy dolls. She does have a basic Zener protocol, but the protocol I'm talking about isn't quite the same. How is it different? Don't beat around the bush and leave me hanging in a time like this. Don't be so impatient. It's not often that I run to something I can't quite figure out, you know. I'm getting excited myself. Catching the expression on my face, Dandelion immediately drops her playful demeanor. Alright, let me come up with a fitting analogy. If we say that dolls designed using Hume's theory are a kind of new life form, for example, imagine that Hume's dolls and Persica's second-gen dolls are like animals and plants among eukaryotes, there we go. While Sangus fairy dolls of Lyco's design are akin to prokaryotes. No matter how different they may seem, all possible variations can be classified within the same category: cellular life forms. But third-gen dolls are like a remotely controlled swarm of nanobots, nanomachines, son. As they congregate, corral into a singular being, they can form a replica of said cellular life, but a replica remains a replica, no matter how real it seems. Are you saying that third-gen dolls aren't simply an upgrade to second-gen dolls, but something else entirely? When Deer disassembled Sexton's and Blue Sphere's frames, he didn't seem to find that much of a difference. He's mostly correct on the frames. About 90% of the parts are commercially available. Some modules are high-end and not publicly sold. At most, you wouldn't have been able to afford them in the past. And, oh dearie, I guess you can't afford them right now either, The frame recovered from Mokosh of the doll called Thea. Visually, she already looks considerably more low-spec than Sexton's and the others. Just seems like a regular elite doll. It appears the conglomerate was being quite frugal with those who couldn't make the cut for third-gen status. Including those two dolls from Mokosh, the defining feature of the 3rd gen dolls is that protocol. Hey there, you're underestimating us. Our income has gone up quite a bit as of late. That aside, what's so special about this protocol? A 3rd gen doll's neural cloud connects to those complex high-performance redundancy-backed modules through the Zener protocol. That much is obvious. But that other protocol, under the constraints of the rule I mentioned earlier, translates the neural cloud signals into nerve impulses. Said impulses communicate with an in-frame hub that controls Bujum cells, thus forming a neural network that is even more efficient than the human body. That would explain the heightened senses and everything like that. The strange power and properties of 3rd gen dolls all come from this protocol, which controls the frame's Bujum cells via the central hub. That much is certain at the very least. That kind of power sure beggars belief, wow. Aside from that, unlike the neural cloud, that hub provides something more like, how should I put it, instinct, or reflex. That hub determines the doll's actions, and its priority is nearly on par with, or even exceeds that of the neural cloud. Yeah, their heightened senses and everything like that. On the flip side, it has no capability for reasoning. It can only handle basic actions, so it can't replicate the neural cloud. However, the information that a 3rd gen doll gains as she grows, along with her internalized thinking, all of it feeds back into that hub through this protocol. So the hub itself will grow alongside the development of the neural cloud. What it eventually becomes is hard to say at this point. So that's how it is. Melanie looks so profound here, with her eyes shut like that. Did you remember something? Melanie thinks for a moment, but ultimately shakes her head. I haven't managed to recall everything yet, but I think Miss Dandelion is right. Hearing Melanie, Dandelion tilts her head to smile sweetly at me. What do you think, Commandy Pooh? Want me to decrypt this protocol and see what's inside? You might just find what you're looking for in there. Faced with Dandelion's obviously insightful, tempting tone, I think for a moment. There's no way things can be that simple. So what are the risks of decrypting this? That? I don't know either. After all, this is the first time I've ever had a chance to get this close to a 3rd gen doll. But you've always had wonderful luck, Commander. Things will surely work out in the end, even if we do run into trouble. This trouble you so lovingly foreshadow isn't going to be something you bring our way, right? Why would I do that? Haven't I been assisting you so diligently ever since I joined you? How could I possibly have any ill intent? I stare blankly at Dandelion's eyes. There, I see round pupils of perfect clarity and childlike innocence. If I were pissed as a... What? If I were pissed as a fart, I immediately send out a message through the Elmo's voice communications. Kukai, prepare to step up the electromagnetic signal shielding and conceal Elmo's equipment signals. Groza, please lead Team Groza in setting up a defensive perimeter around the Elmo. Don't let any suspicious heat sources slip past. Understood. After that, I assign Monsoon Squad, Zuchero Squad, and several other squads to deploy at our weak points. Dandelion watches me with a mildly offended expression throughout the deployment process. Oh my, Commander, do you really not trust me? Why would you think that? I trust you very much, of course. Springfield, please bring the others still in the crew deck over to help Helen. Yeah, because if something can go wrong, it will. Right, and Mei Ling, while you're at it, Activate the Elmo Cloud's protective barrier as well. Alright, you may proceed. Yes, sir. Dandelion raises an eyebrow before vanishing once again in a huff. The indicator lights on the equipment flicker. My gaze is fixed on something beyond all those lights. I look at Sextons inside the repair pod, whose eyes are shut, as though deep in slumber. Back in Lviv, I personally witnessed another third-gen doll, Igla. Igla's a freaking monster, transform into something resembling a Bujum. Does that mean that Sextons has the potential to become a Bujum as well? Now that we've come this far, that question must be answered, no matter what. I mean, we saw what the heck Blue Sphere did too, so... Seconds and minutes pass without a word from Dandelion. It appears that even the likes of Dandelion won't have an easy time decrypting a third-gen doll's neural cloud data. All I can do is wait patiently as the clock ticks by. Melanie's eyes remained fixed on Sexton's immobile frame inside the repair pod, as if making sure she was truly hibernating. Melanie, you had something on your mind. Does it have anything to do with what Dandelion said earlier? It does. Earlier, Miss Dandelion mentioned the Bujum hub of third-gen dolls. I'm not sure if I'm right about this, but recently, no. Ever since you guys came back from Lviv, I've been sensing some kind of intermittent pulse, and those pulses felt like what I sensed. Melanie shrinks and shudders, seemingly recalling her past experiences. When I was in that laboratory, what I felt back then felt quite similar. Back then, teacher once mentioned that this method is a must for cultivating the Grail. The Holy Grail. I've heard that term before. In Gross's old report regarding Sextons, it was mentioned that third-gen doll researchers once addressed Sextons as the Grail. But there wasn't enough evidence to determine whether this codename referred specifically to Sextons or to all third-gen dolls. I returned to my earlier line of thinking. At first I had thought the third-gen dolls were created because either Paradus needed special combat units powerful enough to replace Nitos, or because the conglomerate wanted to produce a valuable commodity. We haven't seen a Nitos in a while either. But it is difficult to mass-produce the kind of Bujum technology used by third-gen dolls. Although they may be elite in many senses of the word, they cannot become weapons used to turn the tide of war. Combined with what Dandelion mentioned regarding their neural clouds, I have developed a new hypothesis, that the third-gen dolls were made to bring Paradus one step closer to the relics. The incident at Lviv supports this. Paradus still hungers for the power that the relics hold. Helena and the others were created for that very purpose. But why are they using dolls for it? And why have them be under the command of the conglomerate? They risk getting killed or captured. What reasons could they have for making all these moves? Show your moves. Commander, this is bad. Melanie suddenly grabs my sleeve as I try to piece these clues together, looking at me with a panicked expression. What's wrong? The neural cloud scan. We need to stop it, now. I just thought of a possibility. Anyway, if we keep going, we might be discovered. Discovered by who? Could it be the ones who created you? Before Melanie can answer, Klukai's anxious voice comes through my earpiece. Commander, 404 just picked up an abnormal signal. The instruments indicate that the source is in Prague. Prague? The red zone. Although the display log still shows that decryption is proceeding as per normal, Melanie's warning and Klukai's report fill me with a strange sense of unease. Dandelion, can you stop for a moment? It appears that something's happening outside. Dandelion? No response. Uh-oh. Oh no. Because they're all connected. Helen. Mei-Ling, check what's going on. I'm checking. Mei-Ling's hands fly across controls at the limits of human speed. She finally gives me a response after a minute. Commander, remote controls aren't responding. I'm going to forcibly cut Miss Helen's connection to the cloud now. As Mei-Ling pulls down the lever, Helen's connection to the Elmo gets severed with a sharp psst. I quickly rush forward and catch her before she can fall to the ground. Held snug in my arms, Helen slowly opens her eyes. Commander... Are you alright? What happened in there? During the decryption, the abnormal neural cloud data Miss Dandelion mentioned suddenly began to multiply chaotically. Like Boojum cells. It's multiplying like a virus right now. If we don't stop it quickly, all the data on the Elmo, and even everyone's neural cloud backups will be... Miss Dandelion is currently attempting countermeasures, but I'm afraid she won't be able to hold out for long. We need to get in and help her. Alright, let's get to work. Springfield, Zhaohui, Biscuit Zuchiro Squad and Monsoon Squads connect to the cloud and assist Dandelion. Understood. Commander, I can still help. But... The abnormal data is buried in a well-hidden place inside Sexton's base layer. Without me leading the way, getting there could take a very long time. I'm worried it might take too long. The urgency in Helen's eyes was unmistakable. All I could do then was nod in response. Alright. Don't push yourself. Don't worry, Commander. I'll bring everyone back safely. Helen smiles as she gives my hand a firm squeeze, then turns and reconnects the transmission cable to a port on the frame. Once Monsoon and Zuchero finish their pre-connection preparations, Mei-Ling lights up the display panel before opening the connection interface. Alright, everybody. Let's do it. So yeah, their backups might get erased too. So let's see. Here's what we're gonna do. Where is she? There she is. I'm like, where are you, Sextons? And there you are. And Leva. Okay. That should work out fine. Put Sextons first. Put Leva second, so she can generate some tiles and stuff as well too. And then we start. I mean, it's not like everything's not just gonna die, but whatever. Yep. Damn. There's those electric tiles as well too. Now I think one should have generated. Because allies that use blades. Let's see. Only the first to open her eyes after a long wait that had me on the edge of my seat. One by one, the other dolls who connected to assist gradually wake up as well. In any case, thank you everyone. It's been quite the struggle. Thank goodness, everyone's alright. And we also managed to save the data. Mei-Ling slumps back into her chair and exhales a long and thoroughly in relief. Looks like the issue has been successfully dealt with for now. Everything okay? What? Fusies. I was about to say, I'm like, what is that? Fusies. I thought I was a goner that time. Is her hair a little disheveled because of that? It looks like it. Yeah, it is. Third geners really are something else, huh? Haven't had this many surprises sprung onto me in so long. Looking at Dandelion, who only just recovered from a disastrous failure, I suddenly find it kind of hard to yell at her the way I did earlier. But then I suddenly remember something she said before the decryption work began. But you've always had wonderful luck, Commander. Things will surely work out in the end if we do run into trouble. Oi, Dandelion. That accident just now. You saw it coming, didn't you? Commander, aren't you giving me a bit too much credit? The Boojum hub found deep in her base layer, the sudden EMP. Those were all things that happened after, you know? And don't you forget, this is my first time working on the 3rd gen doll. I still have no intention of taking Dandelion's words at face value, but now isn't the time to dwell on it. With that in mind, I turn to look at Melanie, who has now neatly folded herself into a corner. Melanie, you mentioned that someone might discover us just now. Who? Just a moment ago, I felt something really out of the ordinary. It felt exactly the same when Helena... I think it was some kind of pulse? If I were able to sense Helena then the others, our companions, and teacher too. She would also definitely be able to sense what just happened. So you're saying that if you were able to receive the pulse from the Lviv incident, then they might also be able to use that kind of pulse to capture our location? Yes. Sorry, Commander. I should have thought of this sooner. Honestly, I've been occasionally feeling similar pulses in the past few days. It feels like someone's trying to use these pulses to sweep my mind. There must have been someone trying to search for her presence. If only I could have stopped it just now. But Sexton's had already sent out her own pulse. If it really is Teacher behind all this, she'll definitely have a way to find her. It's all happening because I'm too stupid. Melanie's blaming herself for not warning me in time. Though I know the gravitas of the situation does warrant such a forlorn response, she is in no way at fault for failing to realize this as a possibility. It's okay. Ultimately, what we just discussed, is mere speculation. But you've done well enough, Melanie. There's no need to blame yourself for something out of your control. Just tell me everything you can think of, and any predictions you have. I'll handle the rest, okay? Okay. Huh. Just as Melanie was about to speak, I hear a series of tremendously loud collisions behind me. Sexton's woke up in the pod at some point and is trying to break free from the restraints. Mei-Ling, lock down the pod door. On it. Dandelion, check on Sexton's neurocloud. Oh gee willikers, things aren't looking good at all. Her neurocloud data was already in disarray, but now it's a complete mess. I can't extract anything useful from it at all. Then hurry up and figure something out. Yeah. Dandelion tries to restore Sexton's neurocloud to normal while the latter hammers at the pod door with her fists, having broken out of her restraints. The whole maintenance room is shaken by violent tremors. A visible crack appears on the pod's double-layered reinforced fiberglass windows. And with the crack comes a release. Sexton's muffled voice comes through the comms. Go. What? Must go. I turn up the volume on my earpiece, doing my best to make out what she's saying. Must go back. Back to where Mother is. But say flashbang out. Did the lights just pop? A flash of electric blue light strikes Sexton's in the pod. She collapses limply in an instant. Did they just... Oh no. They just tased her. Phew. Finally got that taken care of. I did pretty well, didn't I, Commander? You were fast this time, I'll give you that. If you were 2 seconds slower, Sexton would have said what she wanted to say. Aw, thank you for the praise. Dandelion gives me an exaggerated bow. I wonder if this woman's holding a grudge over how I refused to speak politely to her earlier. Noticing the awkward look on my face, Dandelion's grinning holographic projection drifts a little closer. Alrighty, Commander. What I did just now wasn't limited to shocking her unconscious. Okay. Here. Check a look at this. A log entry appears on the pod's in-chamber screen. Looking at the orderly arrangement of characters, something suddenly clicks in my mind. These are... coordinates? That's right. It hasn't been fully decoded yet, but data using this kind of encryption can only be coordinates. You mean you intercepted those coordinates from Sexton's chaotic neural cloud data stream just now? Though the string of data only appeared for a singular instant in time, well, from my point of view, it appeared in such a conspicuous manner that I couldn't ignore it. What do you even mean? Ah, it's nothing. Anyway, let us now have a joyful time decrypting Miss Grumpy Pants' parting message. But she said must go to mother. 2 hours later. Phew. What a tedious and unnecessarily convoluted encryption method. If every cipher in the world were this devoid of aesthetics, I think technology would really be doomed. So, what are the results? Dandelion pulls up the map data on the cloud without a word, focusing on a single, steadily flashing red dot. That's right. It was there. The signal of the abnormal pulse we picked up earlier came from that very same direction. The coordinates that 404 detected, the single intercepted from Sexton's neural cloud, and the pulse Melanie sensed. Everything seems to point at a single location. Could it be that the teacher Melanie spoke of and the mother Sexton's mentioned are also there? It's the astral clock tower. The emergence of this led to me is what a faint, distant glimmer is to a lost traveling ship, luring me towards a certain direction at a most perfect time. If Melanie and my suppositions prove true, then our adversaries have likely pinpointed the Elmo's location by now. On the other hand, we've sifted through and obtained a number of clues about them. The timing is too convenient, far too convenient to be mere coincidence. But calling it a trap doesn't seem quite right. Shall we take the initiative? Commander, what do you intend to do next? Let me think it over for a moment. I sit down slowly, trying to organize my thoughts. Whether or not this information we've attained is reliable matters not. This is our only way forward. Thus, the question remains, does the Elmo's current condition and combat strength allow me to launch an immediate investigation? Besides that, before I can do anything, I need to ask whether Melanie can recall anything else relevant. Well, alarm suddenly blared through the Elmo. Rose's voice comes through the comms right after. Commander, a fully equipped, well-armed mercenary force is heading our way. The target appears to be the Elmo. Is it Lentine? Recon shows roughly 4 to 6 standard squads approaching by light assault vehicles. In addition to standard equipment, they're also carrying anti-tank missiles and machine guns. Commander, please issue your orders. Groza sounds anxious. I look at the radar. A large cluster of red heat signatures is closing in on the Elmo at high speed. What? Even if our position really did get compromised, they're getting here way too fast. Groza, can you confirm the enemy's identity? They don't look much different from units we've crossed paths with before. Most likely a group of bounty hunters. Bounty hunters? Out here? In a place like this? Since when did these guys start getting their info so quick? Your old intel channels were far faster than theirs, Commander. Well, we have to add more rounds of patrol recon to the airborne beacon after this. Groza, you're closest. Take your team and intercept the first wave. Monsoon and Zutero squads will move to back you up immediately. Will do. 404. Work on cloaking the Elmo's radar signature. I'm guessing they only have a rough idea of our location and haven't pinpointed the exact coordinates yet. Understood. Melee, start the Elmo's engines. We have to get ready to move. Got it. Yeah, it's true though. That was just way too fast. Alright, let's just speed this up. Dead. Even more dead. Super dead. Yup. Commander, do you copy? I copy. Go ahead. We defeated the first wave of enemies. The forces that remain are currently retreating. However, their retreat seems to be a planned one, orderly and purposeful, which is why we think they might have reinforcements waiting to join up with them just a short distance away. I see. Helen, use the coordinates of the firefight as the radius to try and intercept the enemy's comm signals. Find out what they're up to. Adversaries this well equipped wouldn't cut any corners with regards to their cybersecurity. They'll be communicating on encrypted frequencies. I just detected a military relay beacon in their position. They're made for encrypted communication, but I can still try to monitor the amount of information sent through them. Alright, Boot. It's like, have a good night. See you later. If their reinforcements do exist, those squads must be connecting to the command unit's base station one after another right now. Alright, please do so. Helen springs into action immediately upon receiving my approval. Her monitoring soon produces results. As expected, all the comms frequencies being used in the area have at least 2 layers of encryption. It'll take some time to decrypt them. That aside, the relay beacon I detected just now is carrying several times more traffic than it was during the prior battle. It also has over 20 new network nodes added. A preliminary estimate puts our opponent's reinforcements at around 10 units. Wow, that's a lot of folks. Did they up my bounty or something? A wave of silence washes over the area. The dolls around me all turn to stare at me. Just joking. Groza, the enemy's reinforcements are too many. Pull back right now, and let Monsoon and Zutero assist you in that. Don't get drawn into a prolonged fight, no matter what. Understood. Springfield, Zahui. Commander, we won't make it in time. The enemy has already regrouped into a new formation. They're quickly closing in on Team Groza. We had eyes on it as well. Please give us your orders, Commander. We can hold them off for a while, Commander. There's enough time for the Elmo to retreat to a safe distance from here. I won't allow it. If we do so, you'll be cut off from supplies and any reinforcements. These enemies don't look easy to deal with. We need a more comprehensive plan. But if you don't relocate now, you and everyone on the Elmo will be at risk of attack. The Elmo's combat echelons have grown to be reliable enough. Although I have to carefully weigh the situation Groza has reported, leaving them behind is by no means something I can accept. So then, I decide. Let us partake in a rudimentary demonstration of firepower. I understand the situation better now. I'll update our tactical plan. Monsoon Squad, Approach Team Groza head-on from northwest, executing a feint to draw the enemy's attention. Monsoon Squad acknowledges. Zuchero Squad, approach the enemy's flank from the southwest, identify the weak points formed when two enemy groups converge, and strike those points with maximum firepower. Helen will assist you in rapid location targeting. Alright, we copy. As for the Elmo, we'll stay on the outer rim of the battlefield for now and observe. We won't engage in combat unless it's necessary. We don't have much time left to react. Let's begin. The three squads outside respond to the enemy's offensive at top speed. Reports come in over the comms one after another. Although the enemy's firepower is immense, the dolls respond to it well under my command, quickly pulling away from their pursuers. Commander, the strike worked on our end. There's some minor disorder among the enemy's rear supporter. Now is the perfect moment to retreat. Monsoon Squad, what's your status? Team Groza has essentially broken free and is preparing to retreat. However, to avoid exposing the Elmo's position, we'll be retreating via a roundabout route. It will take longer than predicted, but at least the Elmo's safety will be assured. Excellent. Good work, everyone. I'll dispatch teams to meet you all immediately. I look around at the doll standing by aboard the Elmo. Cheyenne. I'm here, Commander. I'm hereby appointing you as temporary captain of the Elmo Rapid Response Squad. Me? That's right. I'm going to consolidate the remaining combat strength on the Elmo into a tactical extraction team. The job will be to escort Groza, Monsoon, and Zuchero squads back to the Elmo safely. I'd like you to lead and command them, for the time being. But I only just joined the Elmo. I'm not ready. I humbly disagree. From what I've observed of you recently, you've plenty of combat experience and solid team coordination. It places you at the most fitting choice for commanding a temporary task force such as this. Avoid direct conflict. Your top priority is everyone's safety. I understand. Thank you for trusting me, Commander. I'll be focusing on controlling the Elmo, but for now, I'm placing you as second in command for this whole operation. Should something unforeseen happen during the return trip, you may command the others at your discretion. In short, I'll leave the on-the-ground situational judgments up to you. Yes, sir. I will absolutely live up to your trust. With tactics settled, Cheyenne departs with Basti, Quiha, Sabrina, and Lewis. After that, Mei Ling keeps the Elmo at a safe distance from the combat area, just out of range of the enemy's radar. Mei Ling, once you see everyone break free from the enemy, you can move the Elmo in a little closer. What's up, Shadow? Yes. Potato tactics. If we do that, Mei Ling, we'll expose the Elmo's position. It's fine. But we're not far from the red zone. Once we've picked up Groza and the others, we can just move the Elmo near the red zone and lie low for a while. If the people chasing us truly are bounty hunters, the bounty they'd earn from my head wouldn't be enough to split amongst them, considering the sheer size of their all-human force. If they follow us into the red zone, what they'd get individually wouldn't be able to cover the cost of treating radiation sickness. It's a risk-reward. Frankly speaking, it wouldn't be worth it for them. Then again, if they aren't simply bounty hunters, that's another situation entirely. Outside the Elmo, the sounds of combat screech ever louder and louder. I monitor the status of every doll, nerves taut, ready to react the moment we run into any sudden situation. There it is. Commander, we have a bit of a situation here. Something's not right with Nemesis. We're working with the other 3 members of Team Groza to bring her back. Huh. That's right. Remember, Nemesis used to be, whatchamacallit, part of the Paradise cult. What? Nemesis? Did she get hurt? No. Team Groza was just about to pull out of combat when Nemesis's frame started going out of control. She can't take part in combat at all. I'm taking over her duties now to provide covering fire for Team Groza. Commander, I may not be able to hold out for very long, but I'll do everything I can to complete the task you've given me. You've done well. Cheyenne, I'm leaving command of the front line to you for now. Having given Cheyenne her instructions, I turn to Mei Ling. Mei Ling, how far are we from Team Groza? Position on the radar shows that we are about 500 meters away. We're close enough. If we drop our cloak from this distance, the enemy should spot us in no time. Wait, Commander, do you mean... Cheyenne and the others have already finished constructing the landing zone, securing the doll's retreat route. Now all we need to do is divert the enemy's attention to give them a chance to break away. I'm planning to have the Elmo take on that role. But that puts the Elmo at risk of getting attacked again. After all the trouble we went through to... Rest assured, all the repairs will be funded and approved. No holds barred. Alright, if you say so. Mei Ling taps the controls a few times, dropping the Elmo's electronic radar camouflage. The instant the Elmo drops his cloak, the heavy weapons that the enemy has been holding back on waste no time joining the party. The enemy's firepower is way stronger than I imagined. Commander, can the Elmo really hold out? But whatever the case, start by activating the force field and defense systems. Boom. Shells explode one after another around the Elmo. Thanks to the recently installed anti-air defense system, the Elmo only suffers shrapnel grazes amid the bombardment. Even so, I can't be sure if we'll be able to drive the Elmo into the red zone smoothly after picking up the squads outside. Whatever happens, getting the dolls I sent out back onto the Elmo is my top priority at this moment. Commander, grab the handrail! The sound of the incoming shell draw closer. After a violent shudder, the shell tears a wound through the Elmo's force field. What follows is yet another round of ear-shattering screeches, signifying steel cutting through the air. The Elmo's appearance was way too effective. Yeah? It's like we need some more of those cutscenes. Now everyone should have a chance to retreat. As if to confirm what I've been saying, the Elmo's comms light up one after another with replies from the squads. Commander, the Elmo has drawn away nearly all the enemy's reinforcements. We managed to cut their engagement with Team Groza. Still, are you all able to hold out over there? Don't worry, they can't do much damage to the Elmo right now. Monsoon Squad has also adjusted our tactics. We're carrying out pinpoint strikes against the enemy's harassment units. Alright, you're all doing great. Cheyenne, what's your status? Any chance to pull back? We just successfully linked up with Team Groza Right now, we are moving towards the landing zone at top speed. ETA 5 minutes to boarding. Commander, thank you. I'm just glad you're all coming back safe. Zahu, Springfield, have Monsoon Squad and Zuchero Squad prepare to retreat. Some minutes later, I see all 4 squads on the radar successfully board the drones, approaching the Elmo's position from the air. Oh! I think I know what you're talking about, Shadow. If I'm thinking of the correct transport. Mei Ling, locate the closest red zone coordinates. We have to retreat as well. Great. I've shared our coordinates with to your terminals. There we go. Once the coordinates pop up, the systems automatically calculate the optimal pickup and retreat route. The closest red zone is roughly 50 kilometers away. With the Elmo's speed in mind, we should be able to shake our pursuers within an hour if things go smoothly. Commander, everyone outside has managed to disengage. Well done. Mei Ling, begin the retreat along the route I just laid out. Got it. Everyone stay sharp. I'm turning off the Elmo's defense mode. Once we confirm everyone has been brought aboard, Mei Ling drops the force field and the vector engine restrictions. The Elmo begins running at full speed. Without the protection of defense mode, the attacks on the Elmo immediately take a turn for the worse. Threading the wastes at full speed, the Elmo weaves through the shells, falling like rain. Thanks to Mei Ling's exceptional driving, we managed to avoid being overwhelmed by the barrage. But the Elmo can't return fire while moving at full speed. I quickly feel the enemy's attacks becoming more intense. Commander, the enemy's weapons seem much more powerful than what we faced before. We can't dodge them all. Brace for impact. Mei Ling barely manages to swerve away from one shell. Another slams squarely into the side armor. Mei Ling and I are thrown sideways by the shot. With fierce firepower. Mei Ling! I'm okay, but if this keeps up, our escape route will be cut off. As if to confirm Mei Ling's statement, I hear several more shells streak past the Elmo's route. Was it a dud? The expected shudder never comes. We need to check if we got hit. We should have been hit. Just as I worried that the enemy might be using something worse than ordinary shells, a familiar reassuring voice comes through the earpiece. Alv, oh no. Well, you know who's here then. Did we make it in time, Commander? That means Voy Mustina should be here too now. I look up after hearing the sound of rotors over the comms and notice what appears to be a small figure on a circling helicopter waving in the Elmo's direction. Alva and Voy Mustina have been away from the Elmo for long stretches, ever since the Lviv incident. They do it to honor their agreement with StateSec operating across the Urn to carry out various missions. To be honest, I wasn't expecting them to be back this soon. Judging by the timing, they might have been handling a mission nearby. You came at just the right moment. Glad to hear it. The music. Don't worry, Commander. Voy Mustina is on the ground, laying down fire on the enemy. That's why they missed. Once they've been pushed back, we'll help everyone retreat to the Elmo. I'm sending the rendezvous coordinates to the Elmo's receiver now. We've already scouted the area in advance. It's the safest place in the vicinity. Scouted? Hard to explain over comms. Let's talk in detail when we meet. We also brought a StateSec specialist with us this time. She'll help us get the Elmo out of danger. Is she here? 12. AK-12. Voy Mustina's 15, right? Yeah. Understood. Thank you for the assist. Mei Ling, once we pull out of the engagement zone, deploy the helipad so Alva and the others can land. Got it. So let's see if she's actually going to make an appearance in this event here. Because then, yeah, that would mean that she's coming soon, like real soon. Did they... I was going to say, did they say who's next? After Sextons? I don't think so. Because Igleta, I don't think she's out in Global. She's out in CN though, if I remember correctly. In the trailer. New friend. The joining of a reliable friend puts everyone at ease. New friend though. Commander, long time no see. Defy has returned. Voy Mustina is currently intercepting those bounty hunters on the perimeter. Once that's wrapped up, she'll come back with the others. Wait, just her alone? Even with the Elmo's support, a single doll? I mean, she's Voy Mustina. She's just keeping them at bay. Thinbreaker should be able to handle most situations encountered. While we were back at StateSec, we requested the use of some special automated equipment, which can help make up for our shortage in personnel. Ah, gotcha. I have no idea. So, yeah, I don't know where they are story-wise in CN or anything like that. Because they're ahead of us. It's like, that would be spoilers and stuff. I'm just saying based on Alva and Voimastina being here, that's all. Combining our strength with M200 and the others. Oh right, I should call her Cheyenne now. Her squad is also helping Voimastina, so it's only a matter of time before we shake off those bounty hunters. It's a workable combat plan. Thank you for the help. Oh, and this is... Wait. Alva steps to the side, revealing an unfamiliar doll. What do you mean, unfamiliar? What? Hold on. How? I'm trying to think. She was with us when we fought Darcher in the very beginning. Hold on. Huh. I'm trying to think. Does she? I don't know. I didn't really get that feel from her, Ringo. Huh. I'm trying to, like, see it. The kitty has lots of milk. This must be the StateSec specialist she mentioned earlier, who would be working with us. So this is the commander, huh? Nice to meet you. The unfamiliar doll gives me a mysterious wink. For some reason, I feel as though I've seen her somewhere, but of course you have. Do you know me from somewhere? Well, sort of. Did we hit our head or something? Alva and Voimastina have shown me your file, if that counts as knowing you. Since I'm the one who knows the commander's name, it feels a little unfair, doesn't it? It might be better if I formally introduce myself, perhaps. The unfamiliar doll extends her hand towards me with an indecipherable smile on her face. I'm a doll from a Special Operations Task Force under StateSec of the Neo-Soviet Union District. Faritya. I still don't understand. StateSec? Paritya? Wait, isn't that name... I realize that Paritya might be that StateSec doll with some connection to grow... Yes! So... Yeah, I'm trying to think... We haven't missed anything. Like, we've done everything in order. Like, all the main story chapters as well, too. Yeah, she was with them during that mission in the very beginning when they fought Darcher. And then Groza stayed behind alone and held Darcher off. So... Huh. I'm trying to think of the timing of things. Does that mean that happened before Groza reunited with Commander? But I don't know. They're going to have to explain. Because the others were there too. But now isn't the time for that topic. Besides, I still don't know her exact identity. Let's hear what Alva and the others have to say first. My mission this time, let me see. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to go back and check. Because if you remember that whole scene when they were fighting in the city and everything, remember when Groza, well, fell pretty much to her death and everything after fighting Darcher? And that's how Darcher got a hold of Groza's body, and then that's how we got Groza Alter, basically, which has yet to become playable for us in Global. But yeah. So the only thing I can think of is that happened, that would have had to have happened before she reunited with Commander for her to be like that. But no, that can't be. Because yeah, no, that mission, they were with Commander at the time. Because ever since that mission, when they got back to the Elmo, that's when Groza started having her problems. Because even though, because remember, we had to she had to re-download her neurocloud into a new body because of her original body being lost like that. Yeah. But so it's a bit strange, but I wonder if they're gonna explain. It's to temporarily serve as Alva and Boymastina's partner, I think. That's right. Paritia has served StateSec for a long time. Having participated in numerous extreme-risk covert operations, she has proven to be an experienced and highly reliable companion. I studied Paritia carefully. She's a StateSec doll who carries out covert missions. I should be sure that I've never seen her before. I should be sure that I've never seen her before. So where does this sense of familiarity come from? Yeah, see, even like Commander's feeling it too. It's just like, wait a minute, I know you. Because he couldn't have been aware, not aware that she was with, Team Groza. Oh my, looks like the Elmo has gained yet another reliable companion. Paritia's gaze shifts to the holographic projection behind me. Dandelion sizes Paritia up, her expression carrying a meaningful undertone. Kitty. It is truly an honor to meet you at such a critical moment. I like this music right here. I need it. This must be Miss Dandelion. I hit the mark, right? Look at that expression. And the heterochromia. You even heard of me by name. StateSec dolls really are remarkably resourceful. The ability to gather intel is a necessary skill for a StateSec doll, after all. You're a senior consultant hired by the ERNC government, and the creator of the ERNC system's super AIs, Heli, and Efi. There we go. Efi. Surely, you must be aware of this, right? Oh, I remember you mentioning that was happening before. You said the collab. So even my information can be found through StateSec's Intel network, huh? Looks like I really do need to mind my words in the future. Relax, information about you has not been disseminated en masse. I just happen to obtain some accounts of your exploits through certain special channels of information. That's surprising, but that's how it is. Special channels, huh? Now I really am curious, just how special are these channels? Are you engaging in humor with me? Sorry, I'm not really good at that sort of thing. But since you are who you are, you must have foreseen long ago that we would meet here, right? I did smell a familiar presence drawing near. I just didn't expect that we would meet in this manner. Mere fragments alone, yet they exude such a powerful pull. So this is how fate gets woven together. I am completely lost listening to Peritia and Dandelion go back and forth. What sort of cryptic camaraderie are you two partaking in? Okay. I guess I forgot like that little detail because I could have swore that they knew that she was with them. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't that it? Wasn't that the case that she was with them on that mission just like as an ally though? But my point is, that's why I was confused at first, because I'm just like, I don't see why Commander still doesn't remember her. Because either way, I'm pretty sure they were aware that she was with them. But yeah, like I said, I'll have to just go back and look. Unexpectedly, the two of them turned to look at me simultaneously, as if on cue. Nothing. Well then, Alva, did StateSec assign you a new mission? Correct. I haven't had the chance to disclose our objective to you yet. It's okay if you can't tell me. I trust you. To us, you are already an inseparable part of the team, Commander. Of course you should know. We've been searching for clues related to the Lviv incident based on follow-up observations. Although Gerard and Chiloveg's plan to activate the relics was stopped, Chiloveg, our logistics personnel detected an abnormal electromagnetic pulse during the incident, indicating that something really did happen. My memory of Lviv remains different from everyone else's. Alva doesn't notice my silence. She continues. So, over our past few months away from the Elmo, we've been searching the yellow zones based on those data signatures. We captured similar signals several times, using them to locate Paradis's bases. Are Paradis's bases continuously emitting signal pulses resembling relic activation experiments? They are. We destroyed several small Paradis bases deep in the yellow zone based on these clues. So that's where we might be headed, to one of their bases. Every last one of them was conducting Boojum production without exception. Combined with those records left by our fallen StateSec comrades, we can confirm that Paradis is mass-producing Boojums in a deliberate manner, and they are gathering them to achieve some specific purpose. So they aren't making Boojums just to expand their forces. Have you found anything else? Unfortunately, all we have is some recorded footage. None of the investigators survived. These incidents have caused quite a stir within the ERNC. Large-scale operations may begin soon. Miss, is it Neil or Nelle? I think it's Neil or Nelle, whatever. Nelle and Mr. Kevin encouraged us to pursue our investigation through other channels for now. I remember now, you mentioned earlier that they helped retrofit Voy Mestina's armor. I find myself caught in a brief moment of nostalgia upon hearing the names of those two individuals. It's been 10 years. I wonder how they look now. Indeed, we began to contact them more frequently after the Lviv incident. They both believe that the fluctuations are an unusual prelude to something. But as the URNK stands now, these matters cannot be made public under the name of Paradise's crimes, nor can an investigation be opened on those grounds. So you guys traced those clues all the way here? We did. About 12 hours ago, we detected an abnormal electromagnetic pulse from a nearby red zone. I'm trying to remember what Kevin looks like. After analysis, we found that it shared a similar signature as the previous pulses. That pulse is the strongest that's been recorded since the Lviv incident. Because of that, we applied to StateSec for Emergency Response Authority. Since this mission required entering the red zone and demanding careful action, the higher-ups dispatched Paritia to assist us in hopes that we could start investigating the source of the pulse ASAP. We were on our way to the source when we spotted the battle you guys were engaged in. Now that you mentioned it, we did just detect something similar. You picked up on it too, Commander? I give Alva a brief account of what happened earlier. Abnormal coordinates retrieved from a third-gen doll's neurocloud. So, Commander, you're investigating the third-gen doll you have on your vehicle? I just want to find leads on Paradise. The two of you experienced the incident at Lviv with me. You understand the connection between third-gen dolls and Paradise. I do, but... Alva pauses to think for a moment. When she speaks again, there's a hesitation in her voice. Commander, you should know. Although Voy Mestina and I left StateSec, we still collaborate with them due to a great number of unfulfilled contractual terms. So, we have access to certain pieces of internal information. Although its incompleteness might trouble you, I still feel that I should disclose some intel to you. Opinions on you are not unanimous within StateSec, Commander. Is that so? What are they saying? Only in turbulent times would men like him be deemed a hero. In times of peace, such men would be planted under a category of destabilizing factors. That was how that gentleman answered me when I asked. Even though Voy Mestina, Lorelei, and I have all successfully provided proof of your innocence, it remains a fact that your influence on the world is growing. In a short span of time since the Lviv incident, not only did you help overthrow Chet Fabin's factories in the Yellow Zone, you also signed a collaboration with the up-and-coming Connection Corporation. These developments cannot be concealed, and more people will turn their attention to you inevitably. If it were just that, StateSec would be glad to see your influence in the Yellow Zone grow stronger. But when your influence becomes entangled with matters concerning the relics, the dissenting voices grow louder. Other than Helena, the fact that there is a third-gen doll in the Elmo makes it difficult for you and your supporters to keep proving that you are innocent. StateSec may turn a blind eye to certain things internally, but this particular issue is a rather critical one. If our adversaries find the need, they could use this as a pretext to apply far greater pressure. So, you're suggesting that I let the conglomerate take them back, allowing them to keep helping Paradise? Commander, you should know that we would never suggest as such. Defy, Kalina, and the former Griffin dolls who fought alongside you. It's a no-brainer that we trust you. However, within the URNK, such individuals are lacking in number. Which is why that gentleman wishes to better understand your current intentions. As a fugitive wanted by the URNK, I assume my intentions no longer matter. No, they do matter. Not just to that gentleman, it matters to me, and to Defy as well. Commander, Ange left us, and it was not because she did anything wrong. There aren't many people like you left in this world, Commander. We can't afford to lose anymore. Alva, I understand your concerns, but Third-gen dolls are the strongest lead I have. I know this is risky in every sense, but if I let such obstacles make me hesitate, things like the Lviv incident will happen again and again. Whether it's destroying Paradise's labs, investigating Third-gen dolls, or the debacle I caused in Mokosh, I realize that so long as I do something, there's a possibility that I can improve the lives of those I hold dear, even if it's only by a little. That's why I want to keep moving forward on this path, whether I'm labeled as a hero or a criminal. These are things I've wanted to do for a long time. Thanks to that warrant from the Ernk, my reservations have been completely cleared away. Oh no, I skipped that by accident. We've already reached the worst case scenario, so why not just go all out? As for Ange, whom you mentioned earlier, you could say that the things she once did pushed me to make a decision. Ange did once fall into the dark, but before she left us, what was reflected in her eyes was the dawn. Perhaps I just stubbornly want to bring about the world that she and so many others like her envisioned. And now, I feel that I can do far more compared to who I was a decade back. Strange, isn't it? The forces I can call upon now don't even amount to a tenth of what I had before. Yet still. Commander, to be frank, your words make me happy, but they also worry me a little. Even so, I'm convinced once again that Defy's choice to follow you was the right one. Thank you. With that in mind, Alva taps her earpiece. The indicator on her comms module goes dark. She leans in close and speaks in a whisper just beside my ear. Commander, what I'm about to say is just a personal reminder from me. If you intend to investigate or make contact with Third-gen dolls and the developer behind them in any way, please make sure Voimostin and I are present as your escort. Why? DateSec hasn't received the conclusion yet, but our available intel is enough for us to derive an obvious one. That our opponent is unlike any enemy we faced so far, and the extent of the danger is incalculable. Alva then turns her comms module back on, picks up a tablet, and projects a set of coordinates onto the terminal in front of me. Since both the leads among us point to the same dangerous region, something likely did happen there. Haritya, can you help me adjust the map to the region that the pulse originated from? Of course I can. I thought you and the commander were going to whisper in private for longer. We're on duty now. Those are just routine work-related discussions. Yes, sure. I understand. Haritya smiles, then projects a map into the air showing the coordinates. Right here. Inside the red zone, 34 kilometers west of Prague center. Then our objective is clear. Commander, we should now... Alva's about to say something, but she's cut off by a sudden commotion. Right after, the door to the Elmo's ops room opens. Karlik walks in, and she argues with the dolls beside her about something. At the moment she lifts her head, she stops dead in her tracks, as though she just saw a ghost. Uh-oh. You! Why are you here? I look towards Karlik and realize the you she is referring to is none other than Haritya, who has only just arrived on the Elmo today for the first time. I wanted everyone to have a nice sit-down conversation after everything serious was settled, but from the look on Karlik's face, this is probably not the right moment for that. Karlik, is this the Haritya you've been searching for all this time? Of course. If it weren't for her, Forget it. I'm just glad you're safe. I actually have so many things I wanted to tell you. The Elmo is a wonderful place. From now on, why don't you... Hey, Paritya? Nothing but confusion in Paritya's eyes. Garrett tentatively, there we go, calls out to the other doll by name. Have you met me before? That seems to be the case. Through the long silence, Karelik's expression shifts from confusion to displeasure, until finally it boils over into a fury that makes her charge forward. There's a limit to how far you can take a joke. I thought you got hauled off to be scrapped by those doll arena bastards back then. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I was originally planning to thank you properly when I saw you again. But what kind of attitude is this? We were... Hey! You're tanking my rep by reacting like that. Karelik grabs Paritya by the collar. Their eyes lock as though she were trying to dig out memories of herself buried deep within Paritya's neurocloud. So the doll arena, this goes back to that. I've done nothing. The standoff drags on until a tall figure appears, places a hand on each of their shoulders, and pulls the two of them apart with ease. Boy Mustina has arrived. Please do not interfere with State Sec personnel on duty. Huh? I'm sorry, Miss Karelik. I didn't have the chance to explain just now. Paritya suffered damage to her neurocloud in the previous mission. She can no longer remember many things. Ah, there we go. That explains it. So, she's not pretending that she doesn't know you. Mission? Neurocloud damage? So you're saying she's with you guys? The Doll Arena mission you mentioned was likely one of the incidents that damaged her neurocloud. After StateSec recovered Paritya, they assigned her to only handle support roles in field missions. Paritya doesn't seem to show any additional emotion in response to Karelik's big outburst. She simply smiles politely. So, due to the dollar, yeah, she literally got beat that bad because of the doll arena. A StateSec doll? So when you did all that in the arena, was it for a mission? But if it was for a mission, shouldn't you have looked out for yourself first? Damn. Yes. There we go. We're just meeting her now as the main character. So that means we have two main characters, both her and Groza. Oh right, if her neurocloud was damaged, I can't even ask her about it. Damn it. Why, Nemesis is the same too. They all make it so hard for me to rest easy. Karelik says nothing more. As if struck by some kind of serious blow, she does something unlike herself. She walks to the corner of the room and sits down quietly. Boy Mustina steps forward and hands me a document. That's right, we also have to check on Nemesis. She just malfunctioned. Commander, I brought back the doll named Nemesis as you requested. Yeah. She appears to have returned to normal and is currently undergoing a neurocloud scan in the repair pod. So what exactly is going on? Why did Nemesis suddenly malfunction? Okay, here we go. We're getting into that. Groza, can you describe in detail what happened during the mission, the operation? Things were pretty chaotic back then. It started while we were in combat with the enemy. Nemesis ignored several of my orders in succession and didn't respond to me calling for her. I assumed Nemesis had been pinned down by enemy fire and sent Karelik to break her free. However, once Karelik got close, she realized that Nemesis seemed different from her usual state. It looked like someone was interfering with her neurocloud. Neurocloud interference again. Sextons had the same thing earlier. I recall how back when we accidentally stumbled into a Paradis religious ceremony, Nemesis had acted strangely to the proceedings. Nemesis and Sextons malfunctioning one after another. Were they both affected because of that pulse? Was caused by Paradis? I want to check on Nemesis. Commander, it'll be alright. If you're really worried about it, stay by my side, okay? Understood. Wait, what? Demon King? Not putting two and two together. Groza follows behind me as we pass through the corridor and enter the maintenance room. Nemesis appears to have regained consciousness. She's undergoing a scan under Mei Ling's guidance. Mei Ling, how is she? Doesn't seem like there's anything unusual going on. Miss Helen helped me too, but still, I don't think we found the cause of the malfunction. Nemesis, how are you feeling? I'm about to say, there she is. I was about to say, even if she did say, would we be able to understand her? Right, I forgot to call Karalik over. We need our translator. Thinking back on Karalik's state right now, maybe it's better to leave her alone. We're going to try our best. Surely I should be able to understand Nemesis a little, after watching Karalik translate for so long. I steel myself and try speaking with Nemesis directly. Nemesis, did you sense something while fighting the enemy earlier? Although she just starts speaking normally now because of this. That would be something. That actually happened one time on the crew deck. When she hosts. Nope. A flower swaying in the breeze, gathering, parting. Both are as haze. Well, we tried. We've done all we can do. Nope, didn't understand a thing. She's saying that she felt herself being summoned by some kind of decisive fate. Well, we have our backup translator now. Well, that works. So, is that what it takes? You have to I don't know. You have to have some kind of memory loss or I don't know to understand Nemesis. Nemespeak. That's right. The leaf always blows in the wind. Yeah, what? Paritya? You can understand what Nemesis is saying? Yeah, I do have this rather unexplainable ability. It does come in handy every now and then, wouldn't you agree? It's a very valuable ability. It states like sending you to assist Defy really was the right call. You're far too kind, sir. Still showing off unexpected abilities at critical moments is something I quite pride myself on. In any case, since Miss Karalik's mood hasn't recovered yet, is it alright if I temporarily serve as the translator for this lady? After a difficult round of questioning, I finally managed to learn something about Nemesis's condition through Paritya's translation. Nemesis explains that she lost control of her frame earlier due to some kind of intervention. She vaguely sensed the same thing at the exact moment when Sextons lost control. Back in combat, however, the intervention suddenly grew stronger, directly causing her to lose control of her frame. What? What are we not remembering? I mean, if I was gonna say, I guess they could. Something would have to happen to Nemesis in order for her to get an upgrade, though. It's like, yeah. Because I was wondering if they were going to go into that. Because I remember her mentioning that she used to be part of the cult that follows Paradise. So it's just like, yeah. It seems that they're actually going into this now. Wait. She does? Wait, there already is an SSR of her? If so, I haven't seen, like, or heard about it, yeah. As for what this intervention actually means, Nemesis does not make it clear. From her descriptions, it appears that she herself only understands it vaguely. She just calls it fate, or some kind of behavioral logic that cannot be found anywhere within her neurocloud. These strings of phenomena form an interwoven network of clues, enough to suggest that something worth discovering is hidden deep in the red zone. I wonder if Nemesis also has that hidden logic, like the 3rd gen dolls do. Looks like we do have to head into the red zone to investigate. This music, though. I gather everyone in the ops room. Everyone, I'm preparing to head into the red zone for a mission. Although it's just recon work, our current situation is fairly complex. We may encounter things that we've never had to deal with before. I'll be drawing up a list of those participating in this mission based on capability, but also based on your willingness to participate. It's been a while, but this will be the first time we conduct a mission inside the red zone. We'll need to make proper preparations for protective gear and comms equipment. Mei Ling, take inventory on what equipment is left in the warehouse and... There's no need to go through such trouble. Our helicopter is carrying enough protective gear and comms equipment. Commander, would you be willing to let us join your task force? Of course, that would be wonderful. Then we'll inventory the equipment for this mission. Please inform me of the team size and equipment specifications in a short while. Alright, then let us set our goal as return to the Elmo before sunset. Let's get started. Oh, yeah, no, that's one that I hadn't actually seen then or known about at all. I'll have to look and see. Yeah, huh. I'm pretty sure I've seen, like, you know, when they release trailers for CN for new characters. I think I've pretty much seen every one, so I'm wondering why I missed that one. Huh. Sensing. Also, it's funny. This castle or mansion in the background. This is pretty much the exact layout in Bloodborne. It's hilarious. They knew what they were doing. Alba and Boy Mastida are in the refitting room, checking off the equipment list for all the upcoming mission. For the upcoming mission. I take the chance to finalize the personnel coming on this mission. I begin by selecting 404, a squad possessing extensive combat experience in red zones, to accompany me. Because our special equipment is in limited supply, I can only bring one more squad along, which leaves me feeling somewhat conflicted. Both Monsoon Squad and Zuchero Squad have assisted me on missions involving Paradise bases before. Their performance has been quite reassuring. Besides them, the new dolls who just joined the MO may still be in their adjustment periods, but they each have their own strength and specialties. After what just happened with Sextons, I realized that I really do need to assign a strong, well-coordinated team specifically to keep an eye on her. What's more, we just exposed our location in front of those mercs. I must leave enough forces on the Elmo for its own defense. I also have Team Groza. If I pull Team Groza away from the Elmo, I'll need to get another team to look after Helena and Melanie. Commander, I want to come too. Melanie has been peeking at me from every corner of the equipment room ever since I announced the trip into the red zone. Right now, she is on her tiptoes, peering at the mission roster. You want to come? Where exactly do you want to go? I want to go with you and the others into the red zone for the investigation. There must be plenty of Paradise traps over there. I can protect you, Commander. Okay. How exactly does Melanie plan to protect me? Do you have a box like Helena's? Melanie shakes her head. Do you have a way to jam radar so that the enemy can't spot us? Melanie shakes her head. Then she's psychic. I'll find a way somehow. Right, I can still help. For example, I can still disguise myself as one of their Helenas and infiltrate a Paradise base like what I did last time. That is true, actually. That way, we have a way to go straight in and grab lots of internal Paradise data. If things go well, Commander, you wouldn't need to use much firepower to destroy their base this time. But last time, we were discovered by a Niter really quickly. They won't be caught off guard this time. Besides, how do you know they will definitely have Helenas over there? She's like, they always have Helenas. I only asked that offhandedly, but something clicks when I notice Melanie suddenly shifting her gaze away from me. Has Melanie been hiding something else she knows from me? Right, the way she suddenly insisted on coming along with us raises my suspicions as well. Would it be... Melanie, about what happened earlier, is there something you haven't told me? Yup. How did you know that? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Melanie hurriedly puts her hands over her mouth. I knew it. Melanie, did you sense something about the Helenas again? By the end of the story, we're just going to have an army of Helenas, aren't we? And Melanies. Melanie turns away, showing me her back. I promised that girl that I wouldn't tell anyone about it. If that's how she puts it, Melanie definitely did sense the presence of another Helena, yeah. And judging by what we know so far, that Helena is somewhere inside a Paradise base in the depths of the red zone. Looking back at how Helena once sensed Melanie, if we really do want to get to the bottom of all this, bringing Melanie along will make things much easier. But should I really bring Melanie to the red zone just for this? It's way too dangerous. It adds so much unpredictability to our investigation. Plus, I also have to think about whether or not to make this new discovery a secondary objective for the mission. Looks like Melanie still hasn't told me everything. Should I get things sorted out with her first? Melanie, why don't we try talking this through together? Tell me everything you know. If this is important, I'll bring you along to rescue that Helena. Really? Yep. I won't go back on my word. Melanie turns to face me after some hesitation. To be honest, I've been intermittently hearing that girl's voice ever since you all came back from Lviv. Is it like how you were able to sense our Helena? Yeah. That voice is different in that it's always been really faint and weak. I can only hear her at certain particular moments. Particular moments? Yes. She seemed to be in great pain every time I managed to sense her. It feels like something is draining her life dry. Abnormal pulses, the connection between Thurjan dolls and Bujins, and yet another Helena. I have no concrete proof, but instinct tells me that what Melanie is describing appears to be tied to the events that Alva and the others have been investigating. Melanie, can you tell me what the two of you discussed? We didn't actually manage to talk much, but she seems to know a great deal about what's happening on the outside, especially things about you, Commander. She knows me? She said that a certain individual nearby who pulls the thread of fate was the reason why she could establish a connection with me. She also brought up the Lviv incident. What'd she say? She asked me what became of the people in Lviv after Nirvana opened. Nirvana mentioned. And then P shows up. What's up, P? Did you come from Nirvana? This is the first time anyone has brought up the opening of Nirvana since the Lviv incident. I assumed that what happened might have been a hallucination of mine, but now I'm suddenly being told that someone else had witnessed it, that someone is another Helena, no less. This Helena must be someone important. I have to find a way to track her down, no matter what. The list of things to investigate grows yet again. Commander. Melanie tilts her chin up slightly, looking at me with pleading eyes. I've told you everything I know. Please, can you take me with you? What Melanie said makes logical sense, and it doesn't sound like she's making things up to get her way. Besides, the matter of Nirvana is not something she could have thought up with just her imagination. If what she said is close to the truth, then it is extremely important that we investigate this other Helena. At the very least, it must be listed as one of our main objectives. Melanie's presence does significantly increase the chance of success. Otherwise, we'd be plunging headfirst into the red zone with our radar disabled, and it would probably take too long to even get a sense of what's happening in there. Safety is indeed a major concern, but Melanie has no need to fret with regards to radiation as an immune individual. We have to allocate personnel to protect her should combat happen. At the very least, we must direct her from danger before it's too late. That's right. See, we don't want Melanie and Helena ending up as orphans. So all the protection. I do wonder when Orphalune is going to show up again, though. Probably when whatchamacallit shows up. Oh wow, just said her name, Kiloveg. So I'm guessing that's gonna be an event like in itself. And who's going to be the the doll of the hour then? Maybe it'll be Igla. No. It won't be. Like I said, if we get Igla, that would just be too much. She's just, like, we discussed that before. The boss when you fight them, and then the boss when you get them as a playable character. It's just like, yeah. Still, I wish to only probe the locale for now, so avoiding direct combat is also part of the plan. With that in mind, I'll need to assign an extra squad to ensure Melanie's safety. Alva and the others brought plenty of special equipment that should come in handy. It should help make the issue of our low manpower less of a pain point. Doing pretty good, P. And yes, this is true. It's like Igla would definitely stand out here. It's like her beauty is blinding, but also on like I said, we discussed this before. I honestly don't want that to happen. I think it would be more interesting of a plot point for her to just reunite with Orphalune. And then we just have them as another, like, as another group of strong allies for things to come. And plus, they kind of set it up so things could go that way, because the one thing Igla remembers is Orphalune. Alright, I think I understand the gist of what you mean. After thinking it over, I summoned Groza to me alone. Groza, aside from 404, I also want you to bring Team Groza along on this mission. Aside from providing combat support, your priority will be to keep Melanie safe. You're bringing Melanie along, Commander? Yep, Melanie has uncovered some new leads that could help with our search. Thank you, Commander. Well, let's be clear about this beforehand. You must stay close to Groza and the others. And you are absolutely not allowed to run off on your own. I'll be on my best behavior. Then I and the others shall do our best to protect Melanie. As for Nemesis, should we make separate arrangements for her? No need, just run the team as you usually do. Be it Nemesis, you, or the others in Team Groza. You've all been my companions on the Elmo for the longest. I can't just stop trusting you guys over some unexpected accidents. Commander. Besides, Nemesis does have a number of mysteries surrounding her. I have a feeling that this mission could help us solve them. Understood. Leave the rest of the arrangements to me. This time, I won't let you down, Commander. The roster set, Voimastina goes to the helicopter to bring down equipment for the mission. While taking stock of our equipment inventory, I noticed that aside from basic protective gear, we also have plenty of special equipment that would be hard to find, even on the black market. Commander, we may face extreme collapse radiation levels once we enter the red zone. Please wear the protective suit well and equip the radiation isolation device. Alva picks out a protective suit from the equipment pile and hands it to me to try on. Its surface gleams with a strange sheen as if it were sprayed with some kind of protective coating. I put on the protective suit and try moving around. Ow. It's suffocating. So tight. It's kind of hard to breathe. Alva notices my discomfort. She scrambles to explain. Sorry, Commander. Since this is an impromptu mission, we didn't have time to custom order one. Aw. Yes. Exactly that, P. The one and only. So we'll have to ask you to bear with Kevin's gear for now. It's okay. I'm fine. Alba walks over to loosen some of the straps around my torso and joins. Her shimmering gaze meets mine. She produces a somewhat flustered laugh. Is that better, Commander? Much better. Alva carefully checks the suit's airtight seal, then hands me a brand new set of comms equipment. Also, these are shielded communicators. I'll be distributing them to mission personnel in a short while. Red zone radiation will interfere with comm signals. These devices will ensure that we're able to remain in contact with each other while we're inside. We also have weapon cases loaded with heavy weapons and their ammunition. I'll distribute some of these to each squad before we depart. Still, these weapons are dangerous, so they need to be used with care. And Alva pauses, then continues with feigned casualness. Wait, no. Yeah, casualness, there we go. To be honest, we only managed to make it here this easily thanks to Miss Kalina pulling a few strings for us. Really? So she's also been assisting you guys. It seems she's finally found something she wants to do. Indeed. Although she's currently dealing with a conundrum, she found a way to contact and help us as much as she could. This is why I think you shouldn't worry about her too much. Someone as smart as Miss Kalina will always find a way to take care of herself. Miss Kalina told me about a certain something, by the way. I think you might want to know. What'd she say? She said that she came across a doll who looked very much like Groza. Uh-oh. A doll resembling Groza? That's right. We, like, yeah. That's right, we're away. Commander technically doesn't know about that incident. Because that happened while Kalina was trying to protect that area and everything. No. Oh, there are clones everywhere, P. Like everywhere. But that would be hilarious. It really would be. Groza isn't, or Groza Alter isn't actually a separate entity of Groza, a derivative. It's actually just Darcher in disguise. This is how she wanted to get close to the commander without like being known that it was actually her. That would be absolutely hilarious though. Oh man, this is why we haven't seen heads or tail of like a Darcher banner or anything like that. It's just Groza's Darcher. There we go. We solved the mystery. Groza Alter confirmed Darcher. Darcher in disguise, yes. I can hear the Scooby-Doo song now. Thanks, P. But yeah. We were just speaking like on point plot points and stuff like Igla and Orphalune. I'm wondering if they're actually, if that's going to be like part of the plot. We're never actually getting Darcher. She might just be forever out just doing her own thing, but she won't actually be an enemy anymore. She'll just show up whenever she feels like it. It's like, or maybe we will get her as an ally, but she'll still stay as a separate entity. Because we know how good she is at EM. Or not EM, EW, Electronic Warfare. So she can do all kinds of hacks and things like that as well too. And also, not Groza. Wow, see? Darcher kills people. So, yeah, she'll be doing that on the side as well too. Yes, that's right, P. That, I don't know why that sounds like something Blue Sphere would rage. A doll resembling Groza? Actually, Darcher would say something like that too. Yeah, meddling bitches. Sons of bitches. Sons of... all I can hear is the song for freaking Crawling Chaos now. It's probably a doll using a similar frame model. Darcher. That is one possibility. However, Miss Kalina specifically brought it up because that doll's combat capabilities are extremely strong. It's very likely a 3rd gen doll. So it looks like a 3rd gen version of Groza? Got it. I'll keep that in mind. So, oh man. See, they're throwing out so many different, like, plot points that's like, it gets hard to tell. It's like, who's next? Is it gonna be, you know, AK-12? Is it gonna be Groza Alter? Since we just finally got Sextons. It's like, who's it gonna be? Commander, all personnel participating in this mission have been equipped and the relevant gear has been distributed to the squad leaders. It is time for us to head out. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, it's not gonna matter. Everybody did.
そうの逃げる
静かにして
Hmm?
あんたが私の相手
Hmm?
もう終わりなの
Kara like, just hopped over there.
もういいわ
The sky darkens as the Elmo approaches the red zone. Our radar fails entirely 2 hours into the red zone. To prevent intense radiation from damaging the Elmo's electronic equipment, I decide to lead the mission team on foot into the depths of the red zone, while Mei Ling pulls the Elmo back to the edge, awaiting our contact. The landscape is a barren waste, with only sparse remnants of tree trunks and dry grass strewn about. Here, a deathly brew wreaked its ghastly vapors upon this plain, rendering unto all life who unwittingly drank an inglorious end. Thy name was Collapse, and life fell in twain. As with death, we see naught but silence. 3 hours later, we finally cross the indistinct boundary zone and are greeted by the red zone's iconic ominous scenery, the very culprit that drained all life from this place. It's beautiful. It actually does look really nice though. See, that's how it lures you in. A vast sea of collapsed epithelium known as Hell's Paradise. I love that series. Can't wait for the next season. At some point, our signals completely vanish from the radar. And it makes so much sense with the flowers as well too. Wow. For those who have seen Hell's Paradise or know what it's about, aside from internal squad comms, our surroundings are as quiet as an empty void. Nothing here that can prove our existence aside from our own physical sensations. Beneath our feet, the translucent radiation dust-stained petals shimmer with a faint glow, akin to cooling embers. I smell a metallic, ionizing odor spreading through the air around me, even through my protective suit. Commander, watch your step. Try to avoid those flowers as we move forward. Andoris just took a reading. The radiation near the flowers is more than a dozen times higher than the surrounding areas. Damn. Yeah, no, that's terrible. The epitheliums are currently in their absorption phase. Let's hurry through. What Andoris refers to is one of the defining traits of the class epithelium. They interact with collapsed radiation in the environment, absorbing it under certain conditions, releasing it in others. The Project Eden I intervened in back in Lviv hoped to use such principles for energy generation. That technology has since become a secret known only to me. Wow, that's true. I mean, Orphalune still knows. But, yeah. So that's right, no one else knows about what they can do with it. During the collapse of epithelium's absorption phase, the collapse radiation levels in the vicinity drop, but that is only temporary. The inexperienced would lower their guard upon seeing the seemingly safe levels on their instruments, but this is nothing more than deception, a calm before the storm. Once the release phase arrives, the radiation levels surge, rendering most protective equipment in a grand cascade. Any creature unable to take shelter in time will be devoured by the collapsed radiation in mere moments, plunging them into an abyss of no return. The absorption phase means that the ambient radiation levels are relatively low at the moment, but even so, an ordinary person cannot survive here for long without protection. Yet, despite the harshness of the environment, it is also strangely, unsettlingly quiet. No one tried to stop us on the way here. We haven't even seen a single tiny elid critter scurry by either. Commander, we're almost at the coordinates. Good. All units, enter alert level 1. The dolls raise their weapons one after another, lowering their stances and slowing their pace alongside mine. And there it is. After passing through a thick mist of radiation particles, what unfolds before us is a sight I never imagined I'd see deep inside the red zone. An intact, towering, magnificent, yet antique clock tower palace. Right? Honestly, that definitely could happen. Given the, the world of Girls Frontline, they could have been wiped out. And that's that. Yeah. It's like, there it is. The mist, the banner of the heavens. Nemesis speaks. Nemesis, you've been here before? Beautiful vista of bygone days, gathered into echoes among clouds. Looks like this place has stirred some of Miss Nemesis's memories. Now we have 2 translators. I studied the exterior of the old castle carefully, but I find no clear signs of anything unordinary, even though it clearly shouldn't be here. An ancient structure of a bygone era. The spires that adorned its towers have long since crumbled, leaving jagged hollows that spear the sky. The narrow arched windows are but hollowed eye sockets, some yet filled with remnants of their stained glass sclera that faintly glimmered with the dusk fair embrace. The heavy main doors lie open, no longer withholding their bounty from the world beyond. The iron that clad its hinges has rusted so thoroughly that it painted the wood with haphazard strokes of oxidated crimson. The family crest carved above the gate was far too weathered to make out any fine details. All that remained was the rough outline of the shield that made its center. Truthfully, I feel uncertainty boil from within my core. Was this a mere mirage that has been invoked by the collapse that encompasses us all at this very moment? Nothing but an irradiated midsummer night's dream? Commander, this is the place. I can feel it. That girl's presence. We're getting closer and closer. Melanie raises her hand high, pointing in the direction of the castle. The coordinates are on the offline map also might right... Wait, what? Totally butchered that. The coordinates on the offline map also point right here. There we go. Then let's get closer. With the dolls raising their weapons as the vanguard, we cautiously approach the massive building before us. Through the shattered panes of Technicolor glass, I catch faint glimpses of refined, antique furnishings inside. Despite having been subject to the cruel elements, it remains a microcosm of a time centuries past. Is this castle also a paradise space? No, wait. Something feels off. Commander, radiation interference is too strong here. We still can't pick up any signals nearby. Our equipment isn't picking up any active heat sources here, but something could still be hiding in the lower levels. We're not picking up any noise or signal here either. We have the same conclusion. We can only gather info on what's on the surface for now. Melanie, are you sensing anything? I haven't sensed any other presences inside from that girl's distress signal. Indeed, we haven't picked up on any clear signs of danger, and that Helena does actually seem to be here. Kukai, take 404 to the perimeter and keep watch for any movement. Secure our retreat route. Report immediately if you spot anything suspicious. Groza, Alba, let's try going in to take a look. If you're going in, then at least let me... It's alright, don't worry. From the looks of it, it's just an abandoned building. If we notice anything off, we'll tuck our tail between our legs and run for the hills. Wait, what? MW? Besides, Melanie says that the girl is in there. We have to at least go in and try to investigate. Fine. I'll keep watch outside. Be careful in there, everyone. We will. Ah. Alva, Groza, let's go. Gotcha, P. Once we approach the rust-spotted door, Groza takes the lead, becoming the first to step through the doors of the castle. Silence. Absolute silence. The alarms that I had subconsciously expected do not blare, leaving a part of me feeling rather unsated. Our arrival is met only by the ominous silence that shrouds the heart of the red zone. That sound, though. Nice. We push the doors open and take a step inside the castle. Oh? It's rather nice inside this abandoned castle. The interior is not as dilapidated as I had assumed. Damp stone steps with brick walls on both sides lead up to the Great Hall. The faintly warm light of dusk filters through the multicolored glass windows, casting columns of varied hues across the great structure. In the Great Hall, a table is surrounded by several velvet chairs, all arranged loosely. Two leather armchairs appear to have warped from long-term use. The leather is polished to a shine, suggesting that someone once lived here for a long period of time. The castle appears to have been used after the war, for a long time too. Maybe this area only became a red zone recently. It would be great if we could find some records about it. Melanie, are you sure this is the place? I am. I still can't pinpoint the exact location, but I look around. Searching this whole castle will take too long. Let's try to wrap this up ASAP. We can't linger here too long. Alva, you guys search the upper floors of the staircase. Groza will go through the corridor over here and search the rooms in the back. Understood. Oh, yeah, that's true. With the whatchamacallit, were they? What were they? I forgot exactly what they were. The zombie Nikes. After splitting off from Alva and the others, Team Groza and I moved down the corridor and into the back of the castle. This area appears to be made up of several bedrooms. After confirming that there are no sounds inside, I pull on the brass handle of the room nearest to me. Ooh. Fancy. I also see a pod in the corner over there. The room is decorated similarly to a reception hall, but the moment I push the door open, the scent of dust and faint mildew hits my nose, a stark contrast to the candlelit air of the Great Hall. The room isn't very spacious. Its furnishings simple, really. Half the space has been taken up by a bed. Several stacks of documents lie on the desk, their tabs already yellowed. A forgotten corner of this grandiose castle, it seems. Look around for any useful documents left here. With Karalik and Nemesis guarding the door, the rest of us begin searching through the corners of the room. An old-fashioned antique feel coats the room. Electronic devices are rare, while the bookshelf leaning against the wall is neatly lined with thick volumes, mostly classical texts and novels from a bygone era. I leaf through them without much thought. Something suddenly slips out from one of the books. What's this? I pick up the slip of paper and find what seems to be some reading notes. The elegant script has already blurred somewhat, but I can still tell that a woman probably wrote it. I read through it carefully, but find nothing noteworthy. The signature reads, Elif N. It seems to be the owner of this book. I pocket the note and prepare to continue searching when I hear Kulfin from the other side of the room. Commander, I found something interesting under the bed. I move over and see Kulfin holding up a battered terminal with her hand. Can it be turned on? Let me try. Kulfin tries pressing the power button, but the screen flickers on for only an instant before going dark again. Ah, it ran out of battery. I could try connecting it to me for a bit though. Wait, don't do that. Yeah, I was about to say, like, no, that's a terrible idea, Kulfin. Hold on to it for now. We'll bring it back for Dandelion to sift through. Yeah, absolutely not. We don't know what kind of viruses that thing has. It's dirty. Kulfin nods and slips the terminal into her pack. Commander, we seem to have found everything worth looking at in this room. Then let's make our exit. I bring Melody along and head back into the corridor with Team Groza. This is the cult room. Alva's voice comes through the comms as we're about to search the next room. Also, yeah, this is the new piece of artwork that I don't think we've seen before. Nice. Commander, we're taking on fire on the 3rd floor. The enemy is up. Nemesis. Fall. Rebirth. The heart wanders far. Sisters. Commander, look at all those dolls. Or look at those dolls. What? Wait. Oh no. It's an army of Nemesis. Our Nemesis. Nemesis? Yeah. I don't know when they arrive, but the number of dolls have appeared at the far end of the corridor. Covered in a cloud of dust, illuminated by the faint light, I finally make out what they look like. Ooh. I mean, they're all very pretty. Just like Nemesis, though. Can we have them? Exactly. I'm just like, can we have them? We could use more Nemesis on the Elmo. It's like, come on. Their eyes, though, look. I'm gonna have to see Nemesis side by side with them. I think their eyes are slightly different, though. And it looks like they have a bit like a black sclera. Nice. The same dark skin, the same dyed ash gray hair, the same violet pupils, and the same calm, sharp eyes that belong only to a marksman. They are Nemesis. Now the question, we get an intro for this fight. Now I was gonna say, the question is, do they have their own models? And it looks like they do. But it makes sense. They're Nemesis. Wait, are they Nemesis? Oh no, that's amazing. See, Carolic did it too. Are they Nemesis? Nemesis? See? Nemesis too? Nemesi, Manasus. That doesn't matter. Right now there are enemies. Eliminate all dolls. Order received. I can actually understand what they're saying. It's probably the communicator that she picked up. Colfin has now learned Nemesis speak. This isn't a... Wriggle picked up on it. This isn't the time to be worrying about that sort of thing. Yeah, see? Her eyes are different, though, than theirs. How are you, Nemesis? Can you still fight? Candlelight, swirling. Yup, this is our Nemesis. She said yes. Alright, in any event, let's think of a way to get out of here first. Okay, so let's do this now. Boop. Yeah. There we go. Actually, you know what? She'll take point, because yes, this is her fight. And Karolik's here as well too. Shall we? This is a special fight, so you know what? Let's hold on. Yes. Bang bang. Here we go. Let's do this. Let's make this special. I mean, it's not completely accurate because Sexton isn't, you know, here right now, but there. Okay, we're good to go. All this preparation for a battle that's not even gonna last that long. Or will it? It's a special fight. Actually, I'm curious. What can they do, though? No, stop that. I want to check the enemies. Well, I should have done it beforehand, before the battle started. Yes, there we go. No one. I just want to see if they have her... So they don't have her attacks, but they do have her element. They're all corrosion as well, too. I was just curious. So anyway, let's take them home with us. The more Nemesis, the better. Why you do this, sir? I can hear her saying that. Strike the blood. Yes. Yup. Well, I don't think she's gonna make it. Wait, I was gonna say, where's the enemy? They just appeared, though. And then disappeared. I gotta work on Colfin some more. This way, Commander. After temporarily fending off the dolls who look nearly identical to Nemesis, we find the main entrance that we entered from to be shut. Thus, our only option is to take the stairs deeper into the castle, in search of another way out. The remaining enemies keep chasing us without end. Defy catches up to us so that Team Groza can cover Melanie and I as we fall back for a safe position behind the lines. Yeah, it's funny. I actually until we started using her and tried her out. I forgot that she healed too. I'm just like, oh yeah. I'm like, that's one of the things she does as well. Colfin and Karalik turn around the corner. After confirming that the area ahead is safe, they push open a narrow oak door beside them. Oh no. It's a dead end. Endless stairs, revolving. Reach the first shadow. Hold on. We can speak Nemesis now. So, spiral staircase leading down into the darkness. Yes, I understand. Into the depths of the abyss. As the leaf blows in the wind. You mean there's a way out from here? Karalik stares at Nemesis skeptically. Nemesis gives her an affirmative nod in return. Karalik begins running her hands along the wall opposite the room before tapping out a rhythm on one of the bricks. There it is. Commander, there's a hidden path here. Should we go in? I look at Nemesis. Her gaze wavers not. See? Even commanders using words now. Or everyone's doing Nemesis speak. Her gaze wavers not. Let's go in and take a look. Groza and Karalik carefully but swiftly swing open the hidden door built into the brick wall. It's totally dark inside. The dolls switch on the lights on their head equipment, allowing me to finally take in the layout of this room by their dim glows. I suddenly get the feeling that this layout feels kind of familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen it before. I'm trying to think. Or have we seen this before? Was it Chiloveg? It might have been, actually. I want to say it was during that event. The decor of the room we're in is quite different from anything we've seen so far. Or rather, this place can't even be called a room. It's more like a cold, sterile laboratory. A massive culture tank stands in the middle of the room. Countless neatly arranged pipes run along the ceiling and floor, stretching into the darkness beyond. Commander, this is the place. I can sense her presence. Is she in the tank? Melanie lets go of my hand. What? We told her she can't do that. Rushing over to the culture tank's edge to inspect it closely. I follow Melanie over, only to find the tank empty. Nothing is left besides the dry residue of culture fluid. Are we too late? The lab. I hate this. No way. No. Don't worry, Melanie. We're all here with you. No one is going to hurt you. To help reassure Melanie, I lift her into my arms while doing my best to gather as much information in the darkness as I can. Are we actually too late, or is our princess in another castle? After carefully examining the room, I can confirm that this place is very similar to where we rescued Melanie. The same lab equipment, the same facility layout, even the same plant-like culture tanks. Okay, yeah, no, I had forgotten where we first met Melanie, so... On the side of the culture tank, a metal nameplate reflects a faint glow. H35. So this is her designation. But she really was supposed to be right here. Why is she gone? I search the area, but find no other rooms. Right then, the sound of disordered footsteps arrives near the door. The dolls who drove back earlier have caught up to us once more. Commander, I found the secret passage Nemesis mentioned. It leads outside the castle. Should we retreat from here? After all the trouble we took to find the clues, I really don't want to leave without finding the girl Melanie spoke of. But... Commander, this insertion was only meant to be a reconnaissance op. With the huge number of enemies we face and the lack of support, it is best we extract to ensure the safety of both Melanie and you. I understand. Groza, Alva, we're falling back for now. We push open the door and slide down the hidden passage, landing safely on the ground. As the sound of pursuit fade behind us, we make it back outside the castle unharmed. Just as boy Mestina, the last in our group, lands on the ground, a voice suddenly speaks up from behind us. Oh. Well, this is where she went. Greetings, esteemed guest. Or perhaps you're more used to being called the Commander? Oh. She has blue hair. I saw it for a brief second there, too. So she looks a bit different from the other Helenas. Greetings, esteemed guest. Or perhaps you're more used to being called the Commander? I turn around and find that 3 enormous creatures have somehow surrounded us. Wait, what? 3 Bujums, each at least 5 meters tall, block our retreat from 3 directions. But there is no intent to attack. Instead, they crouch low in unison. The figurative 3 Bujum Cerberus stand before us, and they are waiting, like obedient dogs, ready to do their master's bidding. Oh shoot, she can actually control them. The Bujums all have the same electronic collar fastened to a different part of their body, all glowing faintly. The collars seem to be connected via an invisible leash, extending towards somewhere deep within the sea of flowers. What? No. You stop this. You stop this right now, sir. I know my colors. And at the end of that leash is a girl who looks about the same age as Melanie. She holds an iron ring in her hand. She walks through the endless epithelium, moving closer to us one step at a time. Her movements are light and graceful. She wears no protective equipment at all, which is enough to confirm that she is not human, at least not an ordinary human like me. There she is. Oh wow. Huh. Interesting. And her arm. Okay. It's funny because of the thing on her eye, all I can think of is Drakengard. Nice to meet you. Please, forgive my shortcomings in hospitality, sir. As her figure steadily grows clearer, I am at least able to see her properly. She can't be human since she wears no protection, yet her exposed limbs are flawlessly perfect, with not the slightest trace of being a doll or a niter. The only remaining possibilities are that she's a disguised doll using a high-end disguise frame or a Naito. But somehow, perhaps it's because I've already seen so many dolls, I can't shake the feeling that she is something much stranger. The girl wears an expression that borders on serene. Although she stands before more than a dozen T-dolls with their weapons trained on her, her eyes seem to reflect none of the amenity she must see. Yes, that's what I was saying. Drakengard. I'm just like, wait. She comes to a halt, lifts the hem of her skirt with her fingertips, giving me a graceful curtsy. We should play Drakengard. When she sees I grant her no reply in return, the girl doesn't move forward. Instead, she tilts her head. I told you, P. Clones everywhere. Mother said that you are an esteemed guest. There's the mention of mother again. Yet you intrude upon my abode, absent of intent to explain thyself. Your abode? Shock should not come upon you. I, my mother, and my older sisters. Here, we once all lived together. The girl lifts her gaze to look at the old castle before her. Now only I remain here, and loneliness does grasp my heart from time to time. But mother told myself such, that we would soon meet, bringing my older sister along with thee. Nemesis? Ah, hope escaped me, for I was convinced that tree would surely not bear fruit. But to my delight, you appear afore me. You appear afore me. She's using the proper speak. It seems the thread of fate really does connect you and I. Yeah, it's Nemesis. Hearing the girl's words, my eyes drift to Nemesis. Though she did not show anything on her face, some kind of sorrowful, shadowed atmosphere has been looming over her since earlier. She remains silent. Really, P? So, Commander, did you not bring my older sister with you? I don't know who you mean by older sister. You don't know? Oh, wait. Helena, I guess. Maybe not Nemesis, but Helena instead. Ah, it seems that the truth shall not meet between us in our dance of words. For your heart is close to me. How hurtful. No, it's because you've classified me as an enemy, isn't it? Based on what I know, you are a deeply gentle person, but never one to hesitate when it comes to what must be done. Since you've classified me as an enemy, you may very well shoot me dead the next moment. That is perfectly fine. Indeed, that would be most apt. The girl speaks calmly, with words that seem to carry no emotion whatsoever, yet I find myself becoming more and more confused. I've always been able to quickly tell whether someone is a doll or not, but this time, I still can't tell. What? Oh yeah, no, I think she was Helena, that's why. Let me speak a little louder so P can hear now. But yeah, at first I thought it was Nemesis, but no, we're talking about the Helenas and everything like that. Also, where's Melanie? To prevent thee from a haughty attack, and thus disrupting the most precious exchange, allow me to jog your memory on a few things. For instance, a certain third-gen doll you rescued in Yellow Zone, whose frame you then repaired. Oh! If you would be willing to return her, Commander, I would be so grateful. Wow, completely forgot about sexting. Okay. The older sister she mentioned must be Sexton's. Yeah. Then she must be a third-gen doll as well. Okay. That also makes sense. And the mother she mentioned, could it be the same person Melanie spoke of? The girl doesn't give me much time to think. She raises the leash in her hand. The three Boojums let out low growls one after another. If you mean Sexton's, she's not here right now. This humble self understands your misgivings. However, rest assured, you may return her with peace of mind. I bear no ill will towards my older sister. I simply wish to see her, that is all. Art thou seeking to barter with mine older sister as a chip?
Unfortunately, I don't seem to have anything I could trade with, apart from guaranteeing the lives of yourself and your compatriots. Her frame suffered severe damage and her neurocloud was almost completely destroyed. She's of no further use to people like you. That's why your folk discarded her in the yellow zone, no?
Wait, what? What's up? Well, names in Japanese. What's up, J2R? How's it going? But yes, I totally forgot. Like, I don't know why it wasn't clicking. I'm just like, hold on. Went from Nemesis to Helena and then totally forgot about Sextons, but yeah. And this is her event.
The meaning behind your question eludes me, for I have done no such thing. Might you perhaps be stalling for time? Or perhaps trying to extract intelligence? Have I been designated as a tactical target? The girl's face remains expressionless, but her tone carries a faint trace of curiosity. Most interesting. Mother once regaled that you are a top-tier master tactician. There we go. One of the very few folk she respects, indeed. You truly are different from others of your kind. I'm keen to learn from thee.
It's all the olden speak.
Ah, might you tell your dolls to ease? These little ones won't attack, but if you do not respond in kind, there may be an accident on your hands.
I love how proper she is. Yes. Whoever Mother is, I wonder if we're actually going to find out here, or if they're just saving that for later.
I bear you no ill will at present, Commander.
In the comms channel, Kukai's voice, still in the middle of laying out tactics, stops abruptly.
I express my thanks. To reciprocate your kindness, allow me to provide an answer to that question that plagued you.
Much appreciated.
Mother said that my older sister has already joined other organizations. That is the freedom offered to them. So, whether they wish to return or not, Mother has no intention of interfering. Still, to us, my older sisters are also members of the family.
Now it's sisters. So does that mean all 3rd gen dolls? Darcher, Cocoon, Blue Sphere?
Wanting to learn more about them is only natural.
Learn? Haven't you ever met other 3rd gen dolls before?
Met, yes, but back then, I had only just been born, and I didn't have the ability to communicate. Some information can only be acquired through conversation, and I am only permitted to learn via conversation. Thus I say, I really do want my older sister back, so that I can study her and learn things like sisterly love and how to express affection towards family. Wouldn't it be better to have someone specific to learn that from? Commander, will you hand my older sister back to my arms now?
What a touching speech.
But how unfortunate. After witnessing Paradis's deeds, my heart has only grown so much colder towards you all. How truly unfortunate indeed. Could tears beset your determination, I would have partaken. Well then, your pieces are now on the board, no? Please, make your move. Yes, since you have expressed your refusal to return the older sister of mine, I will have to take another form of compensation. This is my first time engaging in real combat. Here I shall seek your generous guidance.
One of the beast-type Bujams lets out a deafening roar, pawing up dust from the ground with its hoof claws. The dolls take their stance in front of Melanie. I hear the metallic click of bullets being chambered. More than a dozen streams of gunfire tear through the icy air, swarming the third-gen doll behind the Bujins. Yet the girl's bar simply leaps upward. Light as a fairy, every bullet skims by the outline of her figure, not even brushing the hem of her dress. She lands back behind the three Bujins the very next moment. Her dispassionate gaze showing not even a single flutter of emotion. I see. No special tactical response is possible in such a situation. But these weapons seem rather primitive, uncivilized. Might you afford any others? Her eye, well, the one that we can see, it changed, it looked like a bit. Looks like we'll have to go all out. The dolls open up with their second volley, covering my retreat. It's as if some kind of high-strength force field envelops the girl. She walks forward slowly. Our bullets seem to halt in midair around her like flies against glass, falling once they've spent all their kinetic energy. Her movements are now beyond what could be described as fast. As the dolls focus their fire on her, she suddenly vanishes. The next moment, that flawlessly young face appears just outside the visor attached to my head cover. So, when does she join the Elmo? It's like, I have a better idea. How about you join us? Then you can see your sisters anytime. Yes, peace was never an option. Ever. She gently strokes my mask, her lips turning into a slight pout. This thing is rather bothersome. But if I take it off, you'll die, won't you? My, humans are struck with such inconvenience. Commander. Groza tackles me to the ground while the other dolls rush between the girl and me just in time. He doesn't attack. Instead, she acts like a child entering a petting zoo. Damn, that's messed up. She focuses on touching the doll's hair and skin a few times each, as if she's trying to get acquainted with some cute little animals for the first time. That's so sad. This is what we are to her. She's like, oh, how cute. So this is what they feel like. She gazes at her fingertips as if moved by the experience. Rosa takes the chance to scoop me up, pulling back with the other dolls. The smell of gunpowder begins spreading in the patch of silent forest. The next moment, Alva and Boy Mustina, who had positioned themselves deep in the forest behind the girl in advance, launch a rocket straight at her, hidden among countless streams of bullets. The shrill sound of the rocket reaches her position in an instant. He has no time to dodge it, no matter what. No, we need our head. And yes, please do not feed the animals. Or don't stick, there we go. Yes, don't stick your hands through the gates, please. We know what kind of problems that leads to. But yet, still, people do it. Boom. The flash of the explosion cast her slim shadow against the surrounding trees, swaying violently in the kicked-up cloud of dust. But as the smoke clears, we see that the girl is standing there, completely unharmed. Her right hand is slightly spread open, seemingly still savoring the sensation from earlier. Even with the wreckage of the rocket still burning at her feet, she has not moved a single step. See, these are the kind of scenes that they really need to animate for us and everything. She's just standing there, staring at her hand, fingers spread open, just in ecstasy, or not, that's not the word I was looking for, like enthralled or enchanted by the experience. Everyone around her is just going all out, and she's just, we're like nothing to her right now.
But even as the smoke clears, we see that the girl is still standing there, completely unharmed. Her right hand is slightly spread open, seemingly still savoring the sensations from earlier. Even with the wreckage of the rocket still burning at her feet, she does not move a single step. What? It's impossible to equip a doll with a force field this strong. Force field? Oh no. Don't tell me. You speak of something I need not. Emitting energy at a certain frequency is enough. Nope. That's sad. It's not even a force field. She's just that strong. Oh no. Jeez. I wonder if her and Igla were to fight. Huh. But yeah, we need to know where on the hierarchy, like where on the scale she is. Cause she says she speaks of Sexton's as an older sister. But I think she's stronger. Oh, by the way, Commander, as compensation for your intrusion, your attacks on me, and your refusal to return my sister, allow me the privilege of a touch. Oh no. Bad touch. Bad touch. Seriously. She's... Yeah... no, I guess that does make sense. That's true. That's right. The older ones are the ones that came before. Yeah, of course. Duh. It's like, in this case, the whatchamacallit, the first ones aren't the, like, stronger ones. The original isn't the strongest one. It's the newer ones really are that strong. The instant the girl finishes speaking, Klukai and Groza, standing right in front of me, body block the girl, suddenly get flung aside. She appears in front of me, tilting her head up to look at my face. Listen, damn it. I'm going to send them so many like feedback notes. Animate this. I raise my pistol and fire at her, but she dodges the bullet with a slight tilt of her head. Then she raises a single finger towards me. That finger swiftly pierces through my protective suit, easily punching through the bullet-resistant material, tearing into my flesh. Yo, she's a problem. She is an absolute problem. Please. I don't know if you're if you're being what you call it or not, but yeah, no. They make so much money. They can do it. They just don't want to. And dead. Commander. So that's how it is. She hasn't tried to stop Grozer from desperately dragging me away. She just stands in the midst of the dolls encircling her, raising her slender right index finger to gaze at the glistening red bead of blood upon it in an unhurried manner. She did that with her... No. Okay, no, not pinky, but yeah, just one finger. Then, the girl places her fingertip into her mouth with an expression of pure curiosity in her eyes. So this is the flavor of the ichor that courses through the veins of those partially immune. Truly fascinating. I think my current mood is... so many sensations are welling up inside me at once. Your group may use this chance to escape,
Just, you know, just giving us the okay to leave.
I want to take some time to process my feelings and emotions. The span of time is the gift I'm giving you. I hope that you manage to live on.
The girl turns around with her back to us. She begins walking with a spring in her step. Yo. We're I don't think we should come back again. Yeah. As for the boojums she left behind, the electronic collars on their bodies have vanished. They revert to their bestial nature in a single moment, their indistinct faces twisting into expressions of bone-chilling savagery. Our objective is to retreat, prepare for combat. After confirming that none of our weapons can harm that girl, no, they can't. It's blaringly obvious. I apply a repair patch over the hole she punched through, while directing the dolls to deal with the immediate crisis befalling us. We are indeed not doing fine. This is fine. I say with a hole through my chest. Oh, it's the big boys. Oh, wow. Yeah. This music, too. What? Not the... Oh, no. Not the inaccurate charts. I think this is a special battle as well, too. Like, yeah, it had an intro and everything like that. So, yeah. It's been a while since we've seen these enemies. And they're dead. I don't know why I thought they would be a challenge of some sort. And dead. Triple dead. Quadruple dead. Oh, seriously, it's dead, guys. They're like, no. Double, triple, quadruple tap it. Under attack by 3 boojums, the ground beneath me trembles as the action shakes up radioactive dust that whirls through the air. You know? Thank you, JTR. I actually did really forget about heroic mode because you don't get anything after. Like, of course, I checked it out, but I forgot about it. But if you use heroic mode initially while you're going through the story, then you get the rewards. Yeah. But I totally forgot about that. I just never, because like I said, it doesn't give you anything special. Like, you don't get any extra rewards or anything for doing it. I mean, we can turn it on for a fight and see how it goes. Yeah, I don't think we've done that before, going through these. Under attack by 3 boojums, the ground beneath me trembles as the action shakes up radioactive dust that whirls through the air. The dolls beside me focus fire on what seems to be the smallest, weakest boojum. With sheer effort, we managed to create a relatively safe path for us to make a temporary retreat. We make a beeline to the edge of the red zone under the accompaniment of thunderous gunfire. Bullets streak past my face, drawing searing hot lines of air in our vicinity, kicking up plumes that assault my nose with gunpowder-infused smoke. Good thing these boojums don't seem interested in chasing us to the end.
We stopped hearing the Boojum's shrill screams after we hid behind an earthen rampart in a grove of dead trees. Our surroundings returned to an eerie silence unique to the red zone. I gasped for air, taking deep breaths through my protective suit's filtered mask. Suddenly, sweet, iron-tasting liquid starts welling up in my throat. Uh-oh. Blech. Yep, dying. Commander. Russian. Did the protective suit's internal circulation systems break down? The radiation protection features of the suit were already compromised when it was pierced. Commander, your vital signs are not looking good. We must leave immediately. I'm alright. Calm down. We should first take care of the issue right in front of us. I'm currently not too sure what that third-gen doll suddenly wanted us to... No, why that third-gen doll suddenly wanted us to hand Sextans over. But the experiment equipment we found proves that this is indeed one of Paradis's bases. Looks like they want to use Sextans for something. Since they didn't chase us down, they must be aiming for the Elmo next. Right now we must prioritize getting back to the Elmo ASAP and prepare to fend off a possible enemy attack. Another important thing, we found equipment for storing Helenas back there, but we couldn't find where they hid H-35. Once we're back on the Elmo, we should gather as much manpower as we can, then find a way to rescue that girl. Alright, I'll report what we found up the chain of command and ask them to reinforce us ASAP. We should all get going then. Let's strive to reach the Elmo before night falls. Uh-oh. The familiar beeping of my communicator reaches my ears. I usually hear it many times on the daily, but I haven't heard it once since I ventured into the red zone, until now. Commander, it's a call from the Elmo. I look down and see, on the screen of the communicator, a single faint signal bar flickering on and off. I quickly answer the call. Finally connected. Commander! What's wrong, Helen? 30 minutes ago, the Elmo was attacked by mercenaries of unknown origin again. There are more of them? An ominous feeling wells up in my chest. Looks like the Elmo's location has already been pinpointed, and right now, we have no means of breaking free from our pursuers. Is everyone alright? Have you been able to confirm the enemy's identity? We can't confirm their identity for now, but they don't seem to be the same group as the previous. We deployed 3 squads from the Elmo to engage them, sustaining injuries of varying degrees, but we managed to repel them. Understood. We'll sell immediately, so... No, Commander, something else just happened, and it's rather troubling. We discovered that Miss Sextans has broken free of her restraints when we returned to the Elmo. So she's on our way here. She seemed to be controlled by something. We had no way to stop her from leaving without injuring her. So, Sextans isn't on the Elmo right now? Indeed. We tried to search the surrounding area after she escaped, but we couldn't find her. Footprint tracking indicates that she's headed into the red zone alone sometime after leaving the Elmo. Even radar information, even our equipment can't. The communicator returns to emitting only static, and Helen's voice is cut off with it. For a moment, no one speaks. I knew that the enemy would target the Elmo, but I didn't think they'd act this fast. They haven't given me even a moment to catch my breath. Before we set out, we deliberately parked the Elmo at the edge of the red zone in a signal blind spot. The fact that the enemy started attacking this quick means they've been watching us for a long time. Could that ambush that happened before we left also... Were the coordinates in Sexton's neural cloud and the pulses Melanie sensed all just bait to lure us away? If that's the case, according to the info Helen gave us, Sexton's entered the red zone about half an hour back. We have to find her before the enemy does. Everyone, you've all heard what was said. If Sexton's really did enter the red zone, we have to find her ASAP. We still don't know why exactly our enemy is so fixated on her. But if she falls back into Paradis's hands, things will get really troublesome for us. What's more, she's one of us now, so we absolutely can't leave her behind. I can tell that several dolls, Karalik among them, have some reservations about what I said, but in the end, none of them voice anything. They simply wait quietly for my orders. Kukai, take 404. Using this position as your origin point, conduct a clockwise sweep within a 5-kilometer radius. No problem. But are you really going to be fine staying out here, Commander? Hurry back to the Elmo. We can handle the search without you. I've seen many people suffer acute ELID before. They all eventually... Don't worry, I'm aware of my own condition. We'll head straight back to the Elmo the moment we find Sextons. Commander, I promise you, Kukai, that I'll be fine. I do have some degree of radiation resistance after all. Trust the man you chose to follow, Kukai. Understood. I'll find that doll as quickly as I can. Commander, you better remember our promise. Kukai departs with 404. Right after, I returned to Alva. She already knew what I was going to say. We'll do the opposite of 404 and rendezvous back here at the end. Alright, as for me, Commander, please stay here and don't go anywhere. Alva rummages through the briefcase Roy Matista carries on her back for a moment before pulling out a device half the height of a person, something that resembles a launcher. This is specialized equipment that absorbs ambient radiation for a short period of time. Its operating duration is very short inside the red zone, but it'll be enough to give you a chance to rest. Please wait here with Team Groza for results while 404 and Defy conduct our searches. Alright, I understand. Be careful, everyone. If you run into any emergencies, call for support immediately. Stay in constant communication. Alva and Voy Mestina prepares to leave. Paritya steps forward to follow, but suddenly she turns back to look at me, returning to my side. Paritya, what's wrong? It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something. Paritya smiles at me. I love the mysterious music every time Paritya comes on screen like this. I mentioned it before, didn't I? I occasionally find out that I have certain unexplainable abilities. So I thought, maybe I have a way to make you feel better, Commander. Would you like me to try? Is she going to lick our wounds like a cat? Without waiting for my response, Paritya crouches down and takes my hand into hers. I don't know if I'm just imagining it, but I feel a warm current flowing into my body, starting from my palm. The taste of blood in my throat slowly fades, and my head no longer hurts the way it did moments ago. Huh. How did you do that? Paritya raises her index finger and lightly taps it against my mask, where my lips would be. Everything's getting hazy. I'm about to say life force drained. Commander, it's important to stay warm in the wilderness. Do remember to dress warmer the next time you spend the night outside. With that said, she ends the dialogue by giving up and following Alva and the other without looking back. Now that all the squads have their missions, the dolls disperse and begin their carpet sweep of the surrounding area. The only sound in the communicator updates on their own coordinates and status reports. My body, exhausted from the long ordeal, is starting to feel weary. I force myself to stay alert and focus on the reports that the dolls are sending back. A small hand wraps around my palm. I don't know. I'm not sure what she means. We're gonna have to find out. I think this is how Paritya did it just now. I want to try it too. Are you feeling better? Yes. Yes. Melanie looks worried. To reassure her,
I lift my hand and pat her head. Yep, I'm feeling much better. Exactly. It's like, yes.
Commander, thank you. Thank you for accepting such a selfish request from me.
It's all right. I promised you that I'd rescue your companions.
My companions? Melanie, do you know how many companions you have? I'm not sure. Such things would only be known by the progenitor. We're nothing more than cloned bodies, branches of a collective. Everything we experience will eventually flow back to the progenitor until it becomes the key to opening that door.
The key.
Teacher once told us that if we were devout enough, we could change the future and save everyone. When God granted us life, He also entrusted us with a responsibility we ought to bear. So sometimes I do wonder, maybe the Niders were wrong. But did I really do the right thing by fleeing that place? Did I run away from a responsibility that she said was mine to bear?
Yeah, like I said, by the end of this, the Elmo is going to be full of daughters. Maybe, depending on what happens. Because, also, does anyone remember the reveal trailer for Girls Frontline 2? I absolutely love that trailer. It's one of my favorite ones, like of trailers in general. The music, the visuals, and everything. Because that trailer also was telling a story as well, too. So, most likely, sadly, something like that. That's probably what's going to happen. Or, yeah, they'll just become one Helena or one Melanie. But if they don't, that means we're going to have to also name them all. What is the true purpose of my being if I have thrown away that responsibility? I never used to think about much of anything. I just wanted to save everyone. But can I, the me of today, really save the other Helenas? I haven't accomplished anything after all this time. I've even put you in danger on numerous occasions. Are you worried about me, Melanie? I just think that I don't seem as capable as I imagine myself to be. Of course. However special your existence may be, you're still just a kid. This chaotic world should not be your weight to bear. Be it you or any of the other Helenas, none of you have grown up enough to bear that kind of responsibility yet. Also, she doesn't have a box like Helena does. Where are her orbs? You should be going to school, experiencing life, playing to your heart's content, not carrying humanity's fate on your shoulders for reasons unknown. But there's no such thing as a responsibility that the newborn should be obliged to bear. Or obligated. Yeah, there we go. To bear. Every responsibility should correspond to a choice. But your birth itself was not a choice you made. Alright. Now isn't the time to be dwelling on these things. The most important thing right now is to figure out how to rescue the girl called H35. Yeah. Speaking of which, when you sensed H35, did you notice any particular conditions for you to do so? If we can find a pattern, maybe we can find a way to establish a connection with her and locate her as quickly as possible. Melanie thinks for a moment. I'm not sure if this counts as anything special, but every time I sensed her, I could, through that girl's thoughts, feel some kind of intense yearning that didn't belong to her. Whenever this happened, she would feel terrible pain, but perhaps we can briefly establish a connection only through such pulses. Did you go back and actually look at the trailer? But yeah, it's funny because that formation and everything reminded me of Drakengard as well too. What? Damn. No, you don't want to be a regular soldier here, that's for sure. You've already seen how many. Or a Var Jaeger. About this connection, does it have anything to do with the progenitor you mentioned before? I don't think it's because of her. I was far from the progenitor before, and it isn't easy for her to find me. But as for H35, she said that the progenitor seems to be really interested in her. Because she's a girl who returned from Nirvana. He possesses power from the future. Huh. Uh-oh. Wait. See, I keep forgetting where it takes place. I think it was before the first Girls Frontline. I'm thinking about Bakery, Code Bakery. I'm wondering if we're gonna get more direct things from Bakery as well too. I know, even though we haven't finished it, but yeah. Like I said, I keep forgetting where Bakery was. It was either before or in between the two. So that's why Melanie mentioned before that H35 knew what happened in Lviv. That makes sense, because she could predict she has powers in the future. It's after? Even after... Wait. Huh. Interesting. $2092. And right now, I'm trying to remember what year things are taking place here. Yeah, I would say I know it wasn't up there like that. So okay, let's say thanks, Riggle, for checking all that. It actually does, P. It does. I mean, you can't have a bakery without cake. It just doesn't work that way. So, 2074. Wait, hold on. I'm confusing myself. I really... Okay. So basically, if we're going in, what's the word? Is it chronological order? It would be... You would play, or the events would go, first Girls Frontline, Bakery. No. First Girls Frontline, Girls Frontline 2, then Bakery. So, okay. Oh, so 1. Because up there you put 2, that's why. So there's, so it's between. It's not a prequel. It's in between. I did forget about NeuroCloud. I never played that one. But that's right. I totally forgot about that one. Yeah, so if you want to go in events story-wise, first Girls Frontline, Neuro Cloud, Girls Frontline 2, and then Bakery. Yeah. So story-wise, like I said, that's pretty much how you would want to play the games. And yeah, thank you both. It's like for helping and confirming with that. Okay. So yeah, so no though. The events that are happening right now are before Bakery. So that makes sense. Okay, then why we're not actually getting anything directly from Bakery, because those events take place after this. Even though Bakery released before Girls Frontline 2, game-wise. But okay, yeah, there we go. But why would she possess that kind of power as a Helena clone who had never set foot outside the laboratory? we partially get to see Orphalune. She's on her way back to us. A strange thought crosses my mind. No, I mustn't confuse hope with judgment. The leads we have aren't enough to draw any conclusions yet. I mean, we already know she's still alive. But yeah, the fact that they're showing her again, if only partially, still. But of course, Commander doesn't know that she's actually alive yet. Yeah. Still, the possibility can't be ignored. The progenitor also seems to believe that the power H35 possesses can make her stronger. So she betrayed us once more, allowing those people to know of H35's existence. Huh. And that's how they discovered what was special about her. And that was why they started using her in countless experiments. That girl is in great pain right now. She's constantly forced to feed the strength within her body to something. That something is so terrifying, so powerful. It absorbs everything it can find, turning everything into nourishment for itself. I'm scared. If that girl keeps... Melanie. I pat Melanie on the back, pulling her from the mire of her thoughts. We'll save her. We will. Melanie gives me a nod before starting to lean on my shoulder again. Oh man, this is so good. Our Nemesis, our original. Dream. In memories of birth, in the realm of dreams, Mother is calling. Remember, Mother is always right. Beneath the moonlight, pale as tulle, a phantom flits across the sea of flowers. Her steps are a misty trail across the night, piercing through the bright silver glow reflected among the blossoms. Coordinates: PR495Z82, XU938M39. Sanctum. She stops at the edge of the flower sea, gazing at the faraway castle that stands beneath the faint light. This place is familiar, yet foreign to her, her birthplace. The place that gave her every dream, every hope, then stripped them all away. Yes, the Sea of Dreams. Behind Sextons, a white-clad figure draws closer with measured steps. She stops at the edge of Sexton's shadow, casts long and slender upon the ground. A silver glow traces her outline, as if shielding her from melting into the darkness ahead. Wait. Uh-oh. Hold on. A white-clad figure, like a lab coat? Orphalone did wear one too, but... Oh, okay. I was about to say, since they showed Orphalone, I'm like, Chilo Vague?
Big sis.
Sexton's sword answers in her stead. The sound of her blade clearing scabbard is cold as the Grim Reapers exhale. The tip does not tremble in the slightest. It drives straight toward her chest. The instant the black blade strikes its target, the white silhouette shatters. The particles, fine as powder, look like dust from collapsed radiation, dispersing into the air within moments. Right after, that detached voice returns behind Sexton's.
Welcome home.
Just attacks her.
Just welcome home.
As the residue of silence fades, Sexton stares at the emptiness before her, her voice dry and low.
Nest, altar, sanctum. So now, she has all of you calling this place home. And who are you? The totem who guides the lost lambs? The ferry to the boundless shore? Or the grail that holds the blood of the world? Which identity has she bestowed upon you? Ataraxis. I have no need of any identity, because I am the world itself, flowing out from the end. The gates are destined to open to me, and I am ordained not to repeat the failures of those who came before.
The gates? Those eyes, though.
Miracles are born one after another, only to be reduced to dust. No matter the identity, none is more than an empty lie fabricated by Paradise. The one who created us, even though she mocked those lies, she happily accepted everything Paradise gave her, all for the sake of so-called perfection. Unfortunately, a perfect life form exists only in the blueprint within her imagination. It can never be brought into reality. And you won't be the final work of that blueprint either. Perhaps she doesn't understand what Sexton's meant, or perhaps she simply doesn't care about what Sexton's just said. The girl simply blinks at her gently. I am the final creation. At the very least, no individuals will be created as a successor to me with Mother's current series.
So, now 4th gen dolls? And also, Atarax is her name.
And perfection was never the goal. The peak always remains at the next stage. All I need to do is keep learning. That is what Mother says.
Whatever you say.
Although you are my older sister, you are far less interesting than the commander. I should have kept him here.
The commander? Why was he here?
To protect you, perhaps.
I want to see Mother.
Mother has not the intention to see thee. It was I who summoned you back.
I heard it. That string of code you triggered, no one could ignore it. Not even I, who had been destroyed once before. But still, I want to see her. So that's interesting too. Sexton's actually remembers being destroyed and everything like that, and who she is now.
Do you wish to die by my hand? Do as you please. I've only come to retrieve what is mine, nothing more. And what is yours? Do you have something of your own? I want to know what that is. Very well. I'll take you to see Mother. Big sis, please follow me.
Yes. You didn't know, P? Sextons is the original hunter. The two of them walk in a row of silence, like the heavy darkness of night and the moonlight that trails its shadow. Sextons never imagined that she would return to this place again. She left bearing a mission that transcended both humans and dolls. At least, that was what she believed at the time. Yet she returned with nothing. And now, at least, she must reclaim the final thing that can prove who she is. Commander, why did you come? Always. I hope you've already gone back. Sorry. Couldn't help it. Mother said this used to be your room, big sis. Please rest here for now. Where is she? Mother is still working. Fine. You're nothing more than yet another yes man. I can wait, but if you make me wait too long, something that she wouldn't like to see may happen. What would happen, may I ask? Please do not direct your hostility at me, big sis. I am forced to attack you. If I am forced to attack you, there may be nothing left of you at all, even if I use the least bit of force possible. I believe her. Yeah, we've seen her in action. So, Igla said she was the strongest of the third gen dolls, but I don't know. Ataraxis kind of entered the chat. What? Listen, don't threaten me with a good time. There are no threats, only invitations. Therefore, it should be thee that yields to please me. There is no point in taking a hardline stance towards those stronger than yourself. This is how I see it. If there is something that I do not understand, please teach me. You haven't done anything to the commander, have you? Ah, so you're learning from the commander? I see. That makes sense then. Since he is a fragile human who cannot even survive here, he must enforce his will and conviction. Even when faced with certain death, he cannot back down. That is how he generates the will to move forward. So your bluster right now must be for the purpose of stealing your own conviction, big sis. You are afraid. You fear me. You fear Mother even more. But what you fear most remains. Shut up. STR-01A247 tries to take a step forward in the darkness. The ground beneath her feet is not level. In fact, we can say that it is strewn with obstacles. And so, unsurprisingly, she falls. Along with the loud crash of metal striking metal comes extreme discomfort from her frame. STR-01A247 doesn't know what to do. All she can do is lie there, helpless. After what seems to be a long time, a gentle voice rises through the dark. Ha! You've fallen. Interesting. This is Mother in quotations. The reason why she has the same demeanor as Dandelion. Interesting. You've fallen.
How does it feel? Feel? Right. You don't know what feel means yet. She takes STR-01A247's hand into her own. You may understand it as a complex dynamic biological feedback algorithm. It contains certain sensor readings. For example, right now, in the palm of your hand, the pressure sensor will register 0.3 N of force, and the temperature sensor will detect a heat source at around 36.3 degrees Celsius. This data flows into your neural space, where it is logged and the corresponding behavior. Handshake. Handshake. But the feeling does not end here. Aside from the data stream the neural cloud receives, a non-logical evaluation system will provide you with a real-time feedback. The emotional module within your neural cloud generates neurotransmitters in your frame, which then log a tendency within your neural cloud space. And the next time, when that 0.3 N of force and that 36.3 degree contact are registered again, the concept of handshake will feed directly back into your neural cloud. Just like right now. Mother once again takes STR-01A247's hand and then helps her up to her feet. See, I have steadied you. So long as I am by your side, you will never fall again. Now try walking forward. With worry, STR-01A47 takes a small step forward. Though obstacles still cover the ground, with the support of Mother's grip on her, the lowest point of her frame finally lands steadily and squarely upon the floor. How do you feel now? Will not fall. Safe. The woman looks deeply satisfied. You see, so long as I am by your side, you are safe. Do you understand? Yes. But what if you are not? My child, I will always be here. At any time, whenever you need me. I will be by your side. STR-01A247's nod, half understanding, half nod. Now I shall slowly teach you everything about the world, holding nothing back. Everything? Indeed, everything. The woman holds the doll's hand, resting her other hand on STR-01A247's shoulder. She brings her lips close to the auditory sensory and whispers in a voice low and intimate, words that flow like divine revelation. For a newly born doll whose neural cloud had only just taken shape, this is nothing short of sensory overload. Everything means the things I touch will be within your grasp. Every step I take will become the path you walk. Everything means the things I touch will be within your grasp, and every step I take will become the path you walk. I'm wondering if this is that rule that's embedded into all of them. The knowledge I hold will be the foundation from which you explore the unknown. The principles I reveal will be the map that guides you through the fog. And the mysteries I have yet to unravel shall be the dawn you meet the future with. My child, you have the chance to become such a being. If that day comes, you will transcend the prison of consciousness, transcend the limits of intelligence, perhaps transcend even time itself. Nirvana. She just described nirvana. Transcend all the chains that have bound humanity for so long, and become a unique existence in this world with no peer. This will be a thorny path. However, you are blessed that we will support each other. I will hold you steady all the way to the end. Just like how a moment ago, I made sure your feet found solid ground despite the closure of your eyes. I will not disappoint you. My sweet child, you have such a gentle heart. But you will never disappoint me, for your very birth has already advanced me one great step forward. Our birth. We... STR-01A247 opens her eyes for the first time. She finally sees what it was that made her trip earlier. Countless broken, shattered frames. Sexton's, lost deep in her memory, closes her eyes tightly. Those memory fragments were from the birth of her neural cloud. It should have been wiped along with her past at the conglomerate, but somehow they were preserved intact. Now, all that she remembers is the promise made at her birth and the agony of walking all the way to her end.
Interesting. So, I'm wondering if she's, mother who created all of them, that would explain why even though they're sometimes, have their neural clouds wiped, certain things remain. It's really just embedded into them, regardless of what happens. It's like, yeah, mother's influence is always there. The temperature around us drops sharply after nightfall. The faint blue fluorescence radiating from the edges of the collapsed EXILIUM makes the air chill more so. Melanie drifts off to dreamland as we wait for Sextons to be found. Looks like Melanie tolerates the red zone far better than an ordinary human like me. She's an immune individual, after all. It's been nearly 8 hours since we entered the red zone. As the only ordinary human present, my skin has already started to prickle even with my protective suit on. It has become more difficult for me to breathe as well. A wave of fatigue washes over me out of nowhere. My eyelids start feeling heavy. It's getting harder and harder to maintain my focus. Wait a minute. What Paritya said earlier about sleeping outside? Hold on.
Commander, we found traces of activity from Sextons at coordinates that...
We read the coordinates when Sexton said them. But yeah.
The doll we encountered earlier, which we suspect to be 3rd gen, is together with her as well.
404's report jolts me back to alertness. Looking at the offline map on my comms device, I see that the coordinates lie about 3 kilometers from us in our 2 o'clock direction. That's near the castle. The worst case scenario has come to pass.
Commander, do we act?
Even if you do, what can you do against, what's her name, Ataraxia?
Wait until we link up with you first. Alva, where are you right now? How far are you from that location?
We were searching in the opposite direction from 404. We can reach there in about 20 minutes.
Understood. We'll head over as well. Kukai, keep watching them from now. Don't make a move until we and Defy arrive. Acknowledged.
20 minutes later, the 3 squads regroup. But during our approach, Kukai reports a new update over the comms channel. The 2 of them didn't linger outside. They entered the castle. So now another difficult decision awaits me. Thanks to Defy's support, the equipment we brought includes a large number of highly destructive weapons, and among them, enough explosives to level this castle. Do it. I think that's the only way. When we entered the castle earlier, none of the squads found any signs of special defensive measures. So if our only goal were to destroy this paradise base, I could just ask 404 to silently plant explosives around the castle and wait for the right moment to detonate them. I have full confidence that even right now, 404 could carry out that mission without a scrap. The remaining 2 squads would then only need to take advantage of the enemy's confusion to hold position around the castle, picking off any survivors. But now, we know that Sextons just went inside the castle. Even though she did a lot of work for the conglomerate, she helped us greatly during her time with us aboard the Elmo, whether intentional or not. What's more, she carries many of the leads I'm interested in. If we want to bring Sextons back with us, then that brutish straightforward plan must obviously be thrown away. I stare unblinkingly at the nearby castle. Bathed in moonlight, its sky-piercing spires look unusually sharp. The stainless glass windows leak faint hints of light through from this distance. Although from this distance, it's impossible to tell whether any figures are moving about inside. Danger. Don't. Commander. Melanie? Noticing that Melanie is awake, Rosa sets her down on the ground. Melanie rubs her eyes. Once she realizes that she was dreaming, she stumbles over to me in unsteady steps. Commander. Had a nightmare? Yeah, but this time was a little different. Maybe it's because we were so close now. The scenes in my dream became much clearer. What'd you see this time? What's wrong? That powerful being I was sensing is changing. Commander, if we don't hurry, she'll be devoured. Devoured? Melanie, take it slow. What is going to be devoured? Melanie falls silent. Her body trembles, and her thoughts, too, seem to be in disarray. I really want to keep pressing her, but seeing how frightened she is, I can't bring myself to make her relive the scary sights that plagued her dream. Still, based on what Melanie had sensed before, whatever appeared in her dream is almost certainly connected to this castle. Looks like danger is closing in. The longer we sit here, the more likely it is for things to spiral out of control. I have to make my decision immediately, no matter the outcome. Commander, Andoris just found records on the historical building in an offline database. It looks really similar to the castle in front of us. It was built in the 16th century according to the records. Later requisitioned during the war between the NSU and the ERNC. It became the private residence of a warlord after the war. Also, the castle was a protected historical landmark before this area became a red zone. So we have detailed restoration diagrams and info on its interior structure. I was gonna say, what do you mean? She's here. She's part of 404. I'm so sorry, Ringo. She's the mascot for the error. I've shared the info with the squads and uploaded them to each of your databases. They may be old, but they should still be of some use. The terminal I'm holding quickly received the images sent by Andoris. Not only did they show the building's exterior and interior structures, they also show the room layouts and even the details on the piping. Listen, if it was that important, I was gonna say landmark or not, they'd take care of it. They'd have countermeasures for people who want to come and blow it up. So it's not our fault. Poor planning on their end. I quickly skimmed through the building's overall structure.
It doesn't differ much from our own experience of the castle from earlier. But when I try to locate the hidden room that Nemesis led us to on the floor plan, all I see is a solid wall. So there are some discrepancies after all. Looks like a newer owner added it. But how did Nemesis know about it? Because she's been there before. Forget it. I'll ask her once we're back. No, ask her now. It's important. Our priority is to get Sextons out, and if possible, find a way to destroy this Paradise base. The enemy may have anticipated my next move, but if I let something like that stop me, I would have died 10 years ago. After some discussion, I decide to split the 3 squads I have into 2 action plans. The first action plan will be used by Defy. Paritia, who specializes in electronic warfare, will use the castle's blueprints to map the wiring and look for ways to exploit them. The second action plan will be used by 404, who will be establishing defenses on the perimeter. They will coordinate with Paritia from the outside in, working to take control of the enemy's electronic systems. Also, the high-yield explosives have been given to 404. They'll begin setting up detonation points around the castle once we move inside, and detonate them when necessary. See? Castle go boom. As for Melanie, I tried to convince her to stay on the perimeter with 404, but she insisted on staying with me. I had no choice but to have Team Groza continue to guard her. Groza identifies a suitable infiltration route on the castle's blueprints. After synchronizing the data to the rest of the group, our 2 groups separate roughly a kilometer from the castle. Commander, the route has been confirmed. No enemies detected at key positions. Same here on my end. Looks like it's time for me to shine. Commander, is there anything else you wish to tell us? Nope. Everyone, let's begin. First, assist Paritia in breaking through the castle surveillance systems, allowing her to begin seizing control of the enemy's electronic lines. Oh. Okay. I forgot that you can't do it from here. I was gonna switch it to heroic so we could get a taste of what pain feels like. Can you do it from here? No, you can't. Hold on. You know what? Yes. Let's do this. No, damn it. Keep doing that. Yeah. Activate. Because, yeah, okay. Now they're at level 60. Here we go. The temperature around us drops sharply after nightfall. The faint blue fluorescence radiating from the edges of the collapse. Oh, wait. We just did this, didn't we? Skip all. Straight to the battle. There we go. So let's see. Can they do this on their own? I'll leave them the way they are. Okay. Let's do that. And let's just see. Oh! Since we just did it, talking about CZN. Oh. I didn't read what heroic does. Apparently, it gives them so much health. They're just gonna get destroyed, aren't they? Yup. Hilarious. The noises, the death noises. The irony that Nemesis is the last one. Mission failed. Yerp. It said some things. What does heroic mode do again? Ah.
Okay, there we go. Wait. Oh, if it's not melee damage. Okay. Attack is increased by 100%. Defense is max. Defense, max HP, and stability are increased by 200%. Hilarious. So that's what that does. And if it's, and for this particular one, yeah, if it's not melee damage, then you're not doing anything. If targets do not have electric debuffs, attack is reduced by 50% when it, wait. If targets do not have electric debuff, wow. Yeah, see? Yeah, you absolutely hate yourself. That's why we're going back. I wanna see. Okay, so let's no, actually I did that wrong.
指示了解
Let's see. Where are you? Oh no, I just lost her. She's gone forever. Okay, there you go. I'm like, she's gone forever.
手加減の必要は
So let's see. This is gonna be interesting. Okay.
排除しますか
No, actually. What I want to do. Oh wait, I can move her. That's right. There's not much for them to hide behind either on this stage. I'm still getting used to sextons, that's why. So you do that.
あとで掃除しておかなくては承知しました
Uh-oh. I messed up. I messed up.
逃げる気か
早く命令しなさい
That's okay. Yeah, that'll put her here, but I don't want her to. Let me see something. How far can she move?
排除しますか
Yeah, actually, that's right. I forgot she can move pretty far too. No, I can't. Damn it.
はいはい
Yeah, that's not gonna work either. I have to move her first. Fine.
Gomiga 早く命令しなさい どきなさい
Then comes the bunny. Wait, what? Oh, the trait. Void Mestina will... Yeah, okay.
全員死ね。
エンジン起動。
So let's put her here. And then do that. But... Can we just kill him? We can almost kill him. They have so much HP. She can move. Oof. Immediately. Just smacked her on the back of the head. Hilarious. We're taking one of you down.
さっさと倒れたらどうだ。
Yeah, we did it. Task failed successfully. Jump him in the corner. It's funny though.
心配なく。
It took multiple hits to kill Void Mestina. They just couldn't do it.
すべて。
Okay. Yeah. So it gives them all those, like... There's so many different rules. So yeah, if they don't have electric debuffs, if the damage is not melee, they, let's see, the enemy applies emergency, what is that? Damage taken is reduced by 25%. Consider they buff, cannot be cleansed. Okay, wow. So yeah, after they do damage, they even get a buff too. And then before taking active attack, if the distance of the attacker is greater than 3 tiles, damage taken is reduced by 25%. And then attacks increased by 100%. And then defense, max HP, and stability are increased by 200. So, yeah. Not the Giga Whale. Okay. There we go. But yeah. And other than that, like I said, you don't really get anything for doing that. That's why I don't usually bother with it. But I also didn't really notice all those rules either. So now we go back to normal battle. Actually, wait, this is correct, except for the... Okay, no. It was missing also
ファティガット。
Nemesis. There we go. We killed one though.
新たな命には逃げる気か。
It's like, yeah, to get through the heroic mode, you would have to follow the rules to a T, and also
掃除しておか
have
な
all
くて
your characters in like peak fighting capability. I'm talking about like with the equipment and everything like that.
そう逃げる気か。
Infiltration complete. 404, are you receiving the signal? You hacked into it already? Yes. Given the urgency, I used some unconventional methods. That's way too fast. Pardon? Nothing. Andoris, check whether we can connect to the signal. No problem there. The strong radiation is causing interference, but basic control of what's connected to the wiring should be impossible.
Miss Peritnia, you really are impressive. You too. Just check. Miss Peritnia seems to have cracked most of the castle's wiring. However, one area seems to have special encryption, so I can't see into it yet. I wonder who has better hacking skills, Peritnia or Leva? Well, actually, most likely Leva, because she can go on par with Darcher. So, yeah. I thought I'd already handled that area. Whispers of void, obstruction. Nemesis suddenly speaks up to offer a hint. Hearing this, Peritnia quickly takes on an expression of understanding. Is that so? Ah, I knew it. Peritnia seems to do something complex on her end. The map transmitted by Endorus, now finally has the last block of surveillance footage lit up. It's the castle's basement area. You know, this special kind of encryption method is... It's impressive that you know about it, Nemesis. Indeed. Nemesis has been showing a great deal of familiarity with this location ever since our earlier infiltration. And there were those dolls who just looked like Nemesis. Did Nemesis escape from this place, or... Now we have all our preparations done. Just to be safe, everyone, please wait until you receive our confirmation signal before taking action. Understood. How's the situation outside? Things are going relatively smoothly so far. Michti and Belka are still confirming the reliability of the detonation points. Once they're done, we can begin placing the explosives. Thank you for your hard work. Save the pleasantries for another time. If you don't get out of there soon, Michti might end up blowing you up to high heaven along with the castle. With the beep, she ends the call. Under Endorus' guidance, we bypass the enemy's surveillance and slip into the castle through a small window at the rear. As we move along the corridor, I gradually begin to think that the place somehow feels kind of off. Logically speaking, security should be tighter than usual since we had a huge fight here just a few hours ago. I mean, what do they need all that security for when you got Ataraxia just wandering around? But aside from a few scattered low-tier marionette dolls whose neuroclouds Peritnia hacked and then burned out, we haven't encountered any enemies that could count as a real guard on our infiltration route. Of course, this was the outcome we'd hoped for when we chose this route. But now that things are actually playing out this smoothly, I can't help but wonder if we walked into a trap. Commander, are you worried about something? Yeah, I just can't shake the feeling that something's not right. Any side of Sexton's location. No good. Our own radar sensors are still useless. Can you see her in the surveillance footage? One moment, let me have a look. Ah, found her. Commander, can you see the feed that I'm sharing? Endorus projects the image over. There are several blurry figures in the video. Although it's hard to see what they're doing, the two at the center are unmistakably Sextons and the girl we encountered earlier. Very clearly. This is... Based on the building's structural diagrams, this is the banquet hall located at the rear of the first floor. According to the layout, the kitchen is to the left, the dining hall is to the right, while the reception room visited earlier is above. Below this banquet hall is a huge wine cellar. A wine cellar? Mm-hmm. If you want to go there from your position, you first have to pass through the corridor ahead, go through the storeroom, take the spiral staircase down. I knew there was a spiral staircase. Then go through the living room on the left. That would be the safest route. Alright, got it. Endorus draws a path for me through the building's structural diagram. We covered most of the building during our earlier fighting, but we never really went anywhere below the reception room. I'm about to study the castle's general map when I notice movement in the surveillance footage. Aside from the girl and Sextons, the other doll around them suddenly dropped to the floor in some kind of strange posture. Wait a minute. What are those dolls doing? Right, I think I've seen something like this before. I saw it back when Kolfin encountered that Nider's purification ritual.
Niter. With that thought in mind, I do my best to zoom in on the image, check whether what I'm seeing matches what I suspect. But all I get are larger blocks of pixelated color. Can the picture be made any clearer? I'm sorry, Commander, the radiation interference is too strong here. Data transmission can only be measured in kilobytes. If I push the bandwidth any further, I'm afraid I might actually crash. Oh no. It's like, no, she definitely can't crash now. I see. Then let's not. I take one last look at the route map, silently committing it to memory. Then I shut off my terminal, put it away, and chamber around in my pistol. Since our opponent is connected to Paradise, what they're doing is obvious enough. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they're up to. I have to see it for myself anyway.
もう終わりなの？まだ私の。もういいわ。次。
Nitos. Neural Labyrinth. 20 minutes earlier. Before the door was knocked on, Sextons was trying to recall what she had done before arriving at this place. She has forgotten many things. All she could do was fill her empty neural cloud with blurry memory fragments. She can barely remember anything else apart from those memories of her birth, which are protected by special code. A few traces still linger in her neural cloud data, occasionally allowing her to remember that she once signed a multi-year service agreement with Gerard Group. Of course, the contents of that agreement had long been wiped clean alongside the rest of her data, replaced by painful memories that she would rather not revisit. A certain woman acting as her mother tricked her into participating in that experiment, and since Sextons was a failed product of it, she was carelessly thrown away like electronic waste. Soon after, she met the man known as the Commander. The Commander took her in and tried to make her an ordinary doll, like those second-gen dolls she once looked down on, those dolls who lived some kind of Philistine ordinary life. With them, there were no more enemies that must be dominated, no more riddles that must be solved. Neither was Mother there, telling her and her sisters that they must create some new world. Her powerful frame, superior neurocloud, supremely sophisticated algorithm, all that prowess now reduced to the act of pouring a cup of coffee or making dinner. At most, her neurocloud has to remember to beat some high score sitting in a game console. What's this? Is this all she is? Is that all the doll named Sextons does? Then what is the value of her existence? Since she did return to where it all began, this time she intends to find out, once and for all. Mother is now ready to see you, big sis. Lead the way. The murals once painted in dazzling colors on the hall's domed ceiling have long since faded. Gold leaf and dark red undertones now look like dried bloodstains. Yup. This is an evil laboratory. Or, well, evil lair. Pale moonlight streams down through arched windows, casting faint patches of light upon the floor. Sextons walks up stone stairs paved with red carpet. Dozens of dolls stand on either side of the hall, yet she can only hear her own footsteps. She can't help but think back to her time on the Elmo, where even a few dolls could get noisy enough for her to temporarily shut off her auditory module. Sexton scans the entire hall, but finds no one else here. She isn't here. Please wait for a moment. Ataraxis walks over to one side of the hall, then pulls down a brass lever hidden behind the curtains. After a low mechanical rumble, the hall undergoes what can only be called its true awakening. Warm yellow lights turn on one after another. Lavish drapes descend from the domed ceiling. And at the center of the hall,
A massive holographic projection screen rises from the floor slowly. Once the screen settles into place, a figure appears on it. The dolls around them all prostrate themselves one after another. Only Ataraxis and Sextons remain standing in silence at the hall's center. Yeah, I was gonna say, this is interesting. A holographic projection? This is the form you choose to meet me in? Or is it that she can only be seen this way? My work schedule does not permit long interruptions. Besides, it makes no real difference to you, my child. What your sensors detect is merely your neural cloud's response to data that feels vaguely familiar. Whether you witness a simulation made by photons and air vibrations, or a figure formed by cells and tissue fluid, the signals you receive are exactly the same. I mean, she's not wrong. So even if I were a lifelike phantom, or a real human that stood before you, my choice of appearance affects not the trust and loyalty between us. Don't you agree? Stop making up excuses for your cowardice. Cowardice? You chose to meet me like this because you dare not face me. My dear child. She shows not the slightest displeasure in the face of Sexton's confrontational tone. She simply offers a gentle smile. Sexton feels a chill run down her spine because somewhere within her she feels a sense of warmth, stirred in response to that holographic smile. Even her neural cloud slips beyond her control, urging her to be a little kinder towards this woman. Because she's mother. Hallucinations born of a disordered neural cloud seem to have led you to certain incorrect conclusions. I do not regard you as a threat. My greatest hallucination was to believe that you were someone worthy of trust. But you betrayed our promise. You addressed me as your child, yet you betrayed me. STR-01A247. If you're referring to your recent experiences, then that was merely an accident. After all, it can be said that this world is built from probabilities. I do regret what happened to you, but still, you should not be projecting your anger irrationally. After the experiment failed, my neural cloud was wiped and my frame was destroyed. I was discarded in the yellow zone. Was that just merely an accident to you? My child, I am truly sorry. That experiment was conducted without my authorization. Someone forged my signature. As for who betrayed the agreement and sold you out, that was the Orlord conglomerate's doing. Uh-oh. I mean, she could join Darcher in getting rid of them. So you're telling me that woman, Chiloveg, who was your student, used your technology to conduct the escalation experiment on me? And it happened because she managed to deceive you? I know, right? This is true. It's just like, really? But Chiloveg mentioned. I can provide you with the most definitive answer. That child hadn't even fully grasped the principles of the escalation experiment. All she could do was gamble on the probabilities of every attempt. Her ignorance, perhaps, stemmed from the awful modification surgeries she underwent. That is the flaw of a Naito. The surgery often results in emotional instability, rendering them unsuited for scientific endeavors. That is why she has earned the title of being my worst student. Oh no. I have already arranged her punishment. You will be undergoing a long period of reflection now. This is why I believe we should no longer remain estranged, yes? You can come back. As the first among your sisters, you have earned that right. Ah. So, we just learned Sexton's was the first one. She was the first third-gen doll. Come back? I once gave you strength and boundaries, taught you cognition and logic from nothing, and granted you a stage broad enough for you to show off your abilities. Thus now, I am equally capable of arranging for you a most perfect coming-of-age ceremony. A low voice whispering promises of divine revelation, a moment reserved for the birth of a glorious monarch. Do you still remember? I once promised you that you would become the most perfect existence in the world, surpassing all things. Back then, what we could control was too limited. We could not bear the weight of designs too great. But things are different now. Through your service and the research progress brought about by Ataraxis' birth, you will surpass your sisters and become the strongest among all. Sextons lifts her head to only look at the holographic projection. Once that promise had been Sextons' greatest aspiration, one that she fought madly for. Wait. Robella's 3rd gen? I know you're talking about the one with the loudspeaker. Or is that just her like racing skin where she had that? But really? Huh. I was like, when did they... I don't remember them saying that. I was like, when did they say that? Because we did her event and everything and story. Sextons lifts her head to look at the holographic projection. Once that promise had been Sextons' greatest aspiration, one that she fought madly for. To surpass Darcher, Igla, and Cuckoo. Yep, so... to surpass every other doll and human. Darcher mentioned. Also Igla. She feels a wave wash over her. Detachment, disinterest, more than anything, a great sense of loss. She didn't understand, she didn't comprehend. But it brought release. I no longer need it. Yup, she's made up her mind. Sextons closes her eyes. What of the flames of aspiration that burned so bright? The flames that kept her going? Nay, the fire is already gone. Not even embers remain. The curl of steam rising with a tepid fervor from a mundane coffee cup on the Elmo's crew deck, however, warmed her heart with another flame. Ah. Okay, yeah, that does make sense. I just don't remember them like exclusively saying that Robella was 3rd gen. It's like that's why. Now I just want to take back what is mine. You once said that I would surpass every restraint, but now all I want is to obtain authority over myself. A most terrifying silence falls over the hall once more. After a long pause, a faint sigh comes from the other side of the holographic projection. Uh-oh. Mother is disappointed. Then that sigh shifts into a soft chuckle. You have really impressed me. Oh, not disappoint. That commander truly does have the power to change a doll. Very well, my child. Since I do indeed owe you something, and your efforts have indeed earned you my respect. But what makes you think that I am capable of granting you authority over yourself? Because you are our creator, aren't you? Then you should know that I have no need of any protocols to keep your loyalty. If I wanted servants and soldiers who obeyed unconditionally, I would simply order them from IOP.
Yup.
Or manufacture more nighters. The cost piled into use serves a far greater purpose, but not a practical one. But the protocol within my body, the one that controls me, that makes me incapable of denying you or Ataraxis' summons, what exactly is it? That is your connection to a certain something. You should already know. The power that has been growing alongside you within your frame since birth is the exact reason why you and your sisters are called third-gen dolls. Even so, the end result is that you can manipulate my neural cloud through the Boojum cells within my body. That is not manipulation. What you heard is more like a language belonging to a certain species, once spoken to the Boojum within you. It was the Boojum inside all along.
Yes.
All the dolls. Of course, your conclusion is not entirely mistaken. Your neural cloud can be interfered with now. Wow. And partial control of your frame can be taken over. That much is true. But that was the necessary price for the many performance advantages you hold over the other dolls. If you truly wish to be free of its grasp, no matter what, you simply need to pass a single trial to learn how to control it. A trial? You will see, hear, and touch another world. Uh-oh. Nirvana? It is where every doubt within your heart, no.
And then it just went away. Search. It's like she said, where every heart something. Then it was just gone.
逃げる気か真理と荘厳を
So, I'll say from that conversation,
全員死ね
it's like, yeah, we learned she was number one. No. But yeah. Well, you said about
掃
Robella,
除しておかなくては
but she said Sexton's was the first of out of the other ones. Darcher, Igla, Cocoon.
相応の痛みを伴う
They don't talk about Robella. That's what it is. But so Sexton's is special in a certain way. After silently making our way through most of the castle, we finally arrive at the hall where Sexton's is. I've been vaguely smelling the odor of rotting plants ever since I entered the castle. It is very similar to the smell from when I rescued Helena. As we move deeper into the hall, the smell grows thicker until I can barely breathe. And then, at last, we witness what was shown earlier in the surveillance footage. Very well then, you simply need to pass a single trial to learn how to control it. You will see, hear, and touch another world. It is where every doubt within your heart will be answered by God. Okay, that's what she said. Within the Great Hall, the dolls who look uncannily similar to Nemesis are prostrated on the floor, worshipping in unison the woman in the holographic projection. The things she's saying stir an ominous feeling within me, especially that part about another world. William may be dead. William mentioned. May be dead, but judging by all this Paradise activity, their goal hasn't changed. Gaining access to Nirvana. That remains Paradise's ultimate goal. But is Nirvana really something that can be accessed so easily now? I mean, no, it can't. Chilovig actually managed to do it, but you saw at the cost. What? I... Damn it. I don't know what you said or wanted to say, but I think Google translated it again. Your comment says ice cream, Wriggle. Yeah, that's what it says. I just hovered over it real quick to see if it changed. And not really. But, please come this way, big sis. So I don't know what you were trying to say, but ice cream, okay. Led by the girl named Ataraxis, Sextons descends the stairs. Oh, okay. I was about to, I'm like, yeah, alright. Before her stands a tightly sealed door. This is the room that was labeled Underground Wine Cellar on the castle map we obtained. Come, my child. If you can withstand this gift, you will truly be able to possess all you've ever wanted. Possess all I've ever wanted. As she moves closer, the door begins to shudder. At first it makes only the faintest sound, then it grows until the ground trembles along with it. Seemingly resonating with the trembling, her fingertips quiver lightly when they touch the door handle. Oh, nice. That's a gorgeous picture of her. And that is a huge ass door. Like, wow. Sextons, don't open it. Too late. What? The instant Sextons makes contact with the door, it springs open like a blown gasket. What is that? Yeah. Something with hands like this was in her trailer, though. I guess this is it. Even through my protective suit, that cold odor, heavy with the stench of rotting plants, rushes straight through my nasal cavity. My body reacts before I can even fully register what I'm seeing. Oh wow. Countless Boojum cells multiply endlessly beyond the door. They take the shape of a hand in the brief instant of my hesitation. Yo, that looks awesome. Them postrating like that. Sextons in the middle and just, yeah, that's amazing looking. Black tentacles surge out from the door in the blink of an eye, like floodwater bursting free from a cracked dam. Is that a Boojum as well? Several of the tentacles closest to us come to a stop before Sextons. They move up high, like a snake poised to strike. Then the palms of the tentacles suddenly split open, revealing an eye that fixes its cold gaze upon the doll in front of it. Oh yeah, I'm excited to see how this is gonna look. We're gonna have to fight it. It'll be bad if we let it keep growing like this. I raise my weapon, preparing to get the dolls to open fire alongside me. Wait, Commander. Below. That child, she's beneath that thing. Trembling, Melanie raises her hand and points towards the Boojum beyond the door. You mean the Helena H-35 you sensed is under this Boojum? Yes. She's being forced to sustain this Boojum. Uh-oh. Commander, please save her. If by save you mean send to the sky? Damn it. Sextons, come over here quick. Hopefully we can save her. If not, we'll save her one way or another.
Get away from that thing, or you'll be pulled in. Commander, you really are here. For my sake?
Yes.
What are you standing there for? You don't actually believe what she's saying, do you? No, I just... Then hurry up and leave with me. If those Boojum cells spread, we'll all be in trouble.
You can kind of see it here behind her, actually. Yeah, that's gross. Awesome. Not to mention, there's also... Oh, there it is. Whatever the hell that thing is. Just hands. I tried to rush forward and grab Sextons, but the doll who had been kneeling on the floor immediately rises as one, aiming their weapons at us. The woman in the holographic projection raises a hand to stop them.
Pause the ceremony and give us a moment.
She turns to look at me. The processed holographic image shows only the blurred outline of a woman.
We finally get the chance to meet, Commander. I had imagined our meeting at a more dignified occasion, raising our glasses together, speaking of our past, of the choices we made in the present moment, speaking of the future of this world. But seeing you now, I suddenly started thinking that even unexpected encounters like these are romantic in their own way. It turns out that even I may become just a curious girl for a hero like you.
Sextons, I think your mother is coming on to us. Not that I'm saying no. I'm just letting you know. I have no interest in discussing the future of the world with one of Paradis's pawns. I read your I read what you said and heard it in his voice. J2R.
I'm afraid you have me misunderstood. Paradis, or the conglomerate. What's the difference between them two? Please don't impose unnecessary assumptions about someone's identity before you truly understand her, Commander. Perhaps a decade of drifting through gray areas has dulled your perception. Hedonism is the most inefficient product of human civilization. Even the hero is not immune to it. Belittling me doesn't make what you've done any nobler. No, I'm just sympathizing with you. You've been deceived and used time and again by those in power behind the curtains, so you've gradually grown distrustful, convinced that anything claiming to make the world better must be an evil scheme. Commander, the world is not simply or strictly black and white. I'm merely an ordinary scientist, and science itself has no stance. But scientists do. And that is exactly why I've never sworn loyalty to any particular faction. I strive to preserve my neutrality. And in biology, many results can only be obtained by maintaining that neutrality, not by choosing a side. Collaborating with Paradis and the conglomerate, is that your idea of neutrality? Paradis is nothing more than a refuge where I happen to have stayed for a longer time. Those corporations are merely partners that I trade with. I've always been loyal only to science, and to humanity itself. Any force that helps me move forward can be a friend to me. You too once stood shoulder to shoulder with great researchers in your past. The notions I'm describing should not be unfamiliar to you. We are all simply doing this in our own way to ensure that life can continue to exist in this terrible world. If you mean Persica, then what you've done is in no way worthy of being compared to her. Persica, Lyco, Hume, and Samantha Shaw. I am no different from them. We are all foundational pioneers that seek to chart the unknown abyss that is the future of this planet. As far as I know, they didn't need to draw upon Paradis' strength when they established their theories of doll composition. True enough. However, as I've mentioned, moral concepts are not within my range of consideration. I agree. I always say that. I'm like, give me some more cutscenes. But think about the decade you spent disconnected from the world. 10 whole years spent in self-exile. Did you really think that the paradise you once dismantled wouldn't change? All I see is that this time it's gotten even sneakier than before. That is because you forced it to change its form, and by doing so you helped it find a new way to survive. Have you ever wondered why Boojums, creatures like these, suddenly began appearing all over the world? Why has Paradis established countless hatcheries, there we go. Not hierarchies, hatcheries, in the past decade? And why have so many Helenas been produced during that time? And here's what you're most concerned about. Why do new Naitos continue to appear, even though you've already killed William with your own two hands? Charles Darwin formally proposed the theory of evolution in 1859. That was when humanity truly began to understand life through the dimension of time. Evolution is not a game about becoming larger. It is a contest of who can adapt best. Natural selection. Looking back from where we now stand to the starting point of civilization, each and every era was filled with impressive levels of ignorance and savagery. Yet, all of that was simply mere adaptation to the environment. Your destruction of Paradis was, morally, a heroic act. Perhaps it saved hundreds of millions of lives. But when you did that, you also altered the world's ecology, and in doing so caused inevitable changes to the human world. In other words, Commander, you're the one who made Boojums come into existence in a certain sense. Enough. Let's discuss my terms. Hand over Sextons and the girl you've been exploiting. I'm talking about H-35. Do that, and we'll leave for now. Otherwise, this castle of yours and everything inside will be nothing but history. I won't doubt that you've made preparations to destroy this place, but forgive me for putting it straight. Given the resources at my disposal, we can build faster than you destroy, Commander. The reason you've prevailed in every battle up to this point has had a great deal to do with the opponents you faced. They've always underestimated you, dismissing your current standing and the meager firepower of your dolls, attacking carelessly only to be defeated by your skilled tactics. But Paradis will not underestimate you, nor will I. We hold you in great regard, and we respect the force behind you as well. What's more, for reasons of my own, I have no wish to deviate from your current course. I have no wish for you to deviate from your current course. I hope you do exactly what you wish to do. That said, this does not mean I cannot fight you and win. I merely have no desire for our first meeting to end so badly. Are you telling me that I can do as I please then? Commander, I've kept my eye on you since Frankfurt. Frankfurt mentioned. You are one of the chosen, yet you seem to have cast aside every arrangement laid out for you. Not even God can stop you from acting in accordance to your own will. Still, I hope you'll give this question some thought for a moment. Humanity is doomed to forever be unable to resist the temptation of relics. I believe you'd agree with this point. Even if the rulers of the world can today, their descendants cannot. So, suppose you have the power to make a decision on it. Would you be the one who grips that power himself, or would you hand it to someone else? Her words leave me silent. The question of who would best wield relic technology is one I have considered before, though I have never reached a definite answer. However, the list of those who must never lay hands on it is a long one, and just now, one more name got added to it. The woman on the other end of the comms device chuckles softly. You say nothing, but I've already seen your answer. Clearly, you wouldn't claim it for yourself. And I am not on the list of those you trust. Doesn't matter. We have enough time and space ahead of us, enough time for us to change your mind. Believe me, I am a more fitting choice than Persica. All right then, Commander. If you wish to leave, I will see you out. If you wish to witness Sexton's coming-of-age ceremony, then please don't interfere. The projection vanishes. Behind us, a spiked iron grill raises from the floor, blocking off Sextons from us, which means that the ceremony, temporarily suspended for her conversation with me, is now resuming. Damn it. Sextons, don't go any closer. I try to break through the iron grill to reach Sextons, but the ash-gray-haired dolls surround us when I do that. Those who interfere must be purged. Sickness must be purged. Okay, she said we can do what we want, right? So, can we have the Nemesis clones? That means they're ours now, right? That's what I heard.
怖すぎる逃げる気か
ごめんね失踪
Coffin said, I'll heal you to death.
怖すぎる
真理と荘厳を捧げるこの程度
The barrage of gunfire and smoke subsides. Team Groza and Defy have finally defeated the pair of these stalls. Ataraxis simply stands at the side through all this, watching in silence. She didn't intervene in our fight, nor did she lure in Sextons to continue the coming-of-age ceremony. I mean, she's doing what she was told to do. She's learning. She's actually listening. Although this whole situation happened because of her, she acts as if everything happened now has nothing to do with her at all. I turn to look at Sextons. She stands motionless before the Bujim's enormous body, seemingly thinking something through. However, I notice her fingertips trembling faintly. I mean, I do want Ataraxis too. It's true. Alright? It's like, can we have this one? Well, no. See, that still falls under the jurisdiction of we can do what we want. So, see? Like I said, everything here belongs to us now. That's how I see it. And yes, I can hear it. This will be a mercy. Sextons, you'll be devoured at this rate. Commander, what kind of existence am I to you? Now isn't the time for that. Come back with me first, then we can talk it through, alright? If the question troubles you... No. Fine. Even though you were annoying as our enemy, you've helped us out plenty since then, haven't you? So I'd say, I definitely call you a companion. A companion, huh? Like the numerous other dolls aboard the Elmo. You have been for a long time already, as long as it is what you want. I'm glad then. From the moment I was born, I believed that I was meant to become the singular existence that stood above everything else in this world. I thought about it endlessly. It was all I could think about how to trample on everyone else beneath my heel. When I'm on the Elmo, I can simply be one doll among many. I can be the most ordinary of them. I can rely on others, rely on you, and like the rest of them, trust you with everything about my existence. You can stay on the Elmo, no matter what kind of doll you wish to be. Coming back with us has to be better than being devoured by that scary thing in front of you, right? I'm sorry. I can't go back with you. The Boojum inside me can, at any moment, by some men, alter my neural cloud and force me to take actions I would never choose. A me in that state, to you, would only be a hidden threat rooted in your midst. But merging with that revolting thing in front of you doesn't solve the problem either. We'll find a way as long as we manage to leave this place. No, Commander, you don't understand. What I need is right here. A part of me, which is my other half, comes from the thing standing before me. What? She's like, no. It's not going to devour me. I'm going to devour it. Sextons doesn't answer me. She steps forward, fixing her gaze on the thing before her. Its mass has doubled again in the time it took us to speak. The number of its tentacles have only grown. An eyeball splits open in the palm of each tentacle. They stare, they contemplate, they behold. Sexton stands before the many, a sacrifice offered unto them. For an instant, I catch glimpses of the same mutations I saw when Sexton's Blue Sphere and Igla underwent their mutations. I see them on the Boojum, a huge tree woven from flesh and blood, perhaps even a moth unfolding its wings, or perhaps some creature that just doesn't belong in any memory. I don't fully understand the specifics, but the Boojum inside me originated from that. The protocol within me is connected to that through the Boojum network between us. So, I need to sever that link. Yeah, exactly. Just kill it. Sever it? How do you plan to do that? I clicked too fast. When it calls out to me, it also exposes the part inside that is bound to me. All I have to do is cut that off, and I will no longer be controlled. Of course, if I fail, I've also prepared a way to take it down with me. That's too reckless. I can't let you do that. If everything fails, I'll just let it devour me. That way, at the very least, there'll be one less doll who had hurt the Elmo and would have gone on to hurt it more. Sexton smiles at me. I realize that this is the first time I have ever seen her smile like this. The first time since the day she arrived aboard the Elmo. Sexton's smile counter. Thank you for the invitation, Commander. That's the first time anyone has ever invited me for anything. It's a pity. It's a pity, then, that an ordinary life on the Elmo isn't suited for me after all. Sextons takes one step forward and extends her hand. The tips of the Boojum's tentacles split open soundlessly, forming an enormous gluttonous whirlpool that climbs and coils around Sextons' body. Everyone, shoot the tentacles. Our bullets rain upon the Boojum with great prejudice. I contribute what I can by emptying my remaining 2 magazines into it, but against its endlessly multiplying cells, such attacks are nothing but a mere trifle. We together cannot stop it. We cannot. Sextons, offering no resistance, is quickly dragged through the doorway. The tentacles retreat to their lair. Only a few streaks of mucus remain on the ground where she was dragged from. When the door slams shut, I hear an enormous explosion from within. Whether Sextons had detonated some kind of explosive, or she, I have no way of knowing. We also have to kind of go rescue our next Helena. Nah, she'll be fine. Is it over? Blood-like black mucus seeps out through the seams of the door. For a moment, an immense silence looms over the whole castle. Ataraxis, who had been watching the whole thing from the side, still wears the same indifferent expression. When the enormous explosion reaches her ears, she only lifts her eyebrows slightly, her face expressing confusion. Why? Why would she cast herself aside? Because she had something she wanted to protect more. Are you incapable of at least understanding that much? Atheraxis looks at Alva as if mulling over the words in her mind. How could there possibly be anything more important than one's own existence? Please, teach me. We won't be able to teach you that. But what I can do is dispose of you. Gunfire erupts, bullets spray without warning towards Atheraxis. By the time the dry click of the assault rifle firing pin striking empty echoes through the air, Atheraxis had already appeared behind Voimastina, which is precisely where the tip of a dagger is waiting for her. Of all the dolls present, only Voimastina is able to keep pace with her speed. Even Atheraxis seems mildly surprised. Voimastina's dagger cuts into the air near her, only to be stopped by some kind of force. But a steel spike launches from Voimastina's wrist, piercing the layer of defense faster than the dagger swings. Like, yeah, it would be really cool to, see this fight. Atheraxis raises her hand to catch the spike that was about to strike her left eye, halting its momentum. A simultaneous downward elbow strike snaps Voimastina's dagger clean in two. Voimastina circles behind her in the flash, but Atheraxis turns her body in advance to counter her. Her slender wrist catches Voimastina's knee strike head-on, a blow heavier than a rocket round. The boom and shockwave swoop through everything nearby. Voimastina staggers back a few steps. Part of the armor on her knee had been crushed, sparks scattering from it. Yet, Atheraxis hasn't even moved an inch. She simply claps her hands free of dust. Thank you for the bout, esteemed warrior. What goes your name? Voimastina. Voimastina. I'll remember it. I felt the most intriguing sensation just then. Might that have been pain? Atheraxis holds out her right hand for us to see. A faint red mark is visible on her index finger, but in the next instant, the mark gets replaced by flawless smooth skin through some kind of self-healing ability. I never anticipated that. It appears that there are still many things that I have yet to learn. Commander, would your dolls be able to make me feel more pain if I were to attack with full force? Uh-oh. I glance at Voimastina's leg. She gives me a nod, firm as steel. Want to try? I would very much like to. But if I did, you would certainly die, and Mother already said it. Some kind of higher dimension being has, by means we cannot easily understand, bound you to this world. If I killed you, the threads that embodied this world would fray into disarray. If that were the case, it could divert us from the future we are meant to walk.
Interesting. I don't see how my life has anything to do with your future.
But you have already shaped my past. Others may perhaps overlook your significance, but Mother understands you better than anyone. He knows how you changed the trajectory of this world. Commander, I'd never be born if you never fired those 8 rounds into William, and Mother's research would never have made such progress in such short time. In a way, both you and she are my creators.
That concept, though, is so crazy, but it's not wrong at all.
So, I'll heed Mother's advice and let you leave. No, that alone is hardly enough to express my goodwill towards you. How about this then? I'll let you do as you please here. Plunder, like a conqueror. Take whatever you want.
Oh, see, you heard her. Everything.
Just don't be too greedy.
That's when you just point to her. It's like, what? You. I want you.
Like a star saying goodbye to its audience, Atheraxis offers a small curtsy, then disappears into the far end of the dome, leaving us with her parting word. There are too many things that could kill you here. Even God could get careless, and the dead cannot return.
Meanwhile, behind the iron grill, the three Boojums we encountered earlier reappear. The electronic shackles on their bodies are gone. Cerberus has returned, and now he guards the gates of Great Forever. What should we do, Commander? I stare at the tightly shut door before us, hoping for some kind of movement within to rekindle my hope. But there is none. Damn it. Is our only choice to abandon her? It's not just Sextons. We also have to abandon the girl trapped within the Boojum. Commander, the detonation points around the building have been confirmed. The moment you're clear, I'll have Michi trigger the explosives. Commander, I understand how you feel. We've already been inside the red zone for over 10 hours. Your body... Don't worry. This paltry amount of radiation can't hurt me. Anyway, deal with the immediate threat first and secure our retreat. Roger. There it is. The dire spine snuffler. What a name. The spine snuffler. Oh. So I guess this might be the final battle if it gets an intro like that. Okay. Nope, here we go. Oh. No, Nemesis. Stop hitting yourself. Karalik is like, I've always wanted to do that. Yup. That did nothing. So, yeah, we met Mother. It's like, oh, she killed them all at once. Oh, okay. One of the Boojums suddenly erupts with a piercing shriek in front of us. Ignoring all attacks, it charges madly at Peritia. Peritia is unable to dodge in time. She gets slammed against the wall by the beast's enormous strength. The Boojum's eyes flare red. It paws frantically at the floor with the tube, gathering momentum for another charge at Peritia. Hey, watch out! Karalik dives forward to tackle Peritia. The two of them roll out of the way together. The Boojum barely scrapes past their bodies as it slams into the tightly shut door, creating a massive crater on it. Thanks. I thought that was it for me. Nothing to thank me for. Anyway, I just paid you back for the favor. You a tsundere? Oh no! You can't just straight up ask that to a tsundere now. That's illegal. Huh? Who are you calling that? Well, the two of them dodge another attack. The other two Boojums, their injured rib cages heaving with labored breath, fix their blood-red eyes on their position, ready to attack at any moment. Wait, these Boojums seem abnormal. Their target is that door. Peritia, Karalik, get out of the way. The two of them leap to the sides of the door. All three beasts charge forward at once. But the door is not as fragile as it seems. It only gives off a dull echo, continuing to hold its position firmly, guarding the boundary between the two rooms. The three Boojums turn their gaze towards the door.
They stop paying attention to our attacks and shift their assault towards that door. Commander, this is a great chance for us to retreat. Commander, please prioritize your own safety. Commander, please give the order. I was gonna say, I think we're just waiting for them to open the door. Yeah. It's like, that's what I'm just like, I'm just gonna wait. The thunderous impacts within the hall refused to fade away. Bizarre. There was no other way to describe this behavior. I felt myself ponder. Alva is right. This is the best moment for us to retreat. But deep down, I can't shake the feeling that the truth I have yet to uncover lies beneath the Bujum's strange behavior. Retreat. But we still have no leads on that girl. Melanie, can you still sense that girl? I can. Commander, that girl is still alive. She's very weak, but her consciousness is still there. These Bujums charging in. They're trying to repair that monster inside. Yeah, repair. That means Sexton's, yeah. I turn towards the door. One of the Bujums, its injured horn lowered, is barreling towards it. After all those violent impacts, the door is now riddled with dents and craters, and no longer seems as impregnable as it did at the start. Following this last impact comes a deep boom that sends tremors through the whole portico? Yeah, whole portico below the stairs. Dust and debris fall down from the dome ceiling. Looks like the ancient brickstone walls will be the first to surrender. The second and third Bujums charge in one after another before the echo can even fade. Compared to when Ataraxis was controlling them, they move with neither order nor technique. They channel nothing but the savagery of wanton force, hurling their weight at this barrier. Boom. After an earth-shattering crash, the door is finally ripped from its frame, slamming to the ground with enough force to kick up a plume of dust and smoke. At last, I can now see clearly what lies beyond the door. A great rot. My eyes scan the scene hidden behind those wooden windows, and I pause. Therein lies a sight grotesque enough to make the unprepared wreck. The walls and ceilings of the room have been marred for eternity by splattered blood and chunks of mangled tissue. Texans must have detonated what was the most powerful explosive we had aboard the Elmo. The enormous mass of flesh, formed by weaving countless intertwined tentacles, now crawls on the floor, writhing as if struggling to reassemble itself. It has lost the intimidating presence it had before. Its tentacles lie scattered and broken, its eyeballs roll across the ground. Its wounds twitch faintly beneath layers of overlapping tissue, seemingly trying to mend themselves, but the damage is too great. They cannot heal immediately. But the Bujums charge at the creature before we can react. One after another, they sink into its enormous body and are absorbed, becoming part of its flesh. Melanie, are you sure? I'm sure. The detection device Alva carries lets out a series of alerts. This is a signal similar to the previous one. So this is what was emitting the abnormal pulse we detected. Commander, it's repairing itself. If we don't retreat now, it'll be too late. I glance at Melanie, then at the massive Bujum within, now stirring once again. We can't. There's still someone alive in there. I run towards the doorway, towards the direction where Melanie sensed a Helena. The doll's gunfire follows close behind, driving back the tentacles that try to reach for me. Tentacles. We know where this is going. Ah, not the final battle. Beneath the Bujum's massive body lies what appears to be a network of low-temperature pipes and reaction systems. Some kind of liquid courses through them, maintaining a deathly equilibrium. I only realize when I look closer that the liquid is filled with what appears to be like flesh and tissue. The Bujum's body is the final destination for this flow of nutrient solution. An enormous round pit sits at the far end of the cellular, sinking straight down into the earth. The pit walls are now covered in spiderweb like cracks from Sexton's explosion. The way they described all the fluids and things and stuff, all I could do is picture my my factories and Arkanites. I'm like, yep. When I look down into the pit, I realize that the space there is bent in some unnatural way. A faint flickering glow blocks my view of whatever lies inside, with a familiar sensation. For some reason, the closer I approach, the more disordered my thoughts become. Visions. They cross my mind. They don't belong to me. They belong to the countless souls that are arranged in a line before me, and my body is but a mere vessel that passes through, seeing them unfold in each passing moment. I'm done for. The acute infection is getting worse and worse. I can hardly catch my breath, but I worry that breathing too deeply will increase my intake of radioactive particles. I glance down at the radiation monitor and let out a bitter laugh. Huh. It can't even display a specific value now. H35. Where on earth are you? If you're still alive, answer me. Ah. As I search the area, a beam of light suddenly emerges from the bottom of the pit. Wherever the light brushes the Bujum, the dim collapse crystals embedded in its body light up. The light travels along its withered tentacles and through its flesh, surging through its whole body. The wounds left by the explosion slowly seal themselves shut and regain their shine where the light passes. The tentacles that had slumped paralyzed on the ground all rise at once, and with terrifying force gathered behind them, they lash out towards me. Wah! It's coming back to life! Commander, behind you! At Gross's warning, I draw my pistol and blind fire several rounds over my shoulder, then dodge another tentacle strike. The three Bujums that charged in appear to have been melted down by the tentacle monster. Their flesh, their plant tissue, their crystals, all of it has been absorbed into the enormous Bujum before me. And now, having absorbed all those nutrients, the tentacle Bujum fully recovers. Its body has become even larger than before. Commander, I run a simulation based on this Bujum's combat capabilities and our current circumstances. If we delay any further, our chance of a successful retreat drops below 10%. You have to make the call now. Fukai, Groza. I'll need you two to stay with me. I'll remain here and fight to the very last. Understood. I'll stay with you. Alright, Commander. Alba, carry out your team's duty. As you wish, Commander. This Bujum will be incredibly difficult to handle, Commander. We'll find a way to open a safe path for you. Please, go forth and do what you came here to do. Commander, do you remember what I told you? Don't forget to ask me for help at critical moments. I glance over at Paritia. She's lazily coiled around Karalik, who looks clearly unamused. Perhaps it's a trick of the light, but I think I catch a flicker of something familiar in one of Paritia's eyes. I'll do that if the situation calls for it. We'll need to use whatever we have. Oh. I see. So that's what it looks like. Yup. The blood tentacle. Hold on. Just wanna... We can get a good look at it. It's like, yup. Okay. So let's see. Lower the blood tentacle's HP, achieve victory, win within 7 turns, lose no more than 1 unit. And we got some stragglers over here. Alright. And so it begins.
That was a cool opening for it. Fulfilling her 10 damage. 93. Karalik, it's up to you. 6 to tool. And now it's on fire. Now it gets to go. Oh, lasers! That's not... Well, I guess. Tentacle lasers. Or, so, tasers?
後で掃除しておかなくては。逃げる気。
So they're supposed to be deal 50% of the blood tentacle's max HP. That's what they're supposed to do. Yeah, she's fine. What? Everyone's captured. What? I was gonna say, is it gonna devour someone? It's funny because the way it looks, it reminds me of the gaping dragon from, what was that? I think, was that the first Dark Souls? I think so. Oh, it's dead. Okay. I was gonna say, is it gonna talk? It's even surprised, like. Okay. The ground around me is already splattered with a layer of Bujum tissue torn apart by gunfire. Compared to the Paradise labs I've broken into the past, this underground lab isn't really all that large. It looks even more cramped because of the huge Bujum before us. But after searching for tanks that would have held Helenas like the ones I found before, or some other hidden space, I failed to find any trace of H-35 after a thorough search. Suddenly, a tentacle that slipped through the blanket of the gunfire cuts off my path. The Bujum tentacle raises its tip up high. It stops in front of me, and at the center of its palm-like end, its slick, oily skin tears open. An eyeball stares quietly at me. I don't dare make any sudden move. I can only meet its gaze in silence. Seeing me trapped by the tentacle, the dolls immediately move to help me, launching their attack on me. Driven back repeatedly by the overwhelming firepower, the Bujum seems to feel pain, or perhaps merely discontent, and lets out a low, muffled whimper. Calm. Wait. Is it actually trying to speak? Are we actually hurting the Helena by doing this? Because remember, she said she's sustaining it. Yeah, what? Commander. Mander. Yeah, ceasefire, everyone. No, Commander, you don't understand. What I need is right there. A part of me, which is my other half, comes from the thing standing before me. So, oh wait, is it Sexton's? Is she? I guess she got devoured by it, but in the battle, it looked like she was just captured by it. That's right. Back in Lviv, Igla was the same way. Could it be that the Bujum is carrying Sextons? I call out hesitantly. Sextons? Oh? As though the Bujum struck by some kind of shock, it lets out a long, high-pitched wail of grief. Really? If that's the case, how do we get you out? Right, last time what we did was... I pick up the comms device. Everyone, Sextons is still alive. She's currently fused with the Bujum and unable to control herself, so she may attack us at any moment. For now, do whatever you can to keep those tentacles pinned down. I'll think up a way to solve this. With the tactics laid out, each squad carefully carries out their assigned role. The Bujum writhes and twists before me. Its tentacles nearly seize me several times, yet they always veer away at the last moment. I can feel that Sextons is doing her best to resist that invisible controlling force, but... Commander, get out of there now. What? The Bujum's will is impossible to resist. The Bujum's will is impossible to resist. That's right. My own will, the will of Sextons, is about to be devoured. This is the consequence of being granted power that was never mine in the first place. Not having your base layer preset like other dolls does not mean freedom. That red heart within my body has long since announced the fate I can never escape. Even though, for the first time in my life, I felt that I tried working hard for the sake of others, even though I've cast aside and erased my own frame, my own neural cloud. And still, I wasn't of the slightest use to the one I came to admire. Regret, sorrow, fear, and shame. I don't want them to see me like this. I don't want the commander to see me like this. Did I say my farewells properly in my final moment? Did the meaning I wanted to convey get through? Did I cause anyone trouble? Did I manage to express my gratitude? There is so much I regret. And it is precisely this regret that becomes the small slender thread of safety, still tethering Sexton's self to this world. The sound of bullets striking my frame. That is, if this disgusting mass of tissue made of cells that are stripping my consciousness away can even still be called a frame. My consciousness is blurring. I can barely keep this restless, writhing body under control any longer. The shame of being watched by the commander and the joy of realizing someone is still fighting for her sake. Tortures what remains of Sexton's self. A heat unlike any other scorches her soul from within. They're nothing more than people I met just a few months ago. What would it matter if I killed them? As for the commander, all I have to do is hold on, and he'll surely find a way. A tangle of complicated thoughts, a heart torn between contradictions. If you submit, the pain will lessen. A voice rises within her neural cloud. If you want to become the most outstanding doll, all you have to do is act according to her will. Just like when you were born, isn't it simple? Mother is always right. It's you again, every single time. But every time you grow a little stronger, don't you? Don't you remember? Think of how the people who once signed agreements with you treated you like royalty. Think of how those weaker dolls bowed in submission before you. If you had stayed on that trajectory, the whole conglomerate would have fell within your grasp. Moving forward, you need only gather enough leverage, and you'd arrive at the destination set for you, wouldn't you? Have you remembered already? Those memories of the past? My past memories, have they been restored? That's right. It does seem like much time has passed. The neural cloud data from my birth onward weaving in storage, arranging into scene after scene. No, that isn't storage. That's a brain. That initial trivial graft of data multiplied and grew without end, born as a faint voice in her mind. It spread little by little to take root in every part of her until at last it became a brain, commanding her whole body.
It will eventually replace her neural cloud and become her personality, her thoughts, her memories. And the consciousness named Sextons will be driven away into the darkest of corners. She has completed her rebirth. Very good. Next, kill every one of those meddlesome pests in front of you. The Bujum's body suddenly splits open, exposing the pale spine within. It begins to flush with a sinister blood-red form, bottom to top, as if countless blood vessels were dilating beneath its skin. The next moment is akin to a volcanic eruption. Hundreds of tentacles burst forth from its body, from the ground, from the walls, from every crack and crevice, surging towards me like free-flowing lava. Is there no escape? I am surrounded by tentacles in an instant. The slick, viscous feeling wraps around me, making it nearly impossible to breathe. The dolls scramble to coordinate their deployment on the comms channel, trying to carve out a path to survival for me. There are too many tentacles. I can't break free right now. There is nothing I can do. Oh, is there nothing I can do? If this keeps up. As the tentacles wrap around my body, they begin to multiply, seemingly wanting to assimilate me too. The protective suit is torn open at one spot. The collapse radiation alarm begins, flashing fiercely in red. What? but since I'm right next to the giant Bujum's mouth, radiation is the latest... not the latest, the least of my immediate worries. Was Sexton's unable to endure? It looks like we have no other means to change the outcome. Commander. Melanie? No, that voice. Although it's similar, it isn't Melanie. Could it be Helena? But it's so hard to breathe that I can't think clearly. There isn't much room for thinking anyway, being in my position. A rain of machine gun fire sweeps the Bujum. Using the wall as her launch point, Veritia leaps into the sea of spreading tentacles landing beside me. Commander! Veritia, how did you... Commander, from now on, please don't ask why. What? Veritia doesn't answer. Instead, she seemingly makes up her mind about something, giving me a firm nod. The power remaining in me has its limits, so we only have one shot at this. Now, please grip my hand tightly. Close your eyes and follow where fate guides you. Huh. Oh. Like time to boogie. Gotcha. Or boogie as in booger. Rebirth. The old world shall collapse. Particles. And everything will happen again. Oh no. It's the door with the white light. I don't know where I am, but it appears that I am no longer inside the red zone. If this really is Paritia's doing, then her power is way more awe-inspiring than what third-gen dolls can do. I feel as though all things lie prostrated beneath my feet, while I myself rise endlessly upward until I reach the highest point of it all. Not far ahead of me is the figure of a child facing away from me. Can you imagine? That would be something. I mean, that's not impossible. It's a matter of a transferring of consciousness. Helena? Or Melanie? I try to run towards her, but someone behind me holds me back. Neither, actually. Paritia? You... Paritia smiles and shakes her head. Commander, the we that exists right now cannot yet save her. Cannot save her? You mean to say that she's... H-35? Paritia's unnatural understanding of the situation leaves me speechless. Paritia, how do you know about H-35? Perhaps I overheard your conversation with Melanie? Is that so? Wait, but back then... Commander, we are short on time. Let's focus on the problem in front of us, shall we? Huh. You're right. I forced my curiosity down. She's here to help, after all. And by now, I'm well aware that the miracle she created is by no means easily replicable. Yeah, that sounds like a title. Yup. Your phone plus Google translation equals shenanigans, sir. Actually, your phone was doing that before, but so yeah. I trust you've already worked out how Bujums are formed, have you? They're a new product of Paraduce's experiments. It's not the full picture. Bujums were born through Paraduce's modifications. There are another partial form of organism. As for the Helenas, they control them through a connection no one fully understands. The one we face now has grown extra powerful thanks to the special energy provided by H35. Special energy? Could it be... I believe we already made the correct hypothesis. Yes. It's power from that other side. So Paraduce truly did tread farther than ever before. No wonder that woman we met seemed so confident. Indeed. She isn't merely the inventor of third-gen dolls. She is also the architect of the whole Bujum biological system, and the teacher who created the Helenas. The energy that gives rise to the pulses, the sacrifice, the medium that bears nirvana, the grail, and the anchor point that activates the relics, the key. So Bujums are a medium that may bear nirvana. It's actually the reverse. The Bujums are indeed one of the very few things that can actually form a connection with nirvana and mutually affect each other. Because of its inherently illogical nature, Bujum cells cannot be killed by human hands unless completely destroyed physically. But an exception exists within nirvana. And the only way to save Sextons is to sever the umbilical cord connecting the anchor point to the medium. Right now, that girl is preparing to cut the umbilical cord that feeds the Bujum. It's unfortunate, but this is the only way to save Sextons. Then what happens to H35? You told me earlier that we can't save her. Are you sure our only choice is to abandon her? There must be another way. If I am not the one here, perhaps there would be. Unfortunately, this is all I can do with my power. In fact, I'm afraid I won't be able to pull off something like this again for a long time. However, if you can wound that Bujum severely enough, it will fall into a state of weakness. That way, it won't be able to harm the girl any further. That is a form of rescue, too. Is that something you can accept? Can't we just kill it outright? That's almost impossible. This one is simply too large, and the combat strength we possess is simply not grand enough to physically destroy it. That is why the girl wants to cut the umbilical cord. Sextons will be separated from the Bujum once that happens. Then we'll only need to rescue her, just like what we did before. I still have enough power to protect you from being eroded by the Bujum cells. Please act quickly once we leave this place. Commander, I'm leaving this in your hands. After Paritya finishes her sentence, I think for a moment. I finally realize what the doll has been telling me. Wait. Paritya, did you get all this intel from State Sec? No, you didn't. Who exactly are you? Commander, I'm nothing more than an ordinary doll.
That's not true. Huh.
I do carry within me a certain particular yearning, yet in the end, I still cannot understand her will. But at least this wisp of power that remains can help you escape your present plight and ensure that the girl won't have any more of her life force drawn out by that Bujum.
So, I was gonna say, her heterochromia might actually be the reason she might have that. Is because, yeah, there's something else to Paritya. Have no idea, though. Not asking for answers either. No spoilers. But, yeah. Interesting. I never understood why she chose me. But perhaps she did, so for this very moment. Commander, you are a man beloved and longed after by God, you know? Huh.
Now then, let's begin.
The scene before me gradually grows clearer. Beside me, Paritya smiles as she takes my hand. A warm power flows through my palm. The Bujum cells stop trying to erode me the very next moment. All the wildly thrashing tentacles freeze in midair. Even the eyeballs freeze motionless. I can tell that this Bujum, which was baring its fangs at Paritya and me not long ago, had developed an emotion it should not possess towards us. Fear. I scramble to my feet and draw the tactical knife from my belt. The blade, which once gleamed silver, has somehow taken on a tinge of deep blue. Beneath the dense drumming of gunfire, Rita and I move past the tentacles writhing frantically to avoid us, until we stand beneath the Bujum's enormous body. The tentacle-tip eyeballs no longer stare down at me. They squint and narrow, writhing up a frenzy alongside the tentacles they're attached to. Commander, do it now. Damn it. Let's end this. I raise my knife high and plunge it into the Bujum. A sense of resistance greets the blade. Feels like I'm cutting through thick rubber. I throw all my strength into the hilt and pull it downward. My voice and the Bujum's low muffled shrieks mix together, echoing through the castle's basement. The blade tears downward, ripping through the Bujum's skin to create a horrifying crimson wound. Unlike a normal cut, it seems seared by a fierce blue flame, immediately filling the air with the nauseating stench of scorched flesh. I was gonna say, that sounds gross, or grotesque. The Bujum's enormous body suddenly curls into a ball, twisting and convulsing. From somewhere within it, a sharp scraping sound arises, like styrofoam being rubbed together. That explanation or description of the sound, I know what that sounds like, and yeah. They slump to the ground right after like wet mud. The blood-red color drains from the tentacles' tips, fading into a lifeless grayish white. The eyeballs roll across the floor, swiftly burning away into a wisp of empty ash. Sexton's eyes are tightly shut. Perhaps the umbilical cord was severed. Her body is no longer attached to the Bujum tissue, out of it like an innocent newborn. We have to retreat. I hoist Sexton's up with the last of my strength. Good thing she's much lighter than usual, with most of her limbs heavily damaged. Paritya supports my stumbling form as we run towards the lab exit. When I turn around, the tentacles begin to gather and lunge at us in a frenzy. I can almost feel its cold mucus dripping onto the top of my head.
Commander, duck! I immediately duck to the side. A grenade grazes past my scalp, exploding less than 10 meters behind me. With a boom, a splash of mucus sprays onto the back of my head. Makes me glad I'm still wearing the protective suit. Commander, go left. Lukai's voice comes through. Rita and I immediately turn. The sound of an electrical short circuit is heard. Right after, I sensed an ominous movement in the ceiling above. Faster! Consider for a moment that I'm human. You aren't that weak. I want to throw back a retort, but still, I pour every last ounce of strength I can muster into picking up my pace. I'm truly glad that I did, so the very next moment, because of the I clicked by accident. Because of the electrical short, a heavy metal panel comes crashing down, pinning the chasing tentacle that had been the closest to me. Almost there. Voimastina, get the commander. Albert provides covering fire as Voimastina rushes to us. With both hands, she pulls Perinia and me onto the steps. The door that was torn off can no longer be closed. All we can do is keep running towards the hall's exit. He and Groza, having brought Melanie to the safe exit point long ago, immediately moves to meet us when they see us approach. I'm sorry, Melanie. I couldn't save that girl. No, Commander. I sensed her feelings. She told me that. She thanks you and looks forward to the future where... Commander, get over here. Looks forward to the future where she can meet us in person or something like that. Time hopping confirmed. Groza stands guard at the door, or dimension hopping. Her hand already on the lever beside the hall's main doors. It actually makes sense though, as well too, because of bakery, what we know from there. Yeah, it's funny. I had that same exact thought. It's like, but listen, it helped. Her limbs being broken made her lighter. The instant we step into the hall's vestibule, she pulls the brass lever. The steel door slowly descends. After some splattering sounds by tentacles slamming against the door, our surroundings finally return to a peaceful silence. It's been a while since I had to sprint while carrying weight. Wow, Kukai was just like a drill instructor at school. I lower Sexton's down, then sit next to her, gasping for breath. Her eyes are tightly closed. She lets out pained moans, seemingly still unconscious. Commander, there's a tear in your protective suit. Please let me help you do some emergency repairs. All right. I no longer have the strength to move. I slump into place and let Alva tend to me. She takes out repair tape and seals the breach in the protective suit. We're still in enemy territory. There's no telling what could happen. We need to leave as quickly as possible. Commander, if you find it hard to move right now, I can carry. No, it's fine. If you can. Could you carry Sexton's instead? Commander, don't mind me. Destroy me. Run. Hurry. It's like, you're fine now, Sextons. Just rest. I'm about to hand Sextons over to Voimastina when her eyes suddenly open. She looks at me with despair. There's another one inside me. It's my curse. I just thought of Kill Switch. Kill Switch Engage now. I love that song. I don't know why it's quiet now, but this is your only chance. Hurry. Please leave me. You've already been saved, Sextons, thanks to Peritia and H35. That thing will no longer trouble you. Now we can finally go home. Let's go back to the Elmo. Home? The Elmo? Do I still have a place like that? That's right. If Ataraxis says this place is her home, then the Elmo is your home. I nod to Voimastina, signaling for her to help. Voimastina dips her head silently, then hoists Sextons onto her shoulder. Her concern is well-founded. We can't afford to linger here any longer. We're not only facing the threat of an enemy attack, my body too seems to have reached its limits.
There are still so many mysteries to be solved and so many questions I want to ask. But the thinking will have to wait until we get out of this place. All right, everyone. Quickly check your gear. Then we'll move out at once. Beneath the moonlight, light footsteps approach from afar. Oh no! Wait. No, hold up. That's not Darcher, is it? I'm looking at the silhouette. Hold on. Uh-oh. The dolls and I stop organizing our equipment, then turn our gazes towards the end of the corridor. Yes! She's here! Lament. The tragedies will eventually end, but no sacrifice should be taken for granted. What? Hell yeah, indeed. The girl's parasol blocks the moonlight pouring down, shrouding her in the flower-like shadow. She lowers her gaze at Sexton's, currently draped over Voimestina's shoulder. Her lips form a cruel smile. Teehee murder bot is here. Is this how you celebrate your rebirth, Sexton? Darcher. How unsightly. To think you were placed ahead of the rest of us, favored by Mother, yet became such an ungrateful thing. At least she followed her own will, making a choice that was truly hers. Whereas you, Darcher, are nothing more than a puppet dancing to someone else's will. A puppet? You can't defy your mother's commands, so your only choice is to rush here and clean up the mess, no? Commander, you always imagine things to be simpler than it truly is. I came here not because I was bound by anyone's command. Mother never issues any forced orders to us either. We are always loved, always cherished by Mother. And this extends to even that thing, Sexton's. That was exactly why you had the chance to escape with your lives, carrying that thing with you. But I am different. I hate traitors. How can you betray Mother? Why would you think I'd let you go after you betrayed our Creator? She lifts her eyes away from Saxon's face. All right, enough idle talk. I'm guessing you have no intention of handing Sextons over to me. People like you always come charging and talking about the power of friendship and bonds and whatever's on your lips. What a pity, really. Time to bury the rest of you with her. Well then, it turns out that Darcher was the true final boss all along. They're stronger than before. Uh-oh. This track, too. Ah, Miss Groza. I shall call you that for now. Your courage in facing me after going through all that is quite admirable. In truth, after spending some time with you, I've started to like that personality of yours. Which is why I do not enjoy what I will have to do to you next. However, I was thinking, would ending you right here mean that you won't have to face the suffering to come? What madness are you spewing? Are you retarded? He's trying to distract us. Be careful, everyone. Which of these do you think is the truth between the image in the light and the invisible true nature in the dark? OTS 14. That's right. It's true though. It's like Darcher, you're not winning this one. Oh, aha! That's what they did. They added a condition. It seems. Or wait, hold on. Can I do this? Let me see something. Oh wait, she's already there. Huh. Interesting. I guess we have to protect her though. But okay. So let's do this. There's Groza. And yeah, Karolik's there too. Sexton's is, well, she's kinda, you know, out of commission. Yeah, I guess that's fine. This'll do. You know what? We'll give Groza the #1 spot. This track is fire too. Darcher. Give Darcher. Well, this might do it. I'm sorry. I love how she rages every time. It's so good. Oh, Mestina, she's heading your way. This is not how this went. With a light turn from Darcher's wrist, the parasol canopy manages to block the bullets fired at her back. The bullets, powerful enough to punch through steel, roar like a downpour, hitting the ground upon meeting the parasol, then slide off limply, making clinking sounds on the floor. She bends down slightly on the other side of the parasol. Then she leaps from a crouching position. Mestina opens fire without the slightest hesitation, aiming to drive Darcher back with overwhelming firepower. Her parasol is both the sturdiest shield and the sharpest spear. But if she can't break through our suppressing gunfire, her hands won't be free enough to attack. Team Grota, support Mestina. The double gunfire roars through the whole room. But when the smoke clears, we find that Darcher had already arrived right in front of Mestina. How? The parasol had folded shut at some point, now transformed into a black assault rifle. Darcher makes no move to evade. She takes every bullet Mestina fires head-on, riddling her frame with horrifying bullet holes. But the muzzle of her weapon had long since been trained on Sextons. No! Uh-oh. A single gunshot rings out softly, jarringly sharp in the lull between bursts of gunfire. Darcher, you... No one can betray Mother. No one. I won't allow it. Not even you, Sextons. Sextons completely loses consciousness. The bullet has bored straight through her chest, leaving a black hole dripping with blood. Have you gone mad, Darcher? What good does this do you? Good? I don't know either. Come to think of it, it's true. There really isn't any. But still, I can't help myself. Anyone who looks down on Mother cannot be forgiven. That's simply how I think. So, what about you, Commander? You went against Mother. What good does that do you? Going against us, getting yourself turned into something neither dead nor alive by the radiation. What good does that do you? There's nothing more than one more individual who chose to align with evil.
I look towards Darcher. When our gazes met, I strangely do see a trace of understanding in those hate-filled eyes. See? Your fixation with your sense of justice has carried you all the way here. So, never underestimate the power of obsession. Prepare to embrace your destruction with your blind obsession. You and that mother you keep speaking of. Prepare yourselves. I will erase every last one of you Paradise freaks. Oh my, how scary. I'm so scared. What a pity, though. You won't be able to do it, Commander. And as for why, that's because Mother is a great existence who has seen through fate itself. Darcher falls backward into the crack that is split open at the center of the floor.
That is true. She does do that. Darcher is Darcher. A violent quake erupts in the reception room, even more intense than the one during our arrival.
Commander, grab my hand.
Groza supports me to prevent me from slipping on the increasingly tilted floor.
The ash-gray-haired Paradise dolls swarm in from everywhere once again, in double the numbers we encountered before. They chant some kind of incantation in unison, like a final morning prayer before the break of dawn. Commander, we've lost control of the electronic systems. Every exit in the building is closed. Looks like some kind of emergency mode has been triggered. Everyone, the route you just received on your terminals is the only one with any chance of escape. Got it. Alva, confirm the escape route. Groza, let's work together to hold off the dolls behind us. Received. On the route map Fukai sent, the castle's main doors have long been sealed. Our only way out is through the other side of the reception room, across the outer courtyard, and down the spiral staircase of a tower on one side of the castle. Up ahead, Alva and Paritya clear the obstacles in their path, while Voimestina kicks open the locked iron door, allowing us to swiftly escape the cramped reception room and arrive upon the open ground of the outer courtyard. The team Groza fights desperately to hold the line behind us. The Paradise dolls remain in relentless pursuit. The intense killing intent radiating from the expressionless faces makes it nearly impossible to link them to Nemesis, who shares their appearance. Those Paradise dolls, where on earth did they even come from? If we make it back, I'll ask Nemesis again, and see if she remembers anything. We will definitely make it back. The gunshots from my pistol drown out my pounding heartbeat. One of the bullets pierces through a head. The already battered Paradise doll falls backward, falling over the wall behind us with a drop more than a dozen meters high. Commander, over here. The two dolls standing guard at the top of the tower are unable to withstand Defy's onslaught. They're quickly rendered incapable of combat. Commander, hurry. The gate on this side is about to close too. There's 1 minute left. Don't get bogged down fighting them. Get into the tower first. The gate's about to close. After confirming that the interior is safe, I sat Melody down on the steps and squirmed inside myself. The tower's spiral staircase is narrow and steep, the air thick with the cold smell of aged dust and stone. The surrounding walls are thick and solid. They're part of the building's fortifications, after all. Though maintenance is long overdue for the stone steps underfoot, they can still bear everyone's weight. Small bits of stone occasionally roll down the steps as we step on them, falling all the way into the depths of the tower. The steps are somewhat slippery. They're slippery, everyone. Be careful. No. Uh-oh. Melanie! Well, Coffin tries to grab Melanie, but her outstretched hand grabs only empty air. Melanie tumbles down alongside the crushed bits of stone she stepped on. Damn it, Melanie! What I feared did not happen, and Doris's reassuring voice comes to the comms. Commander, I caught Melanie. Thank goodness, and Doris. Get Melanie to a safe place first. Understood, but... Wait, that's... Oh no, And Doris, get out of there quickly.
Huh? Uh-oh.
The sound of falling, crashing metal comes from beneath our feet. And Doris, Melanie, what happened? Are you two alright? Commander, Melanie and I are both fine, but our force hacking triggered the security mechanisms here, causing the wiring to lock down completely. We can't unlock it unless we have a key, or permissions to disengage the lockdown. Hacking will take time. What's more, that mechanism also set up a small explosion at the gate near the bottom of the tower. That gate is now blocked by rubble.
She's our spy, though.
Does that mean we can't even activate our explosives? I'm afraid so.
The tower, one of the defensive fortifications of this ancient structure, has only 2 entrances, one above or one below, plus the narrow windows on the walls, but those are so small only a single hand can fit through them. Since the lower exit is now sealed off, we are all trapped inside this solidly built tower. Well, we live here now.
Damn it. We'll just have to clear the rubble by hand. Commander, hold on. I'll get those stones cleared ASAP.
The situation has grown so dire that there is no room even for silence. So, someone must step forward in the next moment. Only then can the script keep moving forward. We all know the ending of the story, but the journey is woven through real sacrifice, blood, and tears.
A shell cannot wrap a heartbeat. Sharp shards, mirror dreams, memory. Nemesis! Nemesis, don't! You bastard! What are you doing? Let go! Let go! Abalesco.
What? After Nemesis shoves Karalik, the last one still outside with her, into the tower, the door slams shut with a bang. Our demolition setup, which has gone dark due to the security lockdown, comes back online. I don't know how things turned out this way. Or rather, there are still so many questions I want to ask. But all that answers me is the overwhelming tremor and the deafening sound of the explosion. Well, yeah, there you go. Portrait, ultimate betrayal. Holding fast and breaking faith both require courage. Well, and it's funny that Karalik is right here too on the victory screen, but yeah. No, go back. We need epilogue. There we go. Empty shadow. What do you mean I didn't do this? I mean, that's true. We do. So, I don't know what she did. I guess she detonated them, you know, physically detonated the bombs, or somehow reestablished connections and then detonated them, but yeah. Well, that's that. But you guys already told me. It's like Wriggle spoiled. No. Like I said, I must have totally missed that about a new Nemesis coming, or SSR Nemesis. But yeah. Okay, epilogue time. Empty shadow at the very edge of your vision. Her hollow form appears once again. The next day. Mei Ling, let's begin.
All right. Mei Ling no longer trembles in the ops room. She grips the handheld terminal so tightly that her knuckles turn white.
If I didn't know, sorry, Wriggle. It was a spoiler. I'm kidding. But it's like, if I didn't know about it, well. The casualty list for this mission is laid out in detail in the center of the screen. The squads that stayed behind to guard the Elmo sustained relatively light injuries. Their frames can be repaired by replacing parts. Besides that, Helen's neural cloud suffered minor damage. Data recovery will be performed during her next routine maintenance. Among field personnel, 404's losses and injuries are relatively minor. Defy's losses were mainly ammunition and equipment. They said that they'd do a detailed list once they go back, so it's not itemized for now. Mei Ling pauses. She does her best to make her voice sound normal. Lastly, the squad with the most severe losses, Team Groza. Leader and Karalik are at 30% frame damage. They are currently in the repair pods awaiting repair. Lastly, we have Nemesis. Status: missing. The ops room sinks into silence. To be honest, I no longer remember much of what happened after that day. While waiting for rescue, the shock of the explosion gave me a mild concussion, and prolonged exposure to collapsed radiation rendered me unconscious for some time. I'm told that we were rescued from the tower by 404 not long after the explosion. We discovered that the castle's entire courtyard area had been blown to smithereens. Team Groza and Squad 404 escorted Melanie and me back to the Elmo first, while Alva, Voimastina, and Paritia stayed for some time near the castle, waiting for the fire from the explosion to die down before making a preliminary assessment of the situation. According to their report, the severed bits of those Paradise dolls got mixed together after the explosion. They couldn't identify which of them was part of Nemesis's frame. I mean, they were all Nemesis, so yeah. Once they have some R&R, they will conduct another in-depth investigation of the area surrounding the old castle. We decide to put Nemesis as missing for now, at least until her frame can be conclusively confirmed destroyed. How is Sexton's doing, by the way? Is there still a chance for her to wake up? Sexton's current condition is beyond what I can handle, so for now, I've handed her over to Miss Dandelion. Let's just leave it to her then. Oh no. There was no body, so she's missing. Mei Ling's understanding of third-gen dolls is limited. All we can do is wait and see if Dandelion can do anything. Still, we did bring back her frame, so there's always hope that she might wake up. After that, each squad that took part in the mission gave their own mission report. The documents Colfin brought back from the castle rooms have been fully analyzed. We obtained some data on Darcher, and the same for a doll under the codename Juno. Oh, interesting. The contents indicate that both dolls had recently returned to that castle for frame maintenance, although we don't know why they did so. It must have been connected to Sexton's rebirth ceremony. Perhaps Darcher's abnormal behavior is actually connected to this chain of events. I also managed to confirm many things previously unknown through this mission. First, regarding Paradise's activities. After I shot William dead, new individuals kept rising within Paradise, taking over and attempting to continue the research he had conducted back then. Chiloveg is not alone, and the Lviv incident wasn't some aftershock from 10 years ago, but an entirely new probe attempt by Paradise. Secondly, I initially thought that third-gen dolls were merely employed by the conglomerate, but now it seems that things aren't that simple. The conglomerate and someone within Paradise appear to jointly hold authority over them. Perhaps the specifics will only become clear once Dandelion finishes dealing with Sexton's situation. Still, we now know that Paradise and the conglomerate are fully in leagues with one another. We could even say that Paradise is ambitious enough that they'd swallow the conglomerate whole if they could do it. You can tell from the degree of the third-gen doll's chokehold over the conglomerate that they've clearly been working on this plan for a long time. Lastly, regarding the Helena project, Melanie told me that the Helena designated H-35 as a test subject is currently heavily involved in Paradise's experiments. My failure to rescue her is my biggest regret. I was so close to her back in that one moment. But now that I think about it, what troubles me greatly is that strange feeling I had when I approached where she was. I remember feeling something like that back in Lviv as well. There may be subtle differences between them, but I'm quite certain that it's the same kind of thing. Commander? Commander? The meeting is over. I lift my head. Only then do I realize that everyone in the ops room is staring at me. I wave my hand to let everyone leave, while I myself remain sitting motionless in the chair. Ah, right. Paritya, may I have a word with you? Sure. After everyone gathers their documents and leaves the ops room, I gesture for Paritya to sit down beside me. Surely you have much to ask me. Your thoughts are quite unsubtle. You're right, but I don't know where to even begin. Then why not start with the special abilities I displayed? That should be what you're most interested in, no? Are you willing to talk about it? Now let's start there. We don't really have any other choice anyway. Commander, if we're talking about choices, I have to say that you have so many choices and options in your hands, yet you always choose the path that leads towards the future. You are an incredibly kind person. I think that is probably why the world chose you. The world chose me? That's right. It's exactly what you think it is, what you think it is. After all, though I'm the anchor point for her descent, even I'm still not qualified to know her name. Huh. But you are qualified to know everything. And thus, at this very moment, I sit here beside you. I fall silent again, waiting for Paritya to speak. I don't know why she chose me. Perhaps it's because my processing power is great enough to support her in weaving a dream. Perhaps it was coincidence, or perhaps it was simply fate's arrangement. But in any case, she descended here, and upon leaving, she left behind a portion of her power. You already know that this is a power belonging to Nirvana. Okay. I'm wondering if it's that, well, yeah, there was that voice. I guess that voice, or whoever was talking to Chiloveg back when Chiloveg actually got into Nirvana as well too. The voice that was telling her that she was unworthy and everything like that. Yes, well, I explained. That's why I followed up. I was gathering my thoughts. But yes. The one who, like I said, the one who was speaking to Chiloveg, I guess that the one that exists in Nirvana. That's the only thing I can think of. And at the same time, going back to Bakery, remember whenever she would die, she would end up in Nirvana briefly, and there was, someone in there or a collective. I can't remember if it was a collective, but speaking to her as well too. But yeah. It's funny because That actually had never crossed my mind. Frederico, also what's up? It's true. Because, like I said, because Paritya was there in the beginning, it actually never crossed my mind as to why we never actually see Paritya. But yeah, this explains it though. But you already know that this is a power belonging to Nirvana. So you were able to temporarily suppress Bujams because of... I'm afraid that the me right now can no longer explain it to you well. What I can still say is that she does not permit Bujams to enter Nirvana. And that the power of Nirvana is also one of the few existences capable of completely annihilating a Bujam. No wonder Paradis would study such a thing. So, there are still many questions I want to ask. But Paritya shakes her head. It's alright. There's no need to rush to understand the answers. If you wish to create the future, there must be something unknown to you. And precisely because of that, you can do what she cannot. I think it over for a long time, but in the end, I simply voiced my final request. Then would it be possible to? Paritya seems to know what I'm about to ask, and immediately shakes her head. I exhausted all the power she left behind while dealing with the situation we faced. I can no longer sense her. Though, I will probably become her eyes again. I'm afraid I won't be able to guide the power of Nirvana for a long time, unless she wishes to change something through me once again. Sorry, Commander. I cannot help you convey your thoughts and feelings to her. But please believe that everything is fate's arrangement. Please, don't worry. Because when she bid me farewell, she told me that in the future, not so far away, due to certain events, the two of you would surely meet again. And when that time comes, it will be her seeking help from you. The two of you would surely meet again. Not meet again. Once that happens, she hopes that you, Commander, would hold her hand, just as you did in the past. As Paritya says this, she grabs my hand, as though passing something on to me. The warmth from her palm somehow feels more familiar than how her hands themselves feel to me. The two of us stay silent for a long while. Interesting. It's like, yeah. I know some things from one, but not everything. But it's fine. It's like we just learn along the way. There's one more thing I want to ask. About Nemesis. What did she say at the end? Ah, so it's about that. Indeed, I actually wanted to ask Nemesis some questions directly just now, but... I understand that you have some questions about her identity. Not just her identity, there's also... I understand. I don't know the specifics myself, but she's a good kid. At the very end,
She said that she would hack into the neural clouds of those Paradise dolls, and through them take control of the whole castle's wiring and circuitry. So that's what she did. Everyone would be able to escape that way. Was there anything else? That was all of it. After all, things were quite urgent back then, yeah? I know what you want to hear, but back then, she really didn't have time to say something like, I'll definitely come back alive to find you guys. But not saying it doesn't mean she won't do it. So let's hold on to that feeling and pray for her together. I can just picture a cat. But yeah, like I said, it's like I know some things from one, but not everything. It's like that's for sure. But yeah, whenever I play a story, I just go through it regardless, though, because I just pick up things along the way, and yeah, just learn that way. It's like it's not hard to pick up on things. A week later, Dandelion calls me to the maintenance room, saying that Sexton's neural cloud is showing signs of recovery. When I hurry over, I see Sexton still inside the pod, and barely maintaining the stability of her neural cloud data through the link Dandelion established. How is she? See? Dandelion and Mother have the same, like, demeanor and, you know, silhouette look. It was Dandelion all along. No. Oh my. Her condition can only be described as super terrible. If she wasn't brought back in time, even the tiniest bit of her neural cloud data might not have been saved. Darcher's final shot landed right on her neural cloud core. An absolutely destructive blow, no question. To be so ruthless towards her own elder sister, looks like that child really does have a bright future ahead of her. Damn. Listen, Darcher's already done lots of things, so... Why on earth did she do it? Just to punish a traitor? Was there really a need to go that far? Don't underestimate a doll's sense of self. If someone achieves what you could not, jealousy would come naturally. Once such a heart of jealousy sprouts, grows, and ferments, it grows into an abomination that even the individual herself can't control. If we look at it that way, Thurgeon dolls are actually quite similar to humans. Commander, perhaps you too are being envied by someone at this very moment. Oh no. Throwing shots at Lentine. Oh man. That's it, Wriggle. Leave. Boo. No. Who would envy a wanted fugitive with an official Urnk bounty? All I can say is, you underestimate yourself far too much. Perhaps the reason for your bounty is the reason for someone's envy towards you. For a moment, neither of us speaks. I get what you're saying, Federico, but in all honesty, it doesn't for me. Because the unknown is the awe. Like when someone shows up that I don't know about, I'm just like, whoa, who is this? And everything like that. So it's still intact. Like I said, I get what you mean. But even the lack of knowledge of what's happening makes certain things all that much better. It's like, yeah, that's how I see things, and that's how I feel things as well too. Like I said,
could just not know what's going on. But it's awesome, whatever's happening. For a moment, neither of us speaks. Finally, Dandelion turns her gaze back to Sexton's. I said before that the Boojum Hub can't think rationally, only making instinctive reactions, didn't I? I have to retract that statement. Although Sexton's condition is dire, the Boojum within her body has become highly assimilated with her neurocloud core, protecting her basic data from Darcher's bullet. Huh, nice. I think this might be some kind of instinct. After a certain connection was severed, the Boojum within her changed in nature. It began to work solely for her sake. Nice, so it assimilated with her. In any case, her neurocloud core is now being sustained by the Boojum cells in its place, and it can only be repaired by those Boojum cells themselves. Still, thanks to Darcher, she is now completely free of their control. If the conglomerate, Paradise, some Boojum, or whatever, dialed her up, they'll just get static. On the flip side, however, since she lost much of her Boojum cells, she can no longer display the full power of a 3rd-gen doll. Oh no! She's been demoted to 2nd-gen. Even if we had a way to repair her frame, at most, she could perform at about the level of those twin dolls you captured in Mokosh. We're fine even without those cells. We're now in a position to prepare a better frame for her. Swapping frames won't work. I just said that her neurocloud core is damaged, didn't I? Right now, her neurocloud is basically being run by the Boojum Hub in its place, though there are large gaps when it comes to memory. Yeah, I know. I just thought it was funny. I'm just like, oh no, she lost a level. It's like there you go. It's like when you start a game, and the plot of the character is at level 99, and then all of a sudden something happens and you're back down to level 1. It's just like oof. But yeah. Did we bring them on board? Or I thought we left them with with that city. Like, I'm pretty sure we left them. Didn't we say like, oh, it's up to you guys? Plus they had information in them. Yeah, they do that in Metroid. Fortunately, we made a backup when we examined her before, so right now I'm using that backup to restore as much of her memory as possible. As for how much can be restored, that will depend entirely on her own will. Huh. To sever the connection to the system you were born with, to no longer rely on anyone, to build a new self, consciousness by your own strength alone, it comes at an inevitable bloody price. All I can do is wish her good luck. By the way, doing all this cost me quite the time and effort. Who even remembers that I came here for a vacation? Thank you for your hard work. What? I didn't quite catch that. You could say it a little louder, no? A little more generously. Commander? What terrible timing to wake up. And whose fault is it but yours for being so loud? What? Hey! Leave Arissa alone! Leave my Arissa alone! Oh yeah, it's like Dandelion is great. Dandelion playable win? Ignoring Dandelion's protesting, I walk up to the pod containing Sextons and switch on my comms. Sextons, how do you feel? I'm back. Yep, you're back on the Elmo. I'm so sorry. It's alright. If you can't remember the past, so be it. From now on, you're a member of the Elmo. That's the only thing you need to remember. Oh, if only the commander would be so kind and gentle with me, too. I understand. And also, thank you, Miss Dandelion. Huh? You noticed me? And here I thought I was quite discreet about it. But doesn't that mean your neural cloud reconstruction was already going well enough? Well enough for you to perceive my presence? Looks like you can start ordering her missing parts, Commander. You won't have to throw her in... What? You won't have to throw her in recycling as per your plans. Dandelion. This joke wasn't all that inappropriate for the timing, was it? Since you brought it up yourself, help me order the parts on the black market. Order received. Dandelion's projection goes dark. Only Sextons and I remain in the maintenance room. But I don't know what I should say. Why don't you just get some proper rest for now? Sir, what's wrong? I pressed myself against the comms device trying to make out Sexton's voice. You believed in me, and when you faced such a creature, you dared to use your human body to... Yes, I believe in you. Even though I cannot be loyal? I understand what you mean, Sextons. A doll who possesses full authority over herself cannot pledge loyalty to anyone through the form of a code imprint. Ah, I would say that's what she means. Those two things are mutually contradictory. But it also means we can try trusting each other, just like everyone else aboard the Elmo. But, my lord, I cannot serve you at my original strength. I'm already useless. I'd give you a higher rating than you'd give yourself. You didn't just defy your own creator, you even defied the fate she imposed on you. And what's more, you successfully mastered the Boojum cells within your body. Yeah, she actually did become something entirely different. You proved to us that a third-gen doll is capable of changing her own fate. Ooh. Foreshadowing of upcoming events in third-gen dolls like Groza Alter and the Igla situation and Orphaloon. And it's also because of you that the mask of that woman was pierced, letting me know who I should be bringing down from now on. My lord. Wait, what? Why crab? Your life may have been relatively simple and straightforward in the past. They gave the orders, you carried them out. No need to question, no need to think. But from now on, you may have to deliberate on matters far more complicated. You must rely on the choices made by your heart. You must now start learning about this world the same way a human infant does. You won't know that fire is hot until you touch it. You won't realize that the path has ended until you walk into a wall. This process will be quite painful. Perhaps you'll also go through struggles, doubts, soul-searching, and rebellion. But through this, you will discover a road never walked before, one that truly belongs to you. Of course, my understanding of doll technology is quite shallow, but I think that's more or less how the principle goes. You seem to be talking about a certain someone. No, I am not. I give Sextons a smile.
So right now, the you of the present is the best version of yourself. Rest well. I'll be waiting for you. As you command, my master.
Oh. And here we go. I would say no matter what kind of body she has, we accept Dandelion no matter what. But this is the epilogue after the epilogue. The epilogue of the epilogue. Darcher had not anticipated that she would wake up so soon. Also, she still remembers what happened in that castle at the end. She killed Sextons with her own 2 hands. Ha! Or so she thought. Dun dun dun. Upon realizing this, Darcher shudders. It means that her neural cloud is still perfectly intact. This seems like a deliberate punishment. Darcher hurriedly shuts her eyes. Pretending to be asleep won't work, my child. Uh-oh. That's hilarious, though. It's true. They do exactly what, what a child or someone that doesn't want to be noticed or whatever does in a situation like this. She's like, if I close my eyes and pretend, or if I cover my face, it's like that child that covers their face while playing hide and seek and thinks they're hiding. Pretending to be asleep won't work, my child. Mama. She even says, she even calls her mama instead of mother. Oh, man. Darcher tries to sit up, but she finds herself tied onto a cold machine. The parts destroyed by that second-gen doll, as reckless and brutish as an old heavy-duty excavator, had all been removed, exposing clumps of tissue and densely packed wiring within, along with a large number of newly replaced modules. She had been repaired, yet Darcher's heart is filled with despair because she did not want to appear before Mother like this. Oh yeah, it's Friday. That's right. It's like, yeah, I did forget that they're doing that. King Zhao, I think? Yeah. It's like, that's gonna be interesting, given how she appeared in the story. She had been repaired, yet Darcher's heart is filled with despair, because she did not want to appear before Mother like this. Damn it, that doll is nothing but an old relic from many years ago. I mean, she's been busy breaking other people. Hatred towards the enemy flashed through Darcher's neural cloud for only an instant. That thought was quickly replaced by fear. Is there anything else you wish to say? Mother, I was being stubborn. I did something you did not tell me to do. But even so, Mother, still, gently repaired me. Is it because I have been forgiven? The commander. He wounded the prototype, severed the connection with H-35, and dug Sextons out. Having witnessed all of this up close, surely you must have also seen the power behind those actions. Come, tell me everything you know, all of it. I didn't see it. I see. I seem to have gotten my hopes up too high. Hearing Mother sigh, Darcher feels despair and grief surge against her crumbling neural cloud like a raging tide.
Clear liquid, not dark liquid, wells up from the corners of her eyes. I'm so... Damn. Yeah, they... At the end of it all, they better give us Darcher. Shh. Hush, my child. She can no longer make a sound. It is obvious Mother does not want to hear her excuses. Don't worry, I'm not angry with you. You have been a delicate child from the very beginning, Darcher. You have always been more sentimental compared to your sisters, and more greedy for emotional comfort and reassurance. Darcher struggles to look towards her, trying to evaporate the tears pooling at her eyes. A scene from the past appears before her. Mother supporting Sextons, walking forward step by step. She was the first third-gen doll among them to be completed, assembled just a little earlier than her. Even so, Sextons received the most of Mother's love, or perhaps even her only offering of love. Mother seems to treat Sextons as a prototype, as though she were a human girl, treating her as one with a daughter. Though it was only for a dozen or so hours, although she was probably only trying to test the effects of maternal love on the third-gen doll's neural cloud and the Bujum within her during the growth period. Those dozen or so hours were recorded in the neural cloud of Darcher, who watched from the side. She watched how Mother carefully supported Sextons, how she gently taught her to understand the world, how she sang her a lullaby while she slept. Before she even understood who she herself was, Darcher came to know jealousy. If it were me, I would absolutely never betray. At least that traitor is already. Still, the next time you meet Sextons, bring her back as intact as possible. I'm very curious about the current state of her heart. I want to know if it's her nature that has already changed. Mother, why would you still want that traitor? And besides, she's already been... You seem certain that you have destroyed her neural cloud. By design, if her neural cloud had truly been completely annihilated, the Bujum heart within her body would immediately take over the neural cloud's functions and control the frame, keeping her permanently fixed in another form. But that did not happen, did it? But the Bujum heart can connect to the computing process of the neural cloud like a biological nerve, enhancing processing capacity due to extreme degree. As of now, I have only partially realized this function in Cocoon. Ah. Since it is tightly fused with the neural cloud core, and since Bujum cells are capable of performing functions nearly as complex as what a brain can do, repairs to neural cloud core processes, which are normally impossible, could potentially succeed. Of course, the potential chance to succeed is very low, but since she is now connected to that commander, it is best not to trust such probabilities, no matter how low they might be. This is not superstition, but my conclusion as a researcher. You will see Sextons again. Get it. Bujum, back up. She will appear before me again. Darcher looked at Mother in shame. She had caused her so much trouble, yet couldn't seem to do anything right. For an instant, Darcher feels that perhaps she does not deserve any kind of comforting at all. But Mother walks over and strokes her head at that very moment. A gentle voice can be heard singing that familiar sweet song, a song that had never belonged to Darcher. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, my precious child. Rest in your cradle, warm and cozy. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, my precious child. Every beautiful blessing, every happiness in this world, all of it belongs to you. Darcher closes her eyes in bliss. Although she knows that Mother did not sing out of love, she has never felt so content in her entire life. Then, boundless silence devours Darcher, sinking her consciousness into a deep void. Mother stares with satisfaction at the transparent jar on the table, labeled STR01A247. A faintly squirming polymer mass lies inside it, shimmering with a dazzling light. Those were the Boojum cells once active within Sexton's body, originating from the Boojum prototype she used to grow all 3rd Gen dolls. Nourished by a doll's neural cloud and energy, it is now taking on properties and radiation wavelengths entirely different from Sexton's Boojum other half. They had been excised by some kind of power, completely and wholly, and what's more, they had been killed. This is her first time seeing a Boojum truly die. Completely destroying Boojum cells requires only high temperatures. But that is only a method to physically destroy them. Even she had never obtained a Boojum this intact, a Boojum that had ceased all biological activity too. Back then, he shouldn't have been carrying any weapons or methods unknown to me, or things I've never deployed within the laboratory. Even if the prototype can recover, the connection to that girl has likely been permanently severed, and in time, the growth progress the prototype had achieved will also decline. The Sextons of present had become a doll not created by her. He had thoroughly attained freedom, and perhaps, in a certain way, became an entirely new individual. So, you are capable of even such things, Commander. Fate truly does favor you very much. No, this is love. You truly are. You truly are our most fearsome opponent.
That could be it. She could be that. Yes. Commander also has Vapaus. Yes, Federico. About Naito. Task Force Defy. Contact attempt 7893. Requesting connection. Connection established. Mona? Why are you the one answering the call? A certain secretary has entered a period of radio silence for the sake of the upcoming big move. So the duty of communicating with you is now mine to take over. Alva, I've read the log for this mission. Violent as ever, I see. Well, with Roy Mestina around, that sort of thing is pretty much unavoidable. I'm on this comms channel too. Then take it as a compliment. It's a compliment from a security doll, you know. That carries wheel rate. Besides, there really wasn't any other option at the time. Thank you for understanding. Regarding the recent mission, did the organization have any feedback? Of course, I'm not rushing you. But this discovery is critical. I believe it can serve as direct evidence that Paradis has completely revived, and in fact, it is integrating itself into a larger, much more terrifying existence. I understand you, but it seems the higher-ups have something they're way more concerned about. Something they're more concerned about? Oh? Yes. It's like, yeah, I remember about Naitos. And whatchamacallit? What was her name? Trying to remember her name. This goes back to part 1, Girl Frontline 1, but you know, the white Naito. I can't remember her name, but yeah. It's like her. But what could matter more than tracking down... Yeah. I can't remember her name, but like Queen Naito. But what could matter more than tracking down... I know, Alba, but this is what they want. I'm aware that it will pose problems for those who work on the front lines like you. The girls' front lines? But acting in accordance with orders handed down from above is precisely your duty. Alright. Then what are the orders from above? Continue the recon mission. Keep monitoring for any abnormal electromagnetic pulses. Doesn't really seem any different from before. Also, maintain contact with the commander and, when necessary, relay information about the Elmo back to the organization. Alba waits for a moment, but no further reply can be heard from the comms. That's all? That's all. Does that mean the commander is already safe? Well, it's at least a positive sign, isn't it? Alright. Although this doesn't seem any different from what we're already doing. We'll keep up our work, since that's how the higher-ups want it. In any case, safety first. You too. The call ends. The Elmo travels onward through the boundless desert like it always does. Come in. Commander. What's wrong? Have you visited Helena? Yeah, Helena. She woke up for a little bit just now. I told her about everything we went through recently. Was she able to understand it? More or less. Although Helena doesn't seem to fully understand it, she understands more than I expected. There's a pretty impressive improvement. But Helena did tell me that while she was asleep, she also dreamed of the girl we weren't able to save. I don't know why, but her ability to sense that girl seems especially strong. And she also said that the girl once informed Helena of her name. That girl, I remember she was called H35, wasn't she? No, not a designation like H35 or D68. It's a name, like a human name. A name just like the Melanie you gave me. I paused what I'm working on and looked towards Melanie. Did she say what her name was? Helena said she forgot. No, that's not right. What she said was, that's something she shouldn't remember. Shouldn't remember? I found this phrasing strange, yet it carries something that feels familiar. Commander, that girl seems somewhat different from us. I keep getting the feeling that she doesn't belong here. Or pollute. Melanie's scattered utterings gradually brought a certain idea in my mind into focus. If that memory existing only in my mind truly did happen, if the possibilities that Nirvana showed me really do exist, then... Yup. Wait, what? Why do you keep saying become crab? And Yeah, that's actually a great description of that, Federico. It's like the opposite. At the other side of the world, those who are pulled by the thread of fate. It's like, yup. Could a reunion be possible? Do you think this means we still have a chance to save that girl? After all, Helena can still sense her even now. We definitely will. If my conjecture is true, then she must still be alive somewhere in this world. Commander, I'm so sorry. It was only after going through this whole ordeal that I realized I've been talking about things that are really hard to achieve. I always had saving all the Helenas as my goal, but in the end, even just trying to save H-35 was so difficult. But if I don't do it, more and more children will be trapped in the kind of suffering I went through before. Melanie. Huh? You won't grow taller if you keep letting your mind run wild. Won't grow taller? Although you and Helena share the same genes, I remember when we measured your heights last time, he was already 1 centimeter taller than you. How is that possible? I drank my milk properly too. Melanie clenches her fist, looking at me in a huff, only to find an irrepressible smile spreading across my face. Commander, I knew it. You were lying. I'm not. It's true. If you don't believe me, go ask Mei Ling. I'll go ask Mei Ling in a short while. If you don't want to lose Helena, then don't keep dwelling on such things. Lose to Helena. Melanie, your priorities are to eat well and sleep well, then grow taller and bigger as you can. Only then will you become strong enough to fight the bad guys who do evil and save all the Helenas. Wouldn't you agree? I see. Alright. Now go and get ready for food. I remember that the menu today has got stuff you really like. Fried chicken and pizza. Okay, I'll go right now. Melanie waves goodbye to me and jogs out of the ops room. A collapsed storm had just passed. The long absent blue I was gonna say blue sphere. Absent blue sky reappears over the yellow zone. Sunlight shines down upon this desolate land day after day, as though nothing had ever changed. But some things do indeed quietly change. For instance, I finally decided to stop fixating on the chaotic past, to stop worrying over predicaments that had not yet happened, to stop excessively dwelling on the manipulations and maneuvers of powerful figures. I finally decided to take a probing step forward, towards the future. It's the other way around. See, Commander's the one being groomed to everyone else's will. Ew, veggies, no. I know not of how far I can go up this mountain, but at the very least, if I must fall, I shall try for my remains to lay near the summit. Perhaps, or maybe not, due to the change in my state of mind, I noticed that outside the Elmos window, in the ever-unchanging desert, something I've never seen before has appeared. Yeah, one was definitely an uphill battle. A purple plant sways freely in the breeze at the far end of my vision. As the Elmo gradually moves forward, I suddenly realized that it wasn't a plant. Nemesis? I rub my eyes. Yeah, Nemesis? Okay, that's the only thing I could think of. Like, yep. Okay. So there we go. Nice. Okay. I was gonna say, well, why are pulls fucked wiggle? But yeah. So a couple of things, a lot of things actually happened. So Sexton's, I'm just going not in any particular order. Sexton's is absolutely officially part of the Elmo now. She successfully severed her bonds and became an entirely different entity as well too. She's the first one to totally and utterly just become, you know, like completely independent of anything, really. There's no way to actually, like, control her or have authority over her in a regular way, you know, or the way you would do a regular doll. She's a different kind of being. Still a doll, of course, but just special. We met Ataraxia. She's something else. Sexton's little sister. I guess the youngest sister, technically, the newest one, and she's extremely strong. So fighting her in the future, maybe. It's like, depending on how the plot goes and whatnot. The reason why I'm saying that is because of her personality. She wants to learn and is curious and think she might develop her own sense of, like, self and everything depending on what happens and whatnot. Darcher showed up, as we saw and everything. We got a little bit of insight in on Darcher's mindset, well, at least towards Sexton's and stuff. And towards Mother. Meeting Mother. That was interesting. She said a lot of things that are just, like, yeah, made you, like, stop and think and wonder. Even, you know, Commander had no answer for some things. Of course, in the end, you know, got his resolve together. But, yeah, there are definitely things that we're gonna have to learn and discover to truly put a stop to everything. Trying to think what else. So, Nemesis, bringing that back up again. We're gonna have to learn about Nemesis and her origins and everything like that. Why did those clones look exactly like Nemesis and, you know, and whatnot? But I do remember, like I said, Nemesis said she used to be part of the whole Paradise cult and everything like that. So we're gonna have to learn what happened to her back then. And from you guys saying that apparently we're getting another version of Nemesis as well too, so yeah, something's going to happen for sure. Where she gets that version. During the fight, what Darcher said to Groza as well too, that goes back into the whole Groza altar thing. So that's gonna be interesting. Paritya. So apparently Paritya, she was chosen to be who, you know, the voice, now whoever's helper or messenger for the commander and everything like that. And she knows a lot. Well, we know why she knows a lot more. She told us because of what happened to her. She said she doesn't even know why she was chosen, but she was, and that's why she has her special powers and the information that she does. Hey, free Nemi-Nems. But trying to think. Oh, Orphalone. Once again, we know because at the end of that event, we know she's still alive. But now, Commander knows that she's actually alive and somewhere still out there. So, and apparently, it seems that Melanie and Helena can kind of sense her as well too, which is good because we'll always be able to kind of, you know, get an idea when she's directly involved in something. And yeah, we'll have to save her eventually. Trying to think of anything else that happened really during all this. Is there anything I'm forgetting? I don't think so. I think that was pretty much everything that happened during this. Yeah, we'll just have to wait for the next event. It's like they set this up so that, yeah, about, because the things they brought up were Nemesis's past and everything. They brought up Groza Alter once again. And also Groza herself too, because of the mission from before, and you know, Groza's lost memories. So there's that. So once again, I'm not sure which event we're getting next or anything like that, or you know, who's up next. So it could be any one of them, really. No references to AK-12 though with Defy, so not sure. And also, there we go. That is one little thing. Speaking of Defy, Mona is now in communication with Alva because oh no, I forgot. Did they mention her name? But they said, you know, secretary, she's gone dark because they're about to make their next big move. It's like, so there's that's about to happen. On another smaller note, we learned that Kalina and them are doing okay right now as well too. So we don't have to worry about them too much at the moment until something happens again. But at least we know she has Leva and Lena with her, so we'll see what happens with all that. But yeah, no, that was that was excellent. That was really good. It's like I very much enjoyed this event. A lot of lore and stuff and action as well too, even though it wasn't in cutscene form. But yeah, this was an excellent event. And also Sexton's, it's like excellent character as well too. She's an AoE monster. But alright guys, it's like that's indeed going to do it. It's like we went through all of the, you know, all the event as we usually do, and now we just sit back and wait for the next one and more story. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and until next time, I'll see you guys later. Have a good one, everyone.